Good morning. Welcome to the Tuesday, August 4th Board of County Commission meeting. Good morning. In a moment, I will introduce our guests for the invocation. Following the invocation and pledge, the Communications Division Director, Dr. Jeff Williamson, will read a proclamation recognizing the Purple Heart Day and introduce the NACO Achievement Awards. Reverend Alexander H. Smith, also Commissioner Smith, is a lifelong educator, minister, community leader, and public servant whose career has been dedicated to faith, education, and service. Born in Thomasville, Georgia, he accepted Christ at the age of 7 and has called Central Florida home since 1965. A graduate of Florida A&M University with a bachelor's degree in agricultural education and a minor in horticultural science, Reverend Smith devoted 40 years to education, including 39 years in Orange County Public Schools. Throughout his distinguished teaching career, he received numerous honors for educational excellence and served in leadership roles at the local, state, and national levels, and held the positions of the president of the Florida Association of Agricultural Educators, president of the Orange County Association of Agricultural Educators for 21 years, and president of the Florida FFA Board of Directors. In 2022, he was inducted into the Florida FFA Hall of Fame. Reverend Smith has also demonstrated an unwavering commitment to civic leadership. He served 8 years on the Apopka City Council, represented the community on numerous advisory boards, and continues to serve Orange County Public Schools through its Advisory Housing Board. He is also the project manager for the Grand East Village Senior Housing Development, which is currently under construction. A respected faith leader, Reverend Smith served for 18 years as associate pastor of New Hope Missionary Baptist Church, before being installed as pastor on October 22nd, 2023. He remains actively involved in several ministerial organizations throughout Central Florida. His leadership extends nationally through Prince Hall Freemasonry, where he has held numerous prestigious offices, including Most Worshipful Grand Master of Florida and President of the General Grand Masonic Congress of the USA. He is also the founder of the Prince Hall Scholarship and Economic Development Foundation and has been recognized with numerous national Masonic honors, including the induction into the U.S. Masonic Hall of Fame. Reverend Smith is married to his wife, Linda, and together they are blessed with 5 children, 14 grandchildren, and 5 great-grandchildren. Yeah. His life and ministry continue to be guided by his favorite scripture. Therefore, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. Reverend Smith, please join us for prayer. Thank you so much.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come. Thank you for this new day. Thank you, Father, for the gift of freedom to come together here today. We ask, oh God, now that you would bless these county commissioners. Oh God, you would give them the discernment that they may be able to make wise decisions that affect this community. That you would bless all their endeavors, that all they shall say and do be pleasing and acceptable in your sight. Bless their families, bless this community. And we thank you in thy Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Thank you very much, Reverend Smith. As the Vice Mayor said, we do have one proclamation for today and then one special presentation. The proclamation that we have today is for Purple Heart Day. Purple Heart Day. And the proclamation reads, whereas on August 7th, 1782, General George Washington, then the Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, established the Purple Heart Award, originally designated as the badge of military merit as a sign of appreciation and gratitude towards those who served during wartime. And whereas Purple Heart recipients, men and women of extraordinary courage, have offered the highest form of devotion to our nation, having faced the harshest of battles, endured the most grueling conditions, and borne the scars of conflict, all in the name of liberty and justice. And whereas August 7th is a day for Americans to remember and honor the men and women who bravely represented their country and were wounded or killed while serving, and were decorated with the Purple Heart in the name of the President. And whereas it is important not only to remember and thank the brave men and women who have been wounded in combat, but also to recognize how they are taken care of when they return home, including acknowledgement of their unique needs as veterans. And whereas for as long as U.S. service members place their life on the line against the nation's enemies, the Purple Heart Medal honors their sacrifice and carries the legacy of George Washington and his ideals in honoring contributions of volunteers and those putting their lives in danger, a hallmark of the U.S. Armed Forces. And whereas it is the desire of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners to recognize the many members of the General Bob Betts, Chapter 400, Military Order of the Purple Heart, who reside in Orange County and Central Florida and have received the Purple Heart in recognition of wounds sustained in combat, including those who have made the ultimate sacrifice with their lives. Now, therefore, Mayor Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim Friday, August 7th, 2026, as Purple Heart Day in Orange County, Florida, and encourage residents to show their appreciation for the sacrifices Purple Heart recipients have made in defending and preserving our freedoms. Done and ordered this 4th day of August, 2026, signed by the mayor and all 5 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation is David Mercado. Mr. Mercado is the commander of Chapter 400 Military Order of the Purple Heart. Mr. Mercado.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, folks here today. I accept that proclamation in honor of all our veterans who have served throughout all conflicts and skirmishes throughout the entire world, and to all Gold Star parents and families who are present and who are not present. We must remember that our men and women have served this entire country and sacrificed their lives throughout the world. We've had 460,000 members in World War II killed, sacrificed their lives in the defense of America and freedom. We've also had more than 1.1 million members who received Purple Hearts in World War II. In the Korean War, we had 36,000 members killed, sacrificing their lives for this great nation, and more than 100,100 wounded in that war of Korea. In Vietnam, we had more than 258,000 members killed in that war in Vietnam. Well, excuse me, we had 36,000 killed in Korea, and we've had 58,000 members killed in the war in Vietnam, and 352 wounded in that war in Vietnam. So this is how far we have gone to risk our lives and sacrifice our lives for this great country. We have just celebrated 250 years of independence, and we will continue to sacrifice and defend this great nation. Now, we have to keep in thought our members who are serving throughout the world right now so that they can be safe and we can continue enjoying the freedom we have here, because freedom is not free. Thank you very much for being present, and have a good day, ladies and gentlemen.
Grab a picture first with Mr. Mercado alone, then we'll ask the members that have come also to take a picture as well. All right, gentlemen, would you mind, ladies and gentlemen, would you mind joining for a photograph, please? And hang on one more second. Members of the Mayor's Council, please, Veterans Council, if you wouldn't mind grabbing a photograph as well. Let's give our men and women who serve a round of applause. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And a quick shout out to Shali Wong, who manages the Veterans Advisory Council. Thank you, Shali, for the hard work you do. Appreciate you, Shali. Yes, sir. You're welcome. All right, now it's time for another very special presentation. Your county employees, ladies and gentlemen, are busy and doing great things. And in return, they have won many awards for their hard work from the National Association of Counties, or NACO. I'm going to call on Jane Wattrell, the Communications Manager, to present those awards at this time. Jane.
Thank you, Jeff. Good morning, everyone, commissioners, commissioner-to-be, senior staff, Orange County employees and guests, and I know Mayor Demings is watching from afar. Today, we're going to celebrate something truly special. 33 awards were earned by the Orange County government departments and division in recognition of outstanding public service, innovation, and excellence. These honors come from the National Association of Counties, or NACO, the nation's leading organization representing county governments. Each year, NACO recognizes the best and most innovative county programs across the country. Receiving a NACO award means Orange County's work is being recognized among the very best in the nation. Every program we recognize today reflects our employees' commitment to serving residents and making Orange County a great place to live, work, and thrive. So let's get started with our community and family services winners. There's 11 of them. County Administrator Brooks is here, Vice Mayor Kelly Martinez-Semerad. So let's go ahead with our first one is the Credible Messengers NACO Award. Okay, all right. Okay. As I read this, will all commissioners please come down and stand with our recipients? So thank you. Orange County government's the first agency to employ credible messengers, trusted community leaders who support youth impacted by the justice system. Since implementation, the initiative has contributed to a reduction in violent juvenile crime. Congratulations. We want you to stand on the other side, Comptroller Diamond. All right. Next up, it will be our Domestic Violence Transportation Mini Grant Initiative. The Domestic Violence Transportation Mini Grant Initiative removes a critical barrier for survivors by providing safe, reliable transportation through trusted nonprofit partners. In 2025, the program provided over 500 rides for 170 domestic violence survivors and 4 pets, helping them connect families to shelters, medical care, employment, and other essential services. Well done. Yay. Next up is the Small Scale Citizens Review Panel, which is another big award winner. Orange County's Small Scale Citizens Review Panel fund distribution process expands access to public funding for grassroots organizations and nonprofits. Since implementation, it has funded 52 organizations, distributed more than $5 million, and helped nearly 90% of the recipients receive county funding for the very first time. Excellent. Orange County's Community Navigation Initiative. The Community Navigation and Real-Time Services Connection Initiative brings services directly to residents through community ambassadors and engagement managers. The program has connected more than 5,400 residents to resources through proactive outreach, resulting in nearly 2,500 service referrals. Great job, everyone. All right. Next up is Orange County Mayor's Public Sector Academy. Orange County partnered with CareerSource of Central Florida to host the Mayor's Public Sector Career Academy. It introduces high school students to careers in local government through a months-long paid summer program. Since its launch, the Academy has served 90 students, with 4 participants hired by the county, and many more who want to return to the county to work for Orange County government. Congratulations. And thank you, CareerSource, so much for partnering with us. Next up is Orange County's Capacity Building Initiative. Our Citizens Commission for Children, in partnership with UCF, strengthened grassroots nonprofit through an initiative to improve financial management and organizational effectiveness. From 2023 to 2025, more than 100 organizations participated, achieving a 38% increase in overall competency and building a stronger pipeline for sustainable community service. Excellent job, everyone. Orlando Collected is next. To celebrate the City of Orlando's 150th anniversary, the Orange County Regional History Center created Orlando Collected, an exhibition featuring 100 rarely seen artifacts from the Historical Society of Central Florida. Curated with input from community members and local leaders, the exhibition inspired residents to connect with and help preserve our region's shared history. Thank you. I know this is something near and dear to commissioners, the Lake Apopka Connector Trail. Okay, the 10 million Lake Apopka Connector Trail was completed in February, adding 3.23 miles of multi-use path that links the West Orange Trail to the North Shore Trail. The completed 48-mile Lake Apopka Loop Trail now connects Orange and Lake counties. Our Parks and Recreation wanted to give a big shout out to Public Works, Engineering, Highway Construction, and Transportation Planning for all the teamwork it took to make the Lake Apopka Connector Trail. Good job, everyone. Next up is Art Pollination, integrating public art, agriculture, and nutrition. This is a mobile teaching kitchen with agricultural science and nutrition education. It improved food literacy, promoted healthy behaviors, and brought IFAS extension learning through public spaces for youth and adult audiences. All right. And we're going to be honoring UF IFAS a little bit more with 2 more awards. The Florida Native Landscaping Education. So the, the UF IFAS Extension's Florida Native Landscaping Education and Water Conservation Initiative promotes native plant use and water conservation through education, demonstrations, and hands-on resources. Reaching more than 350 participants, the program has helped residents convert landscapes to native plants and has conserved roughly 9 million gallons of water every year. And last but not least, for our family services, the Peanut Butter Challenge. Yes, another UF IFAS extension program is the Peanut Butter Challenge. It's a volunteer food drive. County departments, community partners, and 4-H youth come together to support local food pantries. The program has grown from 800 pounds collected in 2020 to 5,200 pounds in 2025 for 17 local food pantries. Thank you, everyone. We're moving on to our awesome PEDS department, Planning, Environmental, and Development Services. So we're talking about the PEDS Strategic Management Plan. Our PEDS department launched its first strategic management plan to unify operations and improve service across 7 divisions. The plan has cut development review times in half, supported more than $10 billion in projects, and strengthened efficiency, transparency, and public engagement. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay. But that's not all. Let's talk about PEDS Web, a virtual professional development initiative offering staff-led training, leadership sessions, and collaborative opportunities. Since February of 2025, the program has hosted 16 sessions with more than 1,900 employee engagements, strengthening learning, leadership development, and workforce connection. Congratulations. Right. And now it's time for our environmental awards. Orange County Pollution Prevention, turning awareness into action. Orange County marked the 40th anniversary of the National Pollution Prevention Roundtable with events promoting waste reduction, reuse, and environmental stewardship. The initiative engaged more than 250 participants and diverted over 1,700 pounds of waste from landfills through repair events, cleanups, and community education programs. Excellent job. All right. Another environmental award is Orange County's Green Place program, which uses a Green Place uses a data-driven approach to protect environmentally sensitive lands, preserving nearly 27,000 acres across Central Florida, including 20,000 acres within the Florida Wildlife Corridor. Through strategic purchases and partnerships, the Green Place program serves as a model for large-scale conservation. And we're so happy you are all being recognized today. Thank you. All right, let's crowd in there. Good job, everyone. Next up is Orange County Recovers, Hurricane Ian Housing Recovery Program. Orange County Recovers was launched in March of 2025 to help low to moderate income homeowners repair, reconstruct, or replace homes damaged by Hurricane Ian. Funded through HUD's Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program, the initiative has received more than 435 applications and is helping residents return to safe housing while strengthening community resilience. Kudos to you all. right, next up is our awesome Public Works. Yes. And the first award is for the Kirkman Road Extension Project. Orange County partnered with Universal to deliver the $315 million Kirkman Road extension with a 1.7-mile multimodal corridor, improving mobility, reducing congestion, and supporting regional growth. The project creates a vital connection to major tourism and employment while advancing the county's iDrive 2040 vision plan. Thank you all. Good job. Next up is Orange County Sidewalk Gaps Assessment. Orange County transformed sidewalk planning and delivery through a data-driven system that identifies, evaluates, and prioritizes improvements. By using a GIS database, objective scoring, and project bundling, the county is delivering a safer, more accessible, and more equitable pedestrian infrastructure. Let's hear it for the Orange County Sidewalk Gaps Assessment Program. Yes. Thank you all. Next up is Orla Vista Flood Mitigation Project. Orange County's $24.3 million Orla Vista Flood Mitigation Project transformed one of the county's most flood-prone neighborhoods by expanding stormwater capacity and adding critical infrastructure. The system proved its value during Hurricane Milton in 2024, preventing street and residential flooding after nearly 10 inches of rain fell in the area. Well done, everyone. All right. Okay, on to human resources with 3 awards. With Orange OC Mind Matters campaign, Orange County's OC Mind Matters initiative supports employee mental health through awareness, training, and access to resources. The 2025 campaign saw a 212% rise in on-site counseling use and completion of mental health first aid training by 1,300 managers. OC Mind Matters team also won, you'll see, a national award from the National Association of Government Communicators Blue Pencil and Gold Screen Awards. First place for internal communications campaign. Well done. Next is HR recruiting online hiring. This initiative streamlined Orange County's hiring approval process by replacing fragmented emails and manual tracking with centralized web-based forms and shared recruitment trackers. The solution reduced duplicate work, improved accuracy, and saved an average of 5 minutes per hiring request. Well done, everyone. Excellent job. Thank you, everyone. This next award is near and dear to every Orange County employee. Take Your Child to Work Day. Yes. Orange County's 2025 Take Your Child to Work Day transformed into a countywide initiative that strengthened employee engagement and introduced children to the impact of public service. The event engaged 570 participants across 14 departments. The HR team was also honored with a national award, the PRSA Anvil Award of Excellence for Take Your Child to Work Day. In other words, this program was recognized nationally for its excellent work. Thank you, everyone. Next up, arts and culture. Canvas, a cultural plan for the city of Orlando and Orange County. This is a 10-year roadmap to strengthen and celebrate the region's arts and culture. Adopted in September of 2025, the plan is now being implemented with guidance from Canvas Cultural Plan Committee. And with the second award, it's going to be Orange County's annual ACT Award celebrating arts and cultural tourism. This honor recognizes art and cultural tourism organizations that receive Orange County's cultural tourism grants. Funded by the TDT, the Tourist Development Tax, the program awarded more than $5 million to 39 organizations in fiscal year 2025. Thank you all. We're good? Okay.
Do these next two together because it's the same number, so just
Oh,
read
okay,
them.
okay. The next is two. Okay, for the next two, it's our, great to see you guys, Information System and Services Division, ISS, 2 awards, so they'll stay up there and I'll read both awards. The first one is called AI Threat Hunter. Orange County developed an AI-enabled cybersecurity solution that analyzes security data in real time to identify potential threats. The system improved threat detection, saves an estimated 750 staff hours a month, and delivers $19,000 a month in savings. The next program is Nexus One, Orange County's web application that centralizes staff information from multiple internal systems. Thank you all. On to Orange County Fire Rescue Department. All right. OCFRD has a beautiful training center, if you're not aware of it. It strengthens public safety through workforce development, firefighter training, and career opportunities for the community. The training center is a $53 million state-of-the-art facility. It enhances regional preparedness with advanced training spaces and supports a highly skilled and resilient workforce. Well done. That's it for Orange County Fire Rescue. Just one award. But we love you guys every day. Okay, next is utilities. A new day, countywide curbside collection transition, and you know how tough this could be. Orange County Utilities successfully transitioned to a new curbside solid waste and recycling collection contract through its outreach campaign called A New Day. It ensured uninterrupted service for more than 235,000 households across a 1,000 square mile service area. The 18-month effort improved route efficiency, strengthened recycling performance, and launched smoothly on December 29th of last year with minimal disruptions. You know what it's like when you get a new solid waste schedule. These guys are the pros. We had very few complaints. Congratulations to all of you. Risk management. Risk management is up next, followed by procurement. Orange County single-parent captive insurer. So for risk management, Orange County established its own single-parent captive insurance carrier to provide an alternative risk transfer solution and help manage rising commercial insurance costs. In its first 10 months, this program generated approximately $6 million in savings. Excellent job. Great. Thank you, risk management. Next up is procurement. And they're always award winners, AI-enabled procurement governance. So Orange County implemented an AI-enabled procurement governance framework to improve efficiency, consistency, and risk management using AI-assisted tools with human oversight. The program reduces rework, strengthens document quality, and streamlines procurement and project review processes. And they were recognized by this with the NACO Award. The next two awards is for our team, so I'm just going to read both of them, and then our team will go up, the communications team. We received an award for the Mayor's Toy Drive because it's in its 15th year, and we've distributed 97,000 toys to children and families in need. The other one is called Truth and Transparency. We actually got a national award for this. In July of 2025, Orange County government was accused by a state official of fraud and misspending tax dollars, creating significant public scrutiny and reputational risk. The county's communication team responded with transparency, facts, and data to reinforce public trust and demonstrate its commitment to responsible stewardship of taxpayers' dollars. The response by the comms team also earned a National PRSA Anvil Award of Excellence as well. And now I want to call your attention to our final award, and we saved a national award for last. It is called Vision Zero Orange County, a countywide commitment to eliminating traffic fatalities. This award highlights how Orange County is transforming its transportation safety through its Vision Zero initiative, a data-driven effort to eliminate traffic fatalities and serious injuries by 2040. By embedding safety into every transportation project and using data, the county has shifted from reacting to crashes to preventing them. This proactive approach has already produced impressive results. I want to hear the results. A 28% reduction in traffic fatalities between 2022 and 2024. The manager of our traffic engineering division, Umberto Castillero, accepted the national award in New Orleans last month. I want to say one thing again about this award. This proactive approach for Vision Zero has included a 28% reduction in traffic fatalities between 2022 and 2024. Remember, we were number 1. We are now down to like number 25, and it's because of these people. So thank you all. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations. Fantastic results. So congratulations to all our award recipients. Again, these awards are a testament to Orange County's creativity, dedication, and teamwork of our employees who serve our residents every day. It was an honor to present these awards. Thank you. And now on to the County Commission meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. And just before we begin, Mayor Demings is not joining us today, but he is doing very well. He's recovering. We send him prayers and extra get well wishes. So I'm Kelly Sumrett. I'm serving as Vice Mayor today. So welcome. I do see we're going to move into public comment, and I do see that we have some elected officials that are here. So I would like to offer them to come to the podium first. So I see Dr. Ana V. Escamani, State Representative. Welcome.
We do need you to read the statement, though.
Oh, I do need to read the statement. Right. Okay. One moment, Doctor. Okay, so I'd like to invite comments from members of the public regarding topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. However, there are certain matters which are not appropriate for public discussion during this public comment period. These matters include pending procurement or land use issues or concerns that should properly be brought to another board rather than this board. Also, we will, of course, solicit public input during each public hearing scheduled for this afternoon. So speakers are limited to 2 minutes. And now I welcome Dr. Ana Villascamani. Nick, how many speakers are there? 20. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Semron, and to the entire Board of Commission and staff. It was such a joy to see everyone get their flowers this morning, and so congratulations to all the county employees who work so hard to deliver on the promise of serving our community. I also did want to just give a shout out. I'm sure Mayor Demings is watching, and so just sending, in addition to what you just shared, Vice Mayor, my love and support and healing energy for a quick recovery back to the dais. And so with that said, my name is Representative Dr. Ana Villascamani, and I'm so excited to be here for 2 main reasons. I never had the chance to come before the County Commission, and so thank you again for this opportunity. First of all, congratulations on what I hope to be the passage of a very important decision today on the Mobile Temporary Overnight Shelter Ordinance. And we've seen the Connect 407 program be very successful in the city of Orlando, and I have volunteered with organizations like Samaritan Resource Center and others over the years. I grew up in East Orange County. I grew up at the intersection of Lake Pickett and Colonial, and so I know the need to serve our unhoused community goes far beyond the city limits. And so I'm really just grateful for your tedious work on this, for your rigor on it, and for what I hope to be a passage later today. With that said, the other issue that brings me here, and I have to tell you, a year ago, I wouldn't think I'd be here, but it's about sloths. And of course, the effort to prevent another sloth world tragedy. What I have found to be just so impactful in the last 8 years of my time in the Florida legislature is animal welfare knows no party. People of all political backgrounds care about the health and well-being of animals in the state of Florida, whether it's a debate over bear hunts and the prevention of expanding or renewing those, whether it's the health of Lake Eola swans, or today the conversation of sloths. And of course, we don't have to relive the Sloth World controversy and tragedy today. I know that Commissioner Wilson, you have a presentation where you'll remind people of that timeline. But ultimately, I think what's important to remember is that we are the #1 tourism destination in the world. And what happened at Sloth World has created a huge stain on that record. And we have been leading the charge alongside members of this county commission of accountability, seeking criminal charges for the actors involved, but also seeking statewide reform. And we are in conversation with the Florida Wildlife Commission to prevent another tragedy like this happening. And folks should remember that these were wild-caught sloths stolen from their environment, brought to Orlando for human entertainment. This was never an accredited facility. It was never a facility designed to educate or provide a good, secure environment. It was purely designed to make a profit off the sweet, vulnerable sloths, which I know Commissioner Wilson will do an excellent job in providing all that context, but I really just want to take a moment this morning to express my support for this effort. Things can move really slowly at the state level. The next FWC meeting where we'll be able to get a public hearing on rule changes won't be till December. And so for the county to start the process and to work simultaneously with our efforts at the state level is something I deeply appreciate. So just want to, again, express my gratitude, my support, and I appreciate everyone's work every single day, and I hope to see you soon. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Askamani. I did see also Dr. Jim Moyer. Is he still here? From Soil and Water. Come on up, sir. And then Nick, following Dr. Moyer. We don't have any other elected officials, correct? No.
Not that I've noticed.
Can you call the first 3 names so they can shuffle in behind Dr. Moyer?
Following the speaker, folks, next speaker is going to be Janet Osborne, followed by Elizabeth Osborne and Jim Dewberry. If you all can line up along the back wall, begin with your name and addresses for the record.
Good morning, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name's Dr. Jim Moyer. I'm the elected Orange Soil and Water Conservation District 2 Supervisor, serving Northwest Orange. And as always, this is my presentation and mine alone. First of all, my prayers go out to the mayor. He's in my prayers every day, and I'm certain it all will go well. And I'm here this morning. Well, secondly, I'd like to thank you for bringing Pastor Smith here today, because when I had a fundraiser for Orange Soil and Water last year, I didn't know how it would go. And former POPCA Commissioner Pastor Smith was the first one to generously donate to the fundraiser. So the timing was outstanding. But I'm here today to thank the mayor, Administrator Brooks, and Family Services, Eddie in Family Services has done an outstanding job reaching out to work with me to try to get an initiative to work with the public one-on-one in Northwest Orange in the unincorporated areas. And it looks like we're making great progress, and we're going to have an opportunity to work with the public one-on-one to come in for office hours, and we can go over the 3 things that I've been promoting for a while. 1, change your habits. 2, conserve water use. And 3, clean water bodies. So thank you again for your time. Great job, Vice Mayor, in the mayor's absence, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Moyer. Come on up.
Next speaker may approach the podium.
Good morning. I'm Janet Osborne, and first I would like to thank Commissioner Nicole Wilson for bringing to light and proposing a ban on the importation of exotic wildlife for entertainment purposes. I would also like to thank the hardworking and very skilled people at the Central Florida Zoo for saving 8 of the tragically injured and very sick sloths. We are living through a defining moment for wildlife. Future generations will ask, who spoke up? I would like to add my name to that list. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission is responsible for the humane treatment of wild and captive wildlife in this state. But did you know that the agency is run by 7 commissioners who are developers and trophy hunters and who are appointed and have been installed by Governor DeSantis? Unfortunately, the FWC has a disturbing history of failing wildlife and the habitats they depend on. They failed the gopher tortoise by allowing entombment policies. That simply means being buried alive and bulldozed over, or at best by moving them to inadequate small parcels. Their numbers have declined by 80%. They failed the Florida panther by allowing real estate and infrastructure developments and cutting off corridors in the panther breeding territories. Also failed the manatees by ignoring toxic water pollution in the Indian River Lagoon, resulting in the die-off of seagrass and record deaths of manatees due to starvation. And of course, they fail the iconic Florida black bear by using outdated population data and sponsoring a hunt. I'm guessing that I'm running rapidly out of time here, but if I can just get this across.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, you're out of time, but I do think we understand your sentiments in terms of what you're expressing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Next speaker, and again, if we can begin with our name and address for the record.
My address too? Okay. It's Elizabeth Osborne, Windermere, Florida. Again, I'd like to thank Commissioner Wilson and the Central Florida Zoo for making this matter as public. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission mission is to manage fish and wildlife resources for their long-term well-being and the benefit of the people. Did you know that sloths can starve to death on a full stomach? They are completely reliant on the environmental conditions. If they get too cold, the special microbes they have in their digestive systems die, and therefore they can no longer digest the food they eat. Over 60 wild sloths died due to cold, exposure, disease, and poor conditions as they were housed in a vehicle storage warehouse. The FWC was made aware of Sloth World in December 2024. By the time of the FWC's first inspection in August 2025, 21 sloths had died. FWC issued a verbal warning. This is clear, and some would say criminal failure of the FWC to follow its mission, report these findings to Orange County, and take immediate action to protect the well-being of the remaining sloths. Clearly, the FWC has neither the expertise nor the desire to manage exotic wildlife or prosecute businesses that neglect and cause harm to animals. And finally, until the FWC is reformed and biologists, zoologists, environmentalists, and veterinarians replace the businessmen, hunters, and developers that make up the current commission, we will continue to have a lack of humane oversight. The loopholes need to be closed, and I am supporting the countywide ban on the importation of exotic wildlife. I would also think that it shouldn't be allowed as pets either. Otherwise, we wouldn't have monkeys running around Mount Dora, pythons all over the Everglades. And who knows, maybe the next importation will bring another COVID-19 2.0 to us.
All right, folks, next batch of speakers is going to start with Brad Pappas, followed by Peter Murray, Natalie Lopez, Nelson Betancourt, Hope Bellamy, and Ryan Myers. Oh, Mr. Murray, you're first up.
Can we get this on? Can you maybe fix that a little bit so it's bright? Here you go, sir. So I want to welcome my new commissioner, Commissioner Crabb, and I want to extend my best wishes to Mayor Demings. Hope he gets better soon. That said, I'm here not to talk about Pleasant Awards, and want to talk and congratulate the award winners, but over the past 2.5 years, my family's gone through quite an ordeal. And when I saw the Florida Doge come out and talk about the excessive spending here in Orange County, and congratulations to Mr. Williamson and his team, I was really upset because what he said about that, I had directly witnessed as a consultant to the mayor's office. Controller Diamond investigated one of my allegations, and it was all in the press. It was $101,000 overbilling on a project at $1,900 an hour. Mr. Brooks issued a very detailed memo stating how thorough that investigation was and how he was going to sue to recover the funds. And then months later, the county legal contradicted the findings of Mr. Diamond and said it wasn't in the county's best interest to recover the funds, even though the contracts, the POs, and the proposals all support Controller Diamond's findings. This went to the wife of a Democratic politician and sister-in-law of a current state senator. I also provided evidence of 2 procurements that were also suspect, and one member of the mayor's staff was found guilty of misconduct. And they said I was lobbying, which, again, I'd love to address, but nobody will meet with me to discuss these issues. One of them they wouldn't investigate, but during the previous investigation, Zuli Milan told them that they did not want FPL to get an award, and that shouldn't be happening, about 2 members of the mayor's staff. 2 years later, after this evidence, the controller investigated, and he confirmed what I had alleged, that this was a federally non-compliant transaction, and a member of the mayor's staff appeared to be playing favorites again. A second one. Was this gross negligence or a cover-up? They refused to meet with me. I have more evidence.
Thank you,
I'd
Mr.
like to
Murray.
help Orange County
Thank you.
address Florida Doge's allegations. Good luck in the mayoral race.
All right, folks. Reminder of the names already called: Jim Dewberry, Brad Pappas, Natalie Lopez, Nelson Betancourt, Hope Bellamy, and Ryan Myers. Barring any of those, our next speaker will be Zach Moldoff, followed by Amaria Smith, Sana Hafiz, David Siegel, and Tim McKinney. Starting to worry I have the right list.
Good morning, everyone. Ooh, excuse me. Good morning, everyone. My name is Amaria, 32801. As the mayoral election draws to a close, and while we contemplate budget cuts and spending, we must refocus on who matters most, our residents. Many community members cannot be in this room today because they lack the time and resources to navigate the civic process, yet they are deeply worried. Every vulnerable community in Orlando faces a compounding crisis: skyrocketing property taxes, state-approved gentrification, environmental degradation, and a looming affordability breaking point. As we look toward the future of our city leadership, I urge every resident to rigorously vet the candidates. If you find, as many voters have, a pattern of empty promises paired with heavy corporate funding, do not let that breed apathy. Stay engaged and keep speaking up. Government does not start or end with who sits in the mayoral seat. Government starts and stops with the people. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's David Siegel, 1868 Cornerview Lane. I'm a little confused because there were so many names, read before me. I guess whatever. If so, at any rate, I wanted to come and just quickly address two issues. First one, I've talked to you all about the pet poisoning person we have. He started engaging in harassing other people in the neighborhood, and the state of Florida told me that they'd, through legislation, people that engage in this kind of stuff, if they try to retaliate those reporting them, it's actually considered a stalking. And so at any rate, our pet poisoner, we've been finding a lot of the wildlife poisoned, and I've called the county to come and collect the bodies, and they didn't. I had to get up early one morning, it's 5:30, and raccoons in my sidewalk, whatever, convulsing, and the perpetrator then zoomed by me about 80 miles an hour getting up. That's his message to me. The second thing, and I'm not going to go into a lot of details. I'll be seeking meetings with some of you commissioners, or probably all of you, and what I'm about to say has nothing to do with anybody who is sitting at the dais. But a few years ago, I was president of a not-for-profit and was drawn into an elections tampering mechanism. And I would have completely forgotten about it, but somehow it's raised its ugly head again. So at any rate, I know, Commissioner Wilson, you're an expert in not-for-profit law and proper business conduct. This is a doozy. I have all the information here, but I don't have enough time to present it, and it's probably better dealing with you all individual on it. So at any rate, thank you for your time. Best wishes to the mayor's recovery. I noticed there was an absent space there. I was like, I must have been out of the loop for a while. Thank you for considering my points.
Thank you. Byron. This is the second time that we've heard from Mr. Siegel regarding pet poisoning or animal poisoning. What do we do in this instance?
I think for last time was indeed, I think the sheriff's office and some others. Some of the items, that's not the wildlife, that's under our animal services area. But again, Mr. Siegel, if I'm correct, I believe there was a referral to the sheriff's office.
Okay. Mr. Siegel, because you live right down you live in District 5, Ethan is right there, and we'll try to help you connect to who you need to speak with. Thank you. Ethan is right there, so he'll help connect, and Victoria. Thank you.
All right. Sana Hafiz, 32801. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Hello. Recently, we saw that the Orange County Fire Rescue Chief, Anthony Rios, resigned from his position after questions from Representative Uribe about where fleet purchases were accounted for within the department's budget. Recently, also, we saw that the county approved a contract with Kratos, a defense company with a base in Al-Quds or Jerusalem in occupied Palestine. We've also heard even more recently about candidates saying that they would request budget audits, but what assurances do we have that these audits will be carried out? And what assurances do we have that those responsible for money laundering and covering things up will be held accountable? I couldn't help but notice that the responses to the gentleman that spoke a few speakers ago weren't as warm or receptive as those that, that were when people talk about slots or other things that seem to be more unifying. But I think that making sure that our funds that come from our taxpayer dollars being appropriately spent, right, knowing the economic situation that our residents are in is a nonpartisan issue as well. And I'm quite concerned, honestly. This has been a pattern that I've seen across several meetings. I'm not sure if you guys recognize me or not, but I recognize you all. I've been coming around, and I haven't seen aides go to the other individuals that talk about corruption. I haven't seen even responses made to individuals that talk about corruption. I haven't seen any interest in the resources that they present about that proof, and not just the gentleman that spoke before, but several people before for several years. And I know that there's an election coming up, so I'd really appreciate if you all, in your current positions and those that you aspire to be in, could clarify what you'll do to make those changes and what ramifications that would have for our constituents. Thank you very much.
My name's Tim McKinney. I live at 415 East Pine Street, Orlando, Florida, 32801. This is Haley Du Bois. She's dead. She was homeless in East Orange County. She was an identical twin. She was 23. She had a baby girl named Harley. She was found on Saturday in the woods by our outreach team, which is right here on the front row. One of them is here with us, Krista, who actually found her. The other one is Crystal. Both of them were on their first week of work. Crystal was already fostering Haley's baby for the past year as she was in a DCF case. No doubt directed by God on where to go, and then after smelling the stench and the smell of death, they discovered her body, too badly decomposed by and damaged and unrecognizable to even know the cause of death at sight. Mayor, our new commissioner, soon to be sworn in, Deputy, you've smelled that smell, and it's a smell that you'll never forget. It's horrifying. It's horrific. So many emotions I feel: sadness, grief, heartbroken, sorry. But today I'm pissed. I knew Haley and her identical twin sister, Hannah, her best friend since birth. They were among some of the first students at my school, Orange County Academy. She lived a life of trauma, pain, abuse, and hardship. I'm not sure what the medical examiner is going to put as the cause of death. I don't know what the sheriff's office is going to determine, if it was the Latin Kings, a drug dealer, a domestic relationship, an overdose that killed her. You know what I know is if she had a safe place to stay overnight, she wouldn't be dead today. We have solutions. For 2 years, I've been in meetings with the county trying to get $1 million match for $3 million we have committed for 22 affordable housing units. We have buildings that we could do a permanent overnight place, and the county and the state have paid $250,000 for trailers to sit in a parking lot for a year that I wish today you would let me pull my pickup truck there and pull them out there, because the county owns property adjacent to Transformation Village that we could sit them on today with all of the wraparound services. So for Haley's sake, Mr. Brooks, you take action. If Mr. Brooks can't get it done, Vice Mayor, Mayor, County Commission, I demand that you take action, because people are dying every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKinney.
Our next speaker is going to be Christopher Stalder, followed by Lee Padua, Dana Hutchinson, Alan Levi, Tracy Jackson, and Samia Pratt.
Good morning. Christopher Stalder, 5102 St. Germain Avenue, Belle Isle, Florida, 32812. I'm here with Support Orlando Shelters to help our most vulnerable in our community. Every day there are more and more people suffering from the devastations of poverty and not being able to keep up with all the expensive things that keep getting more expensive. I just saw again this morning a lady near the intersection of Conway and Anderson. She was there yesterday and she's suffering alone. And there's so many people like her and so many families on the streets suffering as well. At least they have each other, but there are a lot of people that are alone too. I had the opportunity to go to the Central Florida Behavioral Hospital near SeaWorld last week, and I met a young gentleman that is a licensed clinical social worker that is interested in doing a group home for the homeless. And I will forward an email that I received from him to you, and maybe you can help him. With people having to make the hard choices of whether to make their mortgage payment or to feed themselves or their families, and they get foreclosed on, maybe something can be done to help these people in group homes in the communities where they are, to be able to resuscitate them and rehabilitate them back to being self-sustaining. And I appreciate all that everyone is doing. It's a huge problem, and it's only getting worse. And whatever we can do to help our neighbors helps our whole community and will help us have a brighter future together. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, there's a button? Oh, I think it's fine, right? Oh, my gosh. Thank you. Okay. Hi, I'm Lee Padua, and I'm here to talk about sloths. So thank you, Commissioner Wilson, for bringing this situation to light. And also thank you, Representative Dr. Escamani, for informing me of the presentation by Commissioner Wilson. So I will respect your time. I'm sure hers is more elegant than all the facts that I had presented or that I had written down. So I won't yap on about that. I'll just say that if we treat this as an isolated incident, then history will probably repeat itself. Leadership is tested after tragedy, and I really thank all of you for serving Orange County in the way that you do. And I look forward to Orange County setting a higher standard for animal welfare. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Dana Hutchinson, 19246 Lansdowne, Orlando, 32833. The Sloth World Orlando tragedy is not just a case of animal deaths. It's a stark example of systemic neglect, regulatory failure, and the exploitation of vulnerable wildlife. Florida state officials had knowledge, authority, and opportunity to take action to protect the sloths, and yet they did nothing. I was surprised at how inexpensive the sloths were, only $300 to $400 each. And people were excited enough to see them that they prepaid for tickets to a venue that hadn't even opened. The incentive is there for someone to do this again. The state's priority is making sure businesses in Florida maximize their profits above all else. I did a lot of research, I saw pictures, and read everything I could find regarding Sloth World. The fact that FWC refused to charge the owner with anything is an absolute disgrace. I think it is up to the county to prevent something like this from happening again. I want to be clear, this is not a knee-jerk reaction to one incident. Even if this business had done everything to properly care for those animals, taking an animal from the wild to put into an indoor fake rainforest is cruel. Orange County does not need this kind of attraction. Show that we believe in protecting the defenseless, support a county prohibition on importing exotic animals for entertainment. Lastly, this afternoon, please do not approve of item C4. Minimizing wetland impacts should always be a priority, and this does not do that. It can and should be done better. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alan Levi, 535 East Harding Street, Orlando, District 3. I am with Support Orlando Shelters. People got to go to the bathroom. Orange County has 20 public restrooms per 100,000 people, but at sundown, that number drops to 0. 300 people were arrested for public urination in 2024. 276 of those were unhoused. 274 were arrested again. It costs $300 per arrest. But it's not just the unhoused. Everyone at some time in their life has been in a public space and just absolutely needed to go and maybe did not make the best decision. And maybe they got arrested. That's damage to your dignity, and that's damage that makes it harder to sign a lease or get a job. This is what we're asking: for a shared partnership to distribute 15 public restrooms in strategically placed locations along the tourist corridor that are accessible to the unhoused community. And also, let's just limit arrests when there are no bathrooms nearby. Let's stop criminalizing a basic public need. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Samia Pratt. I'm a mom of 4 with children spread across 3 of your Orange County schools. Last year, we were successful in moving the bus stop after I posted a picture on social media of a car hopping the corner of our intersection and the children standing there waiting for the bus. We are still fighting. It's been 2 years, and we are still fighting to try to get some sort of safety measures, turn lane lighting on our streets. I attended your transportation planning session earlier this year, and they identified that area as a hot spot. They talked about ATS funding. But then when I tried to follow up, and I have been for the last 2 years working to try to get someone to pay attention to this, and I've had no success at all. I know you have your Vision Zero initiative. I just shook the hand of the gentleman that just received the reward, and as he was shaking my hand, I know he was like, oh God, not you again. I just keep showing up until someone will pay attention and do something. I pull out of my house, Bar Grove Estates, and I still see the memorial of a new death that we've had in the last 2 months that is not accounted for now on your initiative. So if someone could please pay attention, we need a turn lane, we need some lighting. My address is 4818 Gilded Jewel Drive, Mount Dora. I'm in unincorporated Orange County, and it's on the corner of Sadler Road and Orange Blossom Trail. You're getting ready to build a brand new park right there at that intersection near Sadler Road. However, I will not allow my children to even cross the street to go get a piece of candy from the store. We don't have any pedestrian sidewalks in that area where the children can safely cross. We don't even have a turn lane to pull into our community. When we had Jerry Hume come out to actually do the story on it, he was almost rear-ended getting into our community. And so if someone could please help us, I would appreciate, and I thank you for your time today.
Vice Mayor, we have Brett Blackador. So Ms. Pratt, if you could just see Brett Blackador. Thank you.
And thank you for keep showing up. Keep on, keep on.
Good morning, elected officials and all of the citizens of Orlando. My name is Tracy Jackson. I come before you, a citizen of Orlando. I live at 2436 East Ileana Street. I came here 2 years ago facing the same issue. 8 years ago, I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder after a life-interrupting event happened to me, and I was given a Section 8 voucher. I've been here about 5 years now. I moved from Miami thinking there was more and safer and habitable housing here. I have moved 4 times in 5 years since I've been here in Orlando. A lot of the properties that are on the Section 8 list, I've been told by my worker to try to pick a good unit from that pool. But how can you pick a good unit from the pool when the pool is full of doo-doo? This is my toilet. 2 years ago, I moved into this property after I came here, and I had the same complaint about the slumlords that are on the program. It's very difficult to get yourself back on pace when you're moving from place to place. It is very difficult for your children to get a proper education when they're being snatched from school to school. I was sent upstairs to the housing agency there. I have not heard anything back from them. My question is, how can the tenant, the participant of Section 8, continue to have a platform to make a complaint to the community Section 8 department or any supervisor when they become a villain? Because I'm complaining about roaches. This is my kitchen. There are so many roaches in my kitchen, I would have to charge them rent to evict them. I have sewage coming up through my tubs, my toilets, and even my kitchen sink 3 months after I moved into this new property. But my question is, I just need one person on this, I just need one person to care. Just one. I'm just looking for a place to call home. That's all I'm talking about. That's it.
Ms. Jackson, you see the young lady standing in the back? That's Tanya Wilson. She's director of the department that has housing in it. So if you could please see her.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, I believe that was our last speaker.
Thank you, Nick. Do we have anyone else who would like to make public comment? No? Okay, we will close the public comment, and at this time I'll call on County Administrator Byron Brooks to present the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I have just one item to pull off the consent agenda, and that's item G5 regarding a standard permit for environmental protection. That item will be considered concurrently this afternoon along with public hearing A1. So with that one item G5 being pulled to be heard this afternoon, staff presents the remainder of the consent agenda for board consideration.
So moved approval.
Thank you. Yeah, motion for approval?
Second, Gomez.
So Commissioner Uribe with the motion, Commissioner Gomez Cordero with the second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion passes. Motion carries unanimously. And we have Commissioner Mike Scott, who's joining us now but was absent on the vote. Okay, so I'd like to highlight some items that were approved in the consent agenda this morning that are exciting and worthwhile of celebrating. So Orange County is preparing for its 4th wave of what has become the largest medical debt relief initiative in Central Florida's history. To date, the county's debt relief efforts have eliminated over $637 million for more than 427,000 Orange County residents. Adding an additional $2 million for a revised amount of $6.5 million, the county anticipates alleviating the financial hardships of more than 100,000 additional residents. The Citizens Commission for Children Division has added an additional $112,500 in funding for existing reading and mathematics coaching program provided through its partnership with the Nonprofit Impact Outreach Ministries of Central Florida. The additional investment is expected to help mitigate and prevent learning loss for more than 36 additional youth. With this increase, the revised 3-year contract totals $562,500. The additional funding is supported by rollover funds from the Children's Services Fund, which must be contractually obligated by the end of 2026. With that, I will call on Carrie Mathis, the Procurement Division Manager, to present the Procurement Committee recommendation regarding selection of 1 firm and 2 ranked alternatives to provide professional solid waste system financial consulting services for Orange County Utilities. Request for proposals. Y26-137-KC.
Thank you. Good morning, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. This Procurement Committee had evaluated proposals for professional solid waste system financial consulting services for Orange County Utilities. I am requesting board selection of 1 firm and 2 ranked alternates, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Semrad was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
Thank you, Carrie. I move for the selection of Raff Tellis Financial Consultants, Inc. with 359.88 points, with Geosyntech Consultants, Inc. with 345 points, and Nugent Strategies and Solutions, LLC with 307.54 points as the ranked alternatives, as well as the requested action on the screen.
Second, Wilson.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Wilson, ladies first, got it. So motion by Semrad, second by Wilson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, with that, again, I call on Carrie Mathis, the manager of the Procurement Division, to present an update on the procurement ordinance. We have no action requested on this item, but we are all ready. Carrie, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to also invite Heather Wallace from the County Attorney's Office to join me at the podium. We will be tag teaming this, taking you through this work session with regards to an update to the procurement ordinance. So as part of the work session today, we're going to be providing you a bit of the background on the ordinance, an overview of the proposed changes. We'll be digging into some of the specific subsections of the ordinance that will be the focus of this update, providing you some detail on an accompanying administrative regulation update, and then discussing some key policy recommendations that we would like to get some feedback from the board. As background, the procurement ordinance, which is Chapter 17, Article 3, was adopted back in 1992, so we're 34 years since its original adoption. It has not had a comprehensive review and update since that time, so it has largely remained unchanged. There have been several updates to particular portions of the ordinance, such as the non-discrimination provisions, some definitions, source selection, and protests. This procurement ordinance update is intended to enhance consistency, clarify, modernize some procurement practices to really reflect what our current practices and standards are, and to improve the operational efficiency while still maintaining the high level of transparency, competitiveness, and accountability. We are requesting board input on proposed updates, which will advance as a public hearing in the fall. To provide an overview, the procurement ordinance as a whole covers 23 general subsections. They focus on delegation of authority, exemptions, definitions, conflict of interest, source selection methods, protest process, causes for suspension and debarment, as well as inspection and testing. This particular update to the procurement ordinance proposes changes to 6 of the 23 general subsections. The proposed revisions you'll find are largely administrative in nature. They're intended to align the procurement ordinance with our current procurement practices. Again, over the course of 3 decades, we have evolved in terms of our processes. We want to make sure we're creating consistency throughout the ordinance. supporting all competitive procurement methods that now exist, and incorporate in the use of electronic procurement tools and processes, since we are no longer paper-based. In the decades since the procurement ordinance was adopted, technological advances such as e-procurement platforms have come online and really transformed the procurement process. We leverage automation, we reduce administrative costs to the business community as well as the county in utilizing these electronic systems. Procurement methods for solicitation have also evolved from the standard invitation for bid, which are those competitive seal bids, and requests for proposals, which include some of those qualitative factors to really identify overall best value. So part of today's work session, we're going to introduce a couple additional tools that we'd like to put in that toolbox for procurement methods. And it should be noted that the procurement division routinely seeks feedback, both formally and informally, from internal and external stakeholders to support our continuous improvement efforts. And we'll be taking you through some of those stakeholder engagements that helped inform the proposed updates to the procurement ordinance as we go through the work session. Transitioning to the proposed changes to the ordinance, we really seek to modernize the ordinance for alignment to best practices, ensuring that we are consistent throughout. We are proposing updates to 6 of the 23 general subsections. Those include general updates, definitions, competitive exemptions, the types of solicitations, the protest process, and causes for suspension. Regarding general updates, the procurement ordinance currently identifies the procurement division as the purchasing and contracts department. We are proposing an update to the procurement division for consistency to the county's organizational structure. So these are some of these administrative changes to kind of bring it up to date in terms of what the county's current standards are. The procurement ordinance also identifies the head of procurement division as the chief of purchasing and contracts. We are proposing to update all references to the term chief procurement official, which will remove the need for any ordinance update if the current title of the procurement manager were ever to change. The procurement ordinance includes numerous provisions which reference the term bids, and we're proposing to update the terminology throughout to just refer to solicitation. That will encompass all types of competitive procurement methods and not specifically focus on bids. The procurement ordinance also reflects very manual processes for the submission of bids and proposals. And it should be noted that since we are 6 years removed from being a paper-based procurement operation, we want to propose an update to reflect the use of the electronic procurement system, which is our sole platform utilized for all county competitive solicitation processes. So again, that's some of the evolution over time that we are now transitioning to leverage some of the technologies. Transitioning to definitions, we want to ensure that we have concise verbiage throughout the procurement ordinance. We're proposing updates to remove unnecessary definitions that have common meanings such as business and contract. We want to ensure terminology is consistent and reflects current terms. The proposed update will update the definition of construction to a definition that is more consistent with the county's current practice and replaces references to bidder, again with respondent where appropriate, so that it's a consistent terminology throughout, regardless of the solicitation type. Regarding competitive exemptions, those are all codified under Section 17-286, and they identify the following as exempt from competitive procurement requirements. There's a series of them you'll see on the accompanying slides. But it starts with agreements to the board and nonprofit and governmental entities for procurement of and transfer of sale and exchange of goods and services. With regards to this bullet point, I'd like the Commission to know that we are currently undergoing a separate analysis that's being performed with regards to nonprofit exemptions. We will be advancing for further discussion in the future an item specific to this particular analysis. The second bullet, you can see there's a myriad of additional competitive exemptions. They include dues and memberships, advertisements, engaging expert witnesses, title insurance for real property, art and artistic services, et cetera, et cetera. It continues on with, again, more competitive exemption elements identified as real property, purchases from state and federal GSA term contracts. If we're awarding contracts by any local and state or national government agency and we're utilizing those as piggybacks, those are considered competitive exemptions. So this is the current listing of all of the competitive exemptions that exist in the procurement ordinance. We're proposing updates to the competitive exemptions.
including adding the competitive exemption for medical services provided by physicians or other medical professionals. This is primarily used by corrections and health services to ensure that the inmate population has the care and treatment that they need while they're in our custody and care. This exemption for medical services by physicians and other medical professionals is consistent with an exemption that is allowed by Florida state statute. We're requesting an additional competitive exemption for accreditations. Typically, there is only one accrediting body, and so it would be virtually impossible for us to be able to gain competition amongst accrediting bodies since there just isn't competition that typically exists. And we're looking to clarify the existing exemption for utilities to include internet and phone services and add language that might allow for future expansion of those particular utilities exemptions where competition doesn't exist. With regards to types of solicitations, the procurement ordinance prescribes currently two methods of formal solicitation. That is the invitation for bid, which we know is our competitive seal bidding process, as well as request for proposals, which really seeks to achieve best value through qualitative factors. We're seeking to incorporate some additional procurement methods to support agile and strategic procurement sourcing. We'd like to add a process for the request for information, which is an informal process that allows the county to obtain information through market analysis to help inform us when the county is unclear of how to meet a specific need. That helps us to gauge what the market has to bear, fact-finding, and it allows us to consider how we might want to structure a formal solicitation in the future. Again, there is no award that's made in a request for information. It's simply some market analysis. We'd like to add a process for invitation to negotiate. This procurement method is very similar to a request for proposals, whereby we would score and shortlist the proposers or the respondents, but this particular process would allow the county to simultaneously negotiate to ultimately achieve the best value amongst the shortlisted firms. This is a method that has been undertaken by the state of Florida. Also, if we're looking at our neighboring community, the city of Orlando has in the past leveraged invitation to negotiate as a procurement strategy. We'd like to add in a provision also to consider public-private partnership proposals, or the P3s. Florida Statute 255-065 provides a general process that allows for agencies to create their own more detailed process. Many of our neighboring local governments have created their own process, but Orange County to date has not yet done so. And so by virtue of this update, we're seeking to be able to incorporate that in so we have a more defined process. We have received an unsolicited proposal that is currently under evaluation, and so we're recommending that a process be created to further delineate what that process will be should we receive any future unsolicited proposals in the future. We are going to be providing an accompanying administrative regulation to further define that process, which Heather will provide you some guidance on. And I'm going to turn it over to Heather to take us through the protest process portion of the work session.
So we have identified several inconsistencies in the protest processes that are described in our current procurement ordinance. These inconsistencies have created confusion to vendors in the past. We have different timeframes, we have different methods by which people are to challenge a procurement, and it has resulted in sometimes people not following the correct process and sometimes losing out on their ability to protest. So we are going to be talking more as we go through this about some suggestions that we have to improve that process. This update hopefully will improve the clarity, efficiency, and consistency of the protest process, but also, of course, we want to maintain fairness and due process. On average, the county issues 345 formal solicitations annually with a protest rate of 4%. This gives you an idea of the number of protests that have been received by the county over the last several years, as well as the percentage of those protests that were denied and the percentage of those protests that were upheld as they went through the process. So we put together this benchmark analysis that gives you, I understand it's really small and I apologize, but it's a lot of information. And we're going to talk about these things in more detail moving forward. But a few things that I would like you to notice about this slide. One is that Orange County is in the minority in that we have two different processes depending on whether it's an invitation for a bid or a request for proposal. As you can see, almost all these other entities have one process regardless of the type of solicitation. Miami-Dade is an exception to that. They have a carve-out for a design solicitation funded with federal funds. I'm not really sure why. But other than that, everyone has one consistent process regardless of the type of solicitation. Also, I would like to point out that most of these organizations, their first level is a protest to the procurement director or procurement manager, whatever their title is for that particular position. Also, I wanted to point out that as far as an appeal process, almost all of these other entities have some type of formal hearing as part of their appeal process, either a formal hearing before the Board of County Commissioners, a formal hearing before a hearing master or a special master or an appeal committee. And currently in our process, we don't have a hearing. We have a process whereby the appellant will contact each one of your offices and try to set up a meeting with you. And so, again, we're going to talk about this in more detail, but these are the things that we noticed when we were looking at the other local governments that we normally compare ourselves to. And Carrie's going to talk a little bit about some stakeholder engagement that was done as part of this process.
Sorry, thank you. Okay. We didn't coordinate our back and forth here. So for stakeholder engagement, back in April of this year, we launched a survey because we wanted to really gain some feedback from respondents, from any bidder or proposer who might have participated in a formal solicitation that was protested. That doesn't necessarily mean they were the one protesting, but they were a party to a procurement process for which a protest was filed. And so we took a look at our FY25 data of all of our solicitations that were protested, and we sent out a survey to 125 vendors, all of which is the entirety of the pool of vendors that had participated in a formal solicitation process during which a protest was filed. We left the survey out and open for a period of 10 business days. We received a total of 11 responses, a 9% response rate to the survey. In addition to that, we convened a focus group the following month where we invited a subsection of those 125 vendors representing all of the different sections. So bidders and proposers who pursued goods and services, bidders and proposers who pursued construction and professional services procurements. We invited them to the table and we got some feedback between the survey and the focus group that helped inform the ordinance updates that we're proposing, as well as a separate procurement action plan that's outside of the procurement ordinance update that we're proposing. And I'll kind of take you through what each of those looked like as a result of that feedback. With regards to the procurement ordinance update, as a result of that feedback and engagement, we're adding verbiage in to allow protesters the ability to supplement their formal written protest after filing if a public record request is filled. We heard from them that it's a very short period of time for which they have to protest and file their formal written, and sometimes there's an accompanying public record request that is in the process of being fulfilled. And so they said it's not really fair if we get fulfillment after the time frame. We'd like consideration that if we submit a public record request that we can utilize that and supplement that information. So we're writing that in to allow for that and give them that due process to understand the record fulfillment and incorporate that in. We are proposing to structure the protest process as a single consistent process regardless of the procurement type. So something that Heather mentioned that you would see in the benchmarking is we have a separate protest process for IFBs versus a separate protest process for RFPs. The feedback from the business community was, we just want to have a single process. We don't want to have to try to figure out what's the process for an IFB versus RFP. It would be nice if the county has a single process that everybody would follow to try to avoid some of that confusion and understanding how to navigate it. So that's the way that we are structuring the protest update in accordance with one consistent process throughout. And as a result of their feedback also, we are removing the requirement for respondents to provide their protest to others who participated in the procurement. That function will become the sole responsibility of the procurement division. So as the ordinance currently reads, if you participate in an invitation for bid and you protest, you as the protester are responsible to provide your protest to all of the other bidders. However, if you protest in an RFP process, the current ordinance says we will distribute the protest to all of the other proposers. And so we just want to make it consistent. The feedback that we heard in the focus group was, we want procurement to be the central point of contact. That's what you told us it is throughout the whole process. Therefore, we don't want to have to be communicating and providing any sort of messaging or information to the others that participated. That should be your function. We agree with that, so we're incorporating that in and removing the requirement and creating the sole responsibility for procurement to distribute the protest regardless of solicitation type. In terms of a procurement action plan that's outside of this ordinance update, what are some of the actions that we took away from the focus group and from the survey? As we are currently coordinating with our e-procurement platform, which is OpenGov, to create some additional status flags in the system that, when selected, will automatically deploy a notification to all subscribers for that procurement. And so that will give them a more automated information to understand the status of the procurement rather than having them go mine our website for every specific status. Once we update a status flag to say it's recommended for award, they'll receive an automatic notification through their email that will inform them of that, and then they can go look at our recommendation for award. Currently, we don't have that technology throttled on, so it's incumbent upon any bidder or proposer to have to keep looking at our website to see if a recommendation has been posted. So we're trying to leverage some of the technology that exists to help provide some more automated communication to the business community so they can understand the status in a more efficient way. Additionally, we've completed updates to our boilerplates to incorporate the debrief provision into all invitation for bid boilerplates. Currently, it had existed only in a request for proposals boilerplate, and so we would offer debriefs to proposers to understand how their scoring was derived at as part of that procurement committee meeting, but we really didn't have the debrief provision included in an invitation for bid. And sometimes bidders are deemed non-responsive or non-responsible, and they really want to have a deeper dive into why. We do post that in the recommendation for award posting that's on the website, but some of them endeavor to want to have more education to learn about those specific factors in an invitation to bid that led them to not be considered further. So we've already updated our boilerplates to include that debrief provision so they know that they have the opportunity to come to us and we'll meet with them and explain it in further detail to hopefully help educate them so they don't reoccur in that same situation in the future. So those updates are already either in the works or the second one with the debriefing is already done. We are also developing an educational curriculum to the departments to provide comprehensive training on technical evaluation components. That's a critical part of assessing any bidder's responsibility, and so we want to make sure that we're doing our part to educate some of those staff that are assigned to do these types of things. We want to make sure that they're fully informed and educated on what specific components they need to make sure that they are sufficiently addressing to determine the responsibility of any bidder. Turn it back to Heather.
So as we've already mentioned, the procurement ordinance defines two different processes for invitation for bids and request for proposals for protests. Under the invitation for bids, the current process is we do a protest review with the procurement manager who makes a decision. If the person is unhappy with that decision, they then go to a protest hearing with a protest committee, and then if they're still unhappy, it's an appeal to the board. Under the request for proposals, they have a protest hearing with they go back to the procurement committee that scored the solicitation to begin with, and then an appeal to the board. The protest hearing with the procurement committee, just so you know, some issues we run into recently, there are some parts of a request for proposals that are not scored by the committee. They are scored by the procurement department based on standards within the procurement manual. When someone protests that, they still have to go back to the procurement committee. And then that makes it difficult for the procurement committee because they're trying to decide a protest about something they didn't decide to begin with and have no control over. So based on all of these issues, we're recommending establishing one process for all solicitation types to avoid the kind of conflicting processes and confusion. As we already mentioned, our benchmark analysis only identified one other county that has different processes based on the type of solicitation. So we're going to propose 3 different options for you today to try and get some feedback as to what you feel is the best option. Option 1 would be maintain our current process but add clarifications. So do everything we can to try and avoid confusion. For instance, like I mentioned, there's different time periods based on the protest process. We would make it all one time period, make the process consistent, but still have the current process that we already maintain. Option 2 would be to replace the current process with a decision by the procurement manager and then an appeal hearing to the Board of County Commissioners. Option 3 would be to replace the current process with a decision by the procurement manager and then an appeal to a protest committee. That protest committee would be comprised of 3 staff members appointed by the county administrator to serve in that capacity on an annual basis. So again, option 1 would be would be to maintain the current process, which we've already identified has some issues. But we would do the best we could to create as many consistencies as possible and try and avoid some of those problems that we've had in the past. Option 2 would be to replace the current process with the decision by the procurement manager and an appeal hearing to the Board of County Commissioners. This again would create a consistent process for protest review, and an appeal hearing before the Board of County Commissioners would ensure that the vendor has an opportunity to present concerns to the Board of County Commissioners. This would consist of an actual scheduled agenda item where you would hear from both sides as to what the substance of the protest is and then make a decision after the hearing. And then again, option 3 would be replace current process with a decision by the procurement manager and an appeal to this protest committee, which would be made up of 3 individuals appointed by the county administrator to serve on an annual basis. Again, this would provide a hearing process and also a consistent process regardless of the type of solicitation. So our recommendation is for option 3. Obviously, you know, it's up to you all which you would prefer, but that is what we are suggesting, as we feel like could be the best option in terms of removing these inconsistencies and also providing those who are protesting with an ability to have a hearing in front of individuals and present their case. And we'll come back to that at the end of the presentation. And then another item that we wanted to discuss with you today is the possibility of a protest bond. We are proposing implementing a protest bond that recognizes the administrative resources that are required to conduct a formal protest review and encourages well-founded protests. It's intended to support an efficient procurement process, not discourage legitimate vendor challenges, but it ensures that protests are filed when there is a substantive basis for the challenge while preserving their rights to due process. Again, we did some benchmark analyses, and you can see here most other organizations have some type of protest bond. Some have, you know, for instance, Miami-Dade, they have a filing fee and an admin fee. Seminole has 5% or $5,000, whichever is less. Some require a bond on appeal. It varies based on the local government, but most have some type of bond included as part of the protest process. And you can see most of the time it is refundable if the protester prevails. If the protester does not prevail, sometimes it's refundable, less costs. And again, our staff recommendation is to implement a protest bond requirement equal to 1% of the annual value of the bid or proposal. So it would be, under design awards, it would be the estimated budget, or $5,000, whichever is less. The bond would be fully refundable if the protester prevails in their protest. And again, this would be consistent with the bond requirement for several other jurisdictions in the area. This just gives you an idea of what that bond would look like depending on the value of a solicitation. If it was a $250,000 solicitation, it would be a $2,500 bond. And then $1 million and up, it would be a $5,000 bond that would have to be posted. And now Carrie's going to talk a little bit about causes for suspension. And we will come back to the protest process at the end.
Okay. Section 17-314 of the ordinance addresses causes for suspension and debarment, and it identifies 9 scenarios for which a vendor may be suspended. And again, these have been in place for many decades. You can see 5 of them on the screen here. Really, when it comes to defaulting or failure to comply with the contract, if they commit fraud or misrepresentation, if they're charged by a court with a commission of a criminal offense, charged in court for embezzlement, theft, forgery, etc., or if they become insolvent and have bankruptcy proceedings instituted against it. Continuing on, if they commission an act or omission to perform any act which is grounds for debarment, if they violate our ethical standards, which is really important, if they're suspended by another governmental entity, so many of our counterparts and even the state of Florida does produce lists that are monitored for if they're convicted vendors, if they're suspended or debarment, we have the ability to also suspend effectively, or if there's any other cause that the procurement manager determines on a commercial basis to be so serious and compelling that it materially impacts their ability to function as a contractor. It should be noted that there is an appeal process afforded to all vendors subject to suspension or debarment. So again, there's still due process. If for some reason they're suspended, they have the ability to appeal and go through due process to be able to state their case as to why they believe they should not have been suspended. We're proposing some updates to the suspension division, as you see on the screen. We'd like to add the ability to suspend the principals of the business entity as well as the business entity itself that participated in the activity causing the suspension. We'd like to add in the ability to suspend for a violation of cone of silence or the blackout period, because that currently does not exist. And yet it is a very serious offense if someone is to violate our blackout process. We want to add the ability to suspend for withdrawal of a bid or proposal after opening, and this would only be if multiple occurrences were to happen, such that there is a trend of consistently asking for withdrawal after the bid opening occurs. We'd like to add in the ability to suspend if the vendor fails to comply with the county's small business enterprise participation or requirements of an awarded contract. So previous, when the MWBE process was when that program was in place, there was a suspension ability to, basically it mirrored this, and we sunsetted it when the MWBE program was suspended. We'd like to bring it back in the form of an ability to suspend if they don't comply with the county's new small business program and those requirements of their commitments in their submittal. And we'd like to allow for the length of the suspension to be effective for a period of up to 5 years. Currently, the code limits for up to 2 years of suspension. And Heather's going to take us through the administrative regulations that will accompany the procurement ordinance updates.
So as a companion to the procurement ordinance update, we would like to add some language in the ordinance to incorporate public-private partnerships. As Carrie discussed earlier, these are allowed by statute. We have actually received one that we are currently processing. So we would like to suggest an incorporation into the ordinance, but also a new administrative regulation that would give us a much more specific process for how we would process those unsolicited proposals. This will provide a formal process that's accessible to proposers prior to submittal to provide transparency and consistency in processing. Right now, the one that we're processing, we are using the statute to process it, but the statute doesn't have a lot of detail in it. So we would like to have a process that gives us more, and gives people who want to submit them more guidance as to what we are expecting as part of their unsolicited proposal. It would be consistent with processes that are adopted by other local governments in the area. It would also provide for an application fee that would help reimburse the county for extensive staff time spent on the review of these proposals. I can tell you that with the one that we're currently processing now, a number of staff members have spent a significant amount of time reviewing that before we get to the point where we feel like we can even bring it to you. And then there is, of course, administration. If you all decide to move forward with it, there'll be negotiating a contract. There will be, monitoring the progress as it moves forward. So we would like to have an application fee that helps, pay the county back, so to speak, for the amount of time that we're spending on these. We're also proposing some revisions to the administrative regulation for the procurement committee membership. We're updating it to the SBE instead of MWBE. We're also updating to reflect the fact that the scoring will be consistent with the ordinance solicitation and the procurement manual. We're also proposing some revisions to the administrative regulation for a contract negotiation. because we're trying to update it to reflect how we actually go about negotiating contracts. So as far as our key policy recommendations that we would like input on before we bring the ordinance back to you, one would be the protest process. As we discussed, we're suggesting 3 options. Option 1, maintain the current process but add clarifications. Option 2, replace the current process with a decision by the procurement manager and appeal hearing to the Board of County Commissioners. Or option 3, replace the current process with a decision by the procurement manager and an appeal to a protest committee comprised of 3 staff members appointed by the county administrator.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
Are you going to go through
We've
each?
got one other recommendation.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
I was going to ask, do you want to get through all of them, or you want to stop? You want to stop and let the board weigh
Do you
in on
wanna-
each one?
Okay, there's only one more. We also mentioned a recommendation for a board direction on a protest bond. So we would love some direction on whether you would like us to bring that back as part of the ordinance update or not. And that is it, unless you all have any questions.
Thank you. So now we'll go to the board for comments. We have a couple commissioners who rang in, starting with Commissioner Uribe.
Good morning, ladies, and thank you for this update. Just a really quick question. What is our current appeal cost right now? So if somebody appeals a decision?
Nothing.
There's no cost for anything right now.
Nothing right now.
Correct.
So-
There
and
has not
Are we
been.
pretty much one of the only major counties that doesn't? Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's what I thought. So I had a couple notes here. One, during the procurement process over the last year, there were state and federal law changes that caused that process to change. And I was one that advocated for rebidding because I felt that if you were actually in that process would have been awarded the contract if those measures had kept. And once you, and I can understand where you just guys said, I just removed it, right? But when that is a heavy weighted part of the RFP, it swayed the entire process. And ironically, when you rebid it, it actually went totally different. But my point is, I don't feel like that's addressed enough because I think those things are out of your control, right? So if the federal government or the state government says you no longer can do this, how do we proceed in the future? Because I felt they were correct, right? But I felt that we did, the way you took it made sense, but it didn't really make sense because one company had never really put any effort in that part of the of the application, and so the company who never even went by the rules that we existed would have been awarded the contract. So can you give me some feedback on that?
I hope I answer your question right, Commissioner, and please help me if I need to perhaps provide some more context. But you're right, sometimes there are changes in legislation that will affect what we can evaluate and what we can't evaluate. And so what we've done in the procurement procedures manual is we've incorporated in a threshold of a firm must achieve a minimum score of 60% of the total weighted score in order to be deemed considered qualified, right? So that will help us in the event that a criteria needs to be combed out because it's no longer allowed by law for us to consider. We don't have to have a total weighting of 100 necessarily. If you're familiar with the procurement process, and I know that you are because you've sat on many of them and participated, the total weighting is typically 100, and then we have a scale of 1 through 5 for the scoring, right? So a proposer could achieve potentially a total of 500 points if they got 5s on all of the criteria.
Right.
Our baseline has always been a score of 300 is the minimum to advance forward. That's basically a 3. That's meeting minimum requirements.
Right.
300 is 60% of 500. So that's how we establish the baseline of 60%. So even if that total weighting of 100 for some reason needs to be throttled down because something is no longer able to consider, we've established that whatever that total weighting times the 5 eligible points, you'd have to still achieve 60% of that. So that gives us the ability to continue on. I don't know if that answered your question, Commissioner, so I'm happy to try to clarify if it didn't.
It doesn't because at the time, I mean, we know what we're talking about at the time, that was a very significant part of the procurement process that we had in Orange County. And we really respected companies that actually took that into place, as opposed to a company who disregarded it completely and never would have qualified to get that bid. And so I don't feel that that's an easy fix, because I know mathematically, and you guys are math geniuses, I think I was an accountant in another life too, you would just say, if I just remove this and remove that value, everything should work out. But then I think of the applicant part, when I know how important that is, and I make sure my company fulfills that, and maybe I wasn't as strong in other areas, now I didn't get to justly apply according to your rules. So I actually don't see it as clean as that. And I can't offer you, I mean, this is what you all do, I can't offer you the exact way, but I don't think that we should be able to do that. You know, I don't think that that's really fair, because the applicant applied with the rules that were set, and the rules got changed after they applied. And so as much as that is very, very difficult for you all to be like, okay, now how do we deal with this? Because we would essentially have to redo all of our work. It would be nice to find a way to do that, because, you know, when you think of veterans, let's just say the veteran, right? It doesn't carry as much weight. My experience has been where companies have not had any. And then let's just say our next president says, I want to take care of veterans, and completely weighs it up. You would actually exclude a lot of your applicants right now who don't really invest in that part of their application. So I still think that needs, hopefully we won't be dealing with anything extreme, but I think if we do, we have to be cognizant of that, because I think it's hard. And I will tell you, I worry on a couple things, and I just want to, I am falling in line with your recommendations, okay? I have been boisterous over the years on certain things that I didn't feel were great. When we talked about headquartered, right? There was, I remember a case that eventually you guys helped tweak it, where the applicant wasn't even based in Florida, went against, it was a lobbying, federal lobbying, went against companies who were based in Florida, and the applicant who wasn't even headquartered here or had an office here won the bid. And I was really upset about that, because I said, we are not helping a business that's actually located centrally. And so my concern comes on the value of points, just like when we talk about veterans, just when we talk about headquartered. And also, I've also sat through your executive order sheet where they're just like, hey, our HR lady is this, so give us points because we have a position here. And so it is not you, it is me. Sometimes I question these applications, and I've sat through them and I've read them, and I've questioned, did you just happen to stick someone in that department to qualify and so forth. So I wonder when, and another one issue is when we've requested folks that are headquartered here, and we've learned through the process that there have been companies who just have office space here but don't really have an office here. You know, when do we start validating those things, especially when they're repeat applicants? Because you kind of tend to notice companies that go after government contracts, they're kind of shaped that way. Like when I talk to businesses, and I was a little disappointed on the return of your 9%, because what we notice is companies we have found out over the years, their kid's a student at UCF and they use their kid's dorm as an office, or they rent a room at ABC Construction so that they can say we have an office here, but they really don't. So that means the money that they're taking is going to another state and not staying here, but they get to say, hey, I opened a shop for 2 years, so I'm here. Have we ever gotten into really looking into that a little deeper to really validate, like tax dollars, what's rolling out of there, how many employees are actually here, how many employees? Because when I will say I've talked to a lot of folks who want to apply, but just don't feel that it's really solidified. And then I've had people come to me who were part of a contract and didn't get to work. And they just get to go and even, you know, that division's like, well, good faith. Well, good faith isn't rules. I can tell you, don't be bad. That doesn't mean, you're like, well, what does bad mean? You know, I just feel that you guys do such a great job at really scoping the best person. I think the other half of this is actually securing that those are done and fulfilled, because a lot of these people come back and rebid on other contracts. So I would love to see a little more teeth in how you do that. And it worries me a little, because it tends to, I've sat in these where you've got people from that division, because clearly you won't know what's important in public works or solid waste, so you have folks there. But I have heard conversations, well, we've been working for them for years, and Ray's a good guy, and I don't think that's the intended way of how you look at applications, but I've sat in those conversations where I've pushed back, not all the time because I don't know, but to say, well, it works, so we're good with that. And I've also seen how you all try to get references and have had challenges actually even get anyone to call you back and things like that. And sure, if I gave someone a contract, what motivation do I have that no longer is contracted with me to help them get additional work? So I hope one day we can actually look at really what this all means in that situation. I am not for delaying. I think RFPs take way too long. I think that's probably why we end up paying more than market rate, because if I put a bid today, it could be a year before I actually get the job. So costs go up, and I think it's a backlash of how folks just know, hey, bid high with the government because it's going to take forever to get it, and I've just spent so much manpower applying for this RFP, but it really won't come through till 27, And so I would love to find ways to help streamline that, And so I am with you for option 3. I do think that some people just like to protest because they can. And so I do believe the bonding is that. I would even like to see additional ways of finding when you do protest that there has to be some legitimacy just besides I didn't like that I didn't get picked. So I've seen that too. But I do worry when things have been rebidded within your system and the numbers change, because it either questions me on two things. Was there not openness and fairness the first time, or was there not openness and fairness the second time? And I had an issue with the last RFP that came up here, because how did that completely change? And it had nothing to do with the companies. It worries me on the process, because it was the same players' change of mind, except one person no longer worked for Orange County. So that is worrisome to me too when you do that. But I think, Carrie, I think your team really tries to be as clear and transparent on this. But I think outside of your job, making sure that these things that are fulfilled on how you got it have to become part of the process for people who are repeat applicants. So, but I'm with you on option 3, and I do also believe that that there should be a bond minimally. But I do think that we take too long. I would just love to find a way that we can streamline that, and maybe by putting the bond and maybe by doing things. But I would love to have more weighted on, one day, maybe I need to sit with you more on the value of the points, because that's always been an issue to me. Someone gets a 5 in veterans, but it means so little that it didn't sway the decision. And then the complying of repeat applicants who get other things, did they really hire all the small businesses that they applied with in their list of companies they would use locally? Because I've heard too many small businesses not get the work when they were part of an application. And then they can't afford to qualify on their own. So they're a sub because, and then one last thing is, I would love to also see a prime be required to put their own bonding up and not make the small sub put their own bonding when they actually qualified for the RFP. And this is something with Sheena, because they're capable of bonding. So if I'm capable of bonding $1 million, but I hire a subcontractor and I make my subcontractor use his own bonding on his share of the work, it doesn't seem fair, because that's what qualified the guy in the first place. Right. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Uribe. Commissioner Wilson.
Very briefly for me, I think I want to be super complimentary to your team, to this process, for people who don't understand public procurement and the importance of it being public, that is sometimes in and of itself a delay, because it is a public process, that it is something that we have, that there's a great deal of deliberation. And anybody that wants to know how bad things can get when you don't go through that process, go check out the Reflecting Pool in DC. It is critical that we include as many experts when we go through these processes. I think for the purpose of this update, I want to say a lot of it feels very common sense to me. And I know that sometimes it's a lived experience for you all. And so to get those collected and then make them part of an update is, I think, an efficiency in and of itself. So thank you for doing that. I am supportive of option 3, which aligns with staff recommendations. I am also in support of the implementation of a protest bond. And I wanted so those are my 2 things I wanted to say. I'm in support of both those. But I also wanted, just for the public purpose, for you to explain a little bit or give maybe an example of what an invitation to negotiate is in comparison, because I think it's a little bit of a different creature.
Sure. And thank you for asking. It is a method that's out there, and there's certain agencies that utilize it because they have the ability to, and others that don't. Previous to coming to Orange County, I worked for the city of Winter Park, and we leveraged invitation for negotiations several times. So I've had a little bit of experience doing those. I know the city of Orlando has done them, and I've sat in training that the state of Florida has given. They leveraged invitations to negotiate as well. And an invitation to negotiate is still a formal solicitation process. It's very much likened to an RFP process. It's just kind of labeled differently. There's still criteria that one would have to go through. They still get scored like a shortlisting. But what it gives us the ability to do is, let's say we shortlist to 3 firms. We could negotiate with all 3 of them at the same time to try to derive at the best negotiated agreement for the county, as opposed to only going to the top rank firm and negotiating, and then if we're not successful, we have to terminate and go to the next. It gives us the ability to simultaneously negotiate amongst those 3 to try to figure out how we can get the best negotiated agreement.
So really another efficiency. I mean,
Yes.
if you think about it, and potentially the most positive outcome for tax dollars. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Cordero.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have 4 questions. I think they're easy. I don't know if I don't think they have been answered, but the first one is in the protest process. For example, how will this affect small minority business?
So the protest process is the same regardless of business type. They currently all follow the same process in our current ordinance, regardless of if they're a small business or a minority business or a large firm. They have to follow the same process. And that will be no different if we update it. It would apply to all of the business community and not just subsections of it. They would all have to consistently follow the same process.
But could this be a financial barrier for them? Could they be penalized if they don't have
the bond?
Yes, the bond.
It could be. I have seen some other local governments that waive the bond for registered small businesses. So that could be an option too. If that's something you wanted us to put in there, we could do that.
Okay, okay. So, okay, but will this penalize the vendor? No? Okay.
Well, I mean, it will be a cost to them to bring forward a protest, but if they prevail, they'll get it back. It's only if they do not prevail in the protest that we would hold on to it.
So they will have to have it by the application time, right? When they submit the application, or no?
No, when they actually file a protest to the decision.
When they file the protest.
Yeah, they wouldn't need to file it in a normal solicitation. It's only when they decide. If they want to bring a protest themselves of the decision, then they would have to file the bond.
Okay, and keeping that line, do we have any data showing how many bids protest Orange County received per year, or how many of those were deemed without any merit?
Yep.
We have it there?
We'll go back to that.
There you go. There's the data, Commissioner, from 2022 on, current to date. So you can see the total number of protests received by fiscal year. And we also show you the percent that were denied ultimately and the percent that were upheld by fiscal year. And again, on average, we get about 4% of our total solicitations that are protested on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I had a question on this slide. Just out of curiosity, when you look at the numbers and the number of protests that were received, is there ever in the years where there's a higher number received protests, is there some type of like a market shock that happens that creates a catalyst effect or anything like that, or is this just
It's a good question, Commissioner, but it's really hard for us to kind of, I can't tell you that off the top of my head. Was it a time with extreme volatility where people were kind of vying more for government contracts as opposed to times when, the market was more stabilized and maybe they had choices in the market? I really can't tell you today and put my finger on what caused the increase over certain years versus other years. It's possible that it could be correlated to something with regards to supply chain or volatility, but I don't have that data to share with you.
Thank you. Well, I would like to say that I appreciate your department so much because I think that the entire reason of procurement process and making sure that we have a good one is to make sure that public money is used to the benefit of public and not just to serve those who are politically well connected. So your process is very important to ensure fairness. I also support option 3 with my colleagues as well. And I wanted to just let you know that I also appreciated how you included an educational front, where when somebody applies and doesn't get it, that you actually spend time with the applicant to educate them, because I know that your time is valuable, and I know that that's an additional task on your plate. But I think it's super important, especially for our small businesses, to learn from you. You guys are the experts, and so I thank you for all that you do. Byron, there was no requested action, and I do hear that, there's a consensus. Commissioner Scott, you want to ring in? No, but go ahead.
You talked about the statuses, right? And being able to just push out something to everyone who had interest in a particular procurement. What I would suggest is, can you put like a generic, like no update? Because obviously just in the realm of our processes, there could be a lot going on administratively and there's no update, but a lot of time has passed. And so as you create those flags of like, say, hey, listen, we're still working on it, or no, something that allows you to give a generic update to say there is no update, if that makes sense. With regards to the options, so every year the county administrator would pick a process, right? Have you figured out what you guys are going to do when we add 2 additional commissioners? Obviously, right now, it averages out to about 2 procurements per commissioner per year. Are you still tweaking that process, or have you landed on what that's going to look like?
Yeah, so good question. And that's prescribed in the administrative regulation of the composition of the procurement committee, and it does identify board delegates. So yes, we do the quick math, and we have 6 district commissioners. They serve on a monthly rotating basis, basically 2 months out of the year. It was easy math, right? Because we had 12 months, 6 commissioners twice a month. So that's something we're going to be doing the staff assignment or the assignment of those come January. So we're kind of working through that now. What does it look like? Is it an 8-week rotation? Is it something that we just go through the districts and then it re-ups? So you won't necessarily always have January and July. You might, have January and then, several months later. Like it's just not exact math now. But yes, Commissioner, it is something that we're thinking about now as we're going to be elevating to 8 district commissioners. We need to make sure that we have that staffing schedule for the procurement committees, and that will be forthcoming in January.
Good. And are there any other counties or cities that have a more public, or maybe not necessarily public, but a process that involves members of the public? Like, is there like a procurement advisory committee or anything like that you're aware of? In any other county or city?
Not that I'm aware of. I could do some outreach to just poll peers. I'm not aware of that. There are occasions, Commissioner, where we do have members from either another agency or technical advisors that serve on a procurement committee, just to give kind of like that technical advisor. But I'm not aware of any sort of member advisory committee that would be associated with procurements. As you know, these are public meetings. The public can come. They're invited to sit, and sometimes they do. We also broadcast them virtually just as a courtesy to kind of help so people don't necessarily have to drive down to our office. And many times we do have people that are just observing the proceedings virtually as well. Whether they're proposers or whether they're citizens, we don't really know, but we do kind of allow those opportunities for folks to come in and kind of observe it. They're not participating, but I am not aware of any agency that has any sort of member advisory committee associated with any given procurements.
All right, 2 more things, Vice Mayor. With the, I guess the boilerplate you were talking about in the language, when you talk about like frequency of payments, the Net 30, the Prompt Payment Act, And then you talk about insurance thresholds. I know that there have been a number of barriers, and Commissioner Cordero kind of talked about this, of smaller businesses who might otherwise be eligible but are financially priced out because they can't afford some of the insurance thresholds. And I know that not every company needs every level of insurance. We require a lot of insurance, and generally it's standard when it comes to general liability, vehicles, and things like that. And so really looking at, as you guys carve this process out, it's not more of a question, just how do we put systems in place that are easy to allow for the waiving of insurance? Because right now it seems challenging to just go through the process, but something that will allow you and or John Petrelli and his team to be able to make some type of adjustment. So it's like, look, I don't know we have this, but I know one contract I worked on, I don't need honesty insurance, and we don't do this, but we're required to have this insurance, which is another cost. And so that cost is factored into my, my bid and my proposal, whereas if I didn't have that cost, it'd be cheaper to you as an entity and cheaper for me. Am I making sense?
Sure, yes. And typically what I'll say, commissioners, we have a collaborative workspace with risk, so we are managing a large system with them, so we're constantly collaborating on when we have scopes. We start with the basic standard insurance requirements that that they require, and then we kind of do bolt-ons. Well, they'll say, oh, this is a construction project, or they're going to need pollution liability. We need to add on. They're working out there in social services. They need the dishonesty or the child protection. Like they kind of add on in addition to the standard, but we always are coordinated with risk to understand what is the specific level of insurance needed for this particular procurement, because it's not a one-size-fits-all. We don't require them to provide their insurance with their bid or proposal, only at the time of award, because we don't want people to have to come out of money, right, just to be able to bind that insurance coverage. So that's something that I also just want to be clear is we don't ever want anyone to have to commit funding just to submit a bid or proposal, so it's only for that awardee. But we do declare what the insurance requirements will be for that particular procurement in the solicitation, so they know that. As part of our education when we do outreach is we encourage folks, take a look at your current coverage, take a look at what the county is asking for, and get with your carrier and see if you have a gap. Because if you have a gap in that coverage, and if you're successful, what is the value, what is the cost to cover that gap? Factor that into your bid or proposal so that you're covered for that in the event that you're successful. We try to educate on that, but we do work very closely with risk on a case-by-case basis to make sure that we have the proper insurance coverages declared up front, not after the fact, because it's not really fair to then go back to somebody and say, now you need to have these additional coverages. Like that's not how we handle procurements.
And then my last thing is just more of a comment. You're aware, we discussed this before. I don't know if Byron is aware, but as you all obviously will talk about the makeup of who these staff members are on a year-to-year basis, I would ask that it never be a circumstance where there is a supervisor and a subordinate employee on the same board. Because obviously that was a concern. It's like, okay, well, my boss is voting one way, and I may feel a certain way, but I'm going to go with my boss because he's my supervisor. And so I think that creates a perception for the vendor that, if someone is on there with their supervisor or manager, that they're going to go in that same way, and that's not a fair process. And so making sure that however the makeup is, whatever you guys ultimately come in, that is a factor of consideration.
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. That actually is something that's already been adjusted for in the proposed admin reg that we'll be advancing with this. We didn't kind of highlight it on there, but we have heard that feedback as well from the business community, a perception out there that, hey, maybe there's undue influence. So we actually have already written that in to the administrative regulation to preclude a direct report from serving with their supervisor on a procurement committee. That's something that will be coming forward in the fall.
Oh, I just had one more thought. I know we talked about thresholds larger, $9 million, $10 million, when we did the commodity services, construction service. I mean, Commissioner Reva had you guys do some additional research. But I remember when I left here in 17, you couldn't spend more than $1,500 on a P card. And then when I got to UCF, it was $10,000 on a P card. I mean, while you guys are looking at it and you're in this wheelhouse, maybe look at those thresholds and see if they need to be adjusted while you're in. While you got the book open, look at those things as well, because that may be something that you can address while we're having that conversation so that we don't have to come back later on. So just wanted to put that on your plate.
Sure, thank you for that. Those values, those thresholds aren't specifically prescribed in the ordinance. They're in policy. But a couple years back, we did take a look at updating the formal solicitation threshold. It was very low at the time. It was $35,000, and the board was willing to increase it up to the $150,000. But respectively with that, we did look at those kind of lower tiers of when do you need quotes, what is the single quote. So I think we're fairly refreshed on that, and what the board did authorized during that time was an automatic escalator to the formal solicitation threshold. So every 5 years, we look at the value that the CPI has increased, and we can adjust up to the nearest 10,000s. So 5 years ago or 6 years ago, the board authorized that board approval, or the formal solicitation threshold to change. This past October was our first year doing that 5-year CPI increase, and we found that the value of that CPI over that 5 years had increased $40,000. So automatically, as a result of that escalator that was built in, we've increased our formal solicitation threshold up to $190,000 to account for that. So every 5 years, we'll do that calculation just to make sure that we are in line and keeping with the CPI. And then we'll have to take a look at those, kind of like the single transaction and the quotes, to make sure that our scale is appropriately adjusted as well. But thank you for that feedback. I appreciate it.
Copy. Thank you. I'm good, Vice Mayor.
My apologies. Thank you. So Byron, there is no requested action, but it does sound as though, I'm sorry, Commissioner Cordero, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, so Carrie, I have another question, because, you know, when Commissioner Scott was talking, it came into my mind as well. And, okay, if the protests go and the small business, like, they don't have that, you know, enough capital or whatever, but they want to protest, right? And they have the 1% or the $5,000. If that money will be returned if they get the protest. What it is?
Correct. If they're successful in a protest, if they protest and it's found to be upheld, that they are successful in their protest, they will receive the full amount of the bond back.
Okay, but what does that mean? I mean, okay, they get, you know, they prevail in the protest or whatever. So what will be the process for them to go in, because they?
So we will maintain their bond on file, and then in the event that they're successful, we simply return the bond to them.
Yeah, but okay, they prevail in the protest. What is the process for you now? For them to come back into the bidding, or?
Yeah, I think it would depend on what the basis of the protest was. But if they are found to have been upheld, then we would continue on with the procurement process and give them the consideration that they had asked if they're successful. Yes. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, so
yes.
it would be considered to continue
Yes,
the process.
that's right.
That's what I want
Yes.
to know. Okay, and then in the option 3, of the protest process, right? If we get into the option 3, which is the replacement on decision by procurement, management, and appeal, the protest committee, and, you know, and 3 members assigned. What if that goes into there, and let's see, right, the vendor protest, and they are not in agreement, whatever, will that come back to the BCC? Will that come here, or whatever decision is made in that option 3, that's it?
Right, so in the final scenario, in option 3 that you see on the screen, Commissioner, no, the protest committee would be the final decision maker as far as the county is concerned. If they still feel like they are aggrieved and want to challenge it further, then they would take it to court.
Okay, all right, so thank you. No, we will never see it, that's what I'm saying. So it will not come to BCC.
Well, they won't see it.
Go ahead. Right? Court, not BCC.
The protest would not come to you, but the award of the solicitation, would come to you for a decision, yes.
Okay.
See,
Commissioner Uribe, do you have something?
Yeah.
I'll say I'm okay with it going to a judge instead of the board, in terms of the evaluation of the rubric scorecard. It doesn't change, but if you have a additional.
It's because there are small business and people out there that they will like to know what's going to happen if that's not. So it goes to court.
But I mean, if I can, yeah, because I mean, we get to serve on this, but we don't get to serve on the appeal process. So we, at least, none of us would actually have the ability to know this. And we've overturned, and we have had things rebidded. I'm not saying that it would happen all the time, but it worries me that having this board that was elected by the public not being able to be in this process at all, because we've, at least while I've been here, there have been a couple times where it's come to us. So I don't.
And that's, I think, why we want your feedback on this, because it would, It would be a change, option 2 or 3 would be a change to what our current process is. And so in order to be able to bring this back to you for consideration, it really would be helpful. I think we've heard some detail about your consideration of the protest bond, but it's really up to this board how you would like to see this protest process advance forward for the due process. So if you have a desire to look at an option other than what we're recommending, this is helpful information for us to know so that we can craft the ordinance in such a way that the board wants.
Vice Chair, can I? Okay, so Carrie, my last question, I promise. Okay, it goes to court. Court decided that, they prevail. So what they do, they come back, you have to stop the process for the others and then come back and include them? So what do you do?
Want to answer that since it's a law, it's a kind of a law question?
To be honest, we've never done that.
Exactly, we've never done it.
Yeah, we've never had anybody go to court, but, I mean, the way the process works now, they would normally try to make an appointment with you all to have a meeting to talk about their appeal. This actually, if we do the option 3 or we do option 2, it would allow them an opportunity to actually present their case and allow the county to present our case and have someone make a decision. With the current process, they can make a meeting with a commissioner. You all don't have to take those meetings, and sometimes don't. So this would give them a process whereby they can air their grievances in front of someone, and it will give them time to have an actual hearing to present their case. So it's absolutely up to you all how you would prefer to handle it, but we wanted to give you these different options that we've seen in other localities to see if you would like to keep going the way you are or change it.
Can I?
Because my question now is not going to court. I mean, it's fine. I mean, if that's what
Right.
we decide on the process. My question is the process, the whole entire process will have to stop
Yes.
until that is completed? Because if you go ahead,
Well,
then we are not in compliance.
To be
But they can do that
clear,
now.
everyone has that option now.
Now, yeah, that can happen.
Yeah,
now.
that's,
not
this is
new.
not new. They've always had that option. If anyone is unhappy with the final decision made by either the well, in this case, by you all, they can go to court and challenge that if they want to. It has not happened.
Yeah, but they go
Yeah.
to court after the BCC approved.
Yes, and you would still have the solicitation come to you for approval if it's over the formal threshold. So you would still, that part would still occur.
Okay, I'm
But
still
if they
a
wanted to
bit of a-
challenge the decision of the committee, then they would have to go to court.
No, you're.
Which they can do now if they're unhappy with the decision made by this body. So,
Okay, so commissioners, we have to get to a point where we're making a recommendation to them of our options, 1, 2, or 3. So it sounded like we were on consensus. It sounds like we're splitting, but Commissioner Wilson has tagged in, then Commissioner Uribe, and then Byron, I'm coming to you for. Okay. All right, then we just close after that. Okay, Commissioner Wilson, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that I continue to support the recommendations. I believe an independent arbitrator at that stage is critical. At that level, it's supposed to be balls and strikes being called. And those are factual findings. And for us to be in a position to then be lobbied to, I think complicates the situation, because then the bandwidth for whoever has the best lobbying team ends up being sort of a louder voice in the room. So I'm very comfortable with, at that stage, this recommendation.
Okay, I actually have a solution because I am not. We represent people and we represent business owners, and that's part of our job being here. Some of us society are involved in the RFP, not all of us are, and that's just the way it is. But I would actually like to offer a solution that I get very nervous when staff's in charge of everything and the people who were elected here to represent everyone out there has no footprint on this. Now, I can't control which electeds come and actually serve. I know where I have been. Can we find a way that when you are, and to me, adding more staff members is just confirming us not being involved. Could there be an option that the commissioner, because when I disagreed with one of the decisions, when it came back, I wasn't even on it to actually make that influence, which was the one that I was assigned to. Is it possible to put a threshold in there that the commissioner that was actually in that application have the opportunity to be one of those additional 3 staff members so that there is that open, transparent, and eye from an elected official? So I'm good with option 3. I would just, instead of 3 staff members, 2 staff members and the commissioner that actually would have been assigned that case?
So one thing I'll offer, Commissioner, is we're talking about our RFPs and IFBs. So this would be one process for any solicitation type, and there is no commissioner assigned when it comes to invitation for bids. Those are strictly low responsive responsible.
Right.
So I just want to kind of
So
caveat that.
let's look at RFPs, where it is, well, can we define that as RFPs? Because we're good enough to be on there when it's bidded, but we're not good enough to be on there when it's protested, is a concern to me, because this is an elected body to be transparent with the public. So, just staff controlling everything, not undermining what you do, but this division, and almost like what Commissioner Scott kind of said, my boss is on here, my colleagues on here. Do we really stand up for the company that went rogue? And it allows at least some decency without it having to come back before the BCC. And then at that point, agreeing to go.
What I would note, though, is the board under that option would have to make that commitment that they would actually all participate, because
Well, you
otherwise
can't make them participate anyways, but I mean,
Well,
I
now
know
we
I
can't.
would.
Now it's
I know I
option.
would.
Each board member has an option now. I'm saying as part of the protest hearing.
What's
so that we
wrong
have
with that?
three-
Because I
we
felt
have
that it
three.
was wrong. Excuse me, let me. When that one where I agreed that it was not, I did not think it was fair, when it came back and it was protested, I didn't get to be on it, which I was the one that actually got all the information and knew what was out there and why it was being protested. So that's a big concern to me. I mean, we're elected to represent the people. When you put this all on staff, now you're having staff be in control of everything and not giving that option to the person who would have been part of that decision in the first place to not be able to actually influence this at all.
Just pointing out that as the board considers that, it is important that as part of the protest process that there is representation. That was also one of those feedback that we recognized that for the protests, that there was a desire to ensure that there was full attendance in those protests, the protest hearings, the protest process, as well as we hate to be in a situation where there are only two people, because then it could be a 1-1 tie. So that was my only point, that as you
Yeah,
consider that
but-
option, understand
Well-
that changes.
I have a suggestion that may be helpful. We could add another layer. So we could do, they go to the procurement manager, they're unhappy with that decision, they go to this protest committee. If they are unhappy with that decision, then they come to the board. It's a lengthier process, and I doubt many would take advantage of it, because, usually, we rarely have people who actually even take the appeal that we currently have now. But that would be an option that could satisfy you. If that's something you all wanted us to write in there, we can absolutely do that. It's up to you all.
I just think there has to be a level of transparency.
That's fine.
And there have been a couple things over my years here that I've questioned, not you, the people involved making the decision.
Absolutely.
And especially when Commissioner Scott reminded me, when you had on the transportation one, you had the boss, and then you had the person who worked for the boss on the board and on the committee making that decision. And I'm that's where I'm worried. I mean, that's just a concern. I don't know how you all
So,
feel.
Commissioner, so what I'm hearing right now is a hybrid option where we're looking at basically number 3, but we're adding an additional layer where it would say, replace the current process with decision by procurement manager, appeal to a protest committee comprised of 3 staff members appointed by the county administrator, comma, then appeal hearing to the BCC or something like that. Is that what you're proposing as a hybrid?
I don't support
It's
that.
absolutely up to you. That was just a suggestion.
Yeah, I
If
don't
there
support
was a
that.
concern.
So to clarify, you're actually saying this plus come to the BCC? So, I mean, so you're worrying about the votes, right? We're worrying about that odd number. Can we get it passed, or where, because I know Byron said, will that commissioner actually attend, right? Wasn't that the concern? Is how was,
They would have to in order for the process
I think it would be important for the board.
for due process, they would have.
I know, but you say due process in one, but then you throw it out by having us,
Absolutely
we were
not.
part of the decision in the first place, but we're not part of the appeal. That is not due process.
But it is if there's an independent arbitrator.
Mhm.
So that is not the case.
Yeah, I will say it's very unusual in a proceeding where someone is appealing a decision to have the person who originally made the decision involved in the appeal. In fact, I can tell you in past agencies that I've worked for, I have actually advocated for board members not to serve on procurements for that very reason, so that they ultimately don't have to decide on an appeal of a decision they made originally. That's, I mean, if you
But
think
it
about
happened.
a court.
It's happened.
Well, I know, but we're trying to get away from that. As an attorney, I will tell you that in a court process, a normal process in court, you appear before a judge. If you are unhappy with that judge's decision, you don't go back to that same judge. Generally, you go to an appeals court, and then that appeals court will make a decision on whether they thought that judge made an appropriate decision or not. And sometimes they send you back, but it's back with instructions not to, to do it differently. So it is unusual to have a process whereby you make the initial decision and you decide the appeal. That is one of the reasons why we want to take it out of the hands of the procurement committee. And we suggested this appeal committee because it is odd. And people I know have expressed concerns over that process whereby you appear before the procurement committee who scores your submittal. And then when you're unhappy with the way you scored your submittal, you go back to them and ask them to do it again. That's unusual in terms of
that
a type of
actually help.
initial decision and appeal.
Well, that might
So-
help because now if you get to ask a commissioner to be there, so no longer is it the one, you're offering to ask a commissioner step in on an appeal process. So then it is not the one, but you're asking a commissioner to step in. We're going to have 8 of us. So you have a better odd that a commissioner will actually be present that is not. And so that then if you believe that, because 3 staff members is, and I've sat in some that I don't want to bring it up right now that have made me very uncomfortable that were approved and recommended. And I have been boisterous about this. So this to me is leaving a layer of transparency closed off. And so having a commissioner as opposed to the commissioner, I'd be open to that, considering what you're saying is you've already were part of the process. This is what you agreed on. Are you going to be trying to be influenced?
Again, I disagree. I think that the lobbying difference with the Board of County Commission or any elected is very different than an independent judiciary. And I think there's
I'm
an
not
important,
talking about, we
stage
can
of it.
still go to the courts. I'm talking about option 3 where it is a option to have a county commissioner. That's all I'm asking you. I'm not telling you to take away part 3. I'm saying instead of just having 3 staff members, offer a commissioner to be there. Because that's the transparency. That's where we get to look out for the businesses.
But what will happen, because we never, I don't vote there, I vote here. I'm in the process, but really, why are we gonna?
Can I propose just one? You guys, unless it's like a contentious protest, generally will move it forward without a briefing, or you'll give us a briefing. And so I don't know if you guys would do a summary. But what I would ask is, in this process, and I think this might get what you're looking for, Commissioner, I hope, give them the option, if that makes sense. They could have, there could be like a two-step process where there's one process to proffer to the contractor, hey, you can go through this process with staff, or you can go through this process with the commissioners. I mean, it's a little bit unorthodox, but there are 2 processes, and then they choose. Because if I choose a particular process, almost like I choose mine, hey, I'm good with the outcome,
It's like an opt-out clause.
So give them, it's like, listen, and then they choose the option, they choose how they want to protest. Like, hey, I want to go through staff, so we keep the option 3, but add an additional process that allow them to go through the commissioners if they decide, right? But also, it's binding. There's no...
This needs to be as empirical as possible.
Yeah, but the commissioner, it is assigned to the procurement committee at times. I mean, I know it's a little bit more work to kind of craft the language, but like, it would be maybe that commissioner and the staff. Again, I'm not, because we're in the middle of this, but just logistically, could we offer them 2 processes, the option that you guys talk about and a secondary option, and let them decide?
All I can offer, Commissioners, the feedback we got from the business community was they wanted one process. Like, we currently have 2
But it was
processes.
9 people, 9
and it's
people went through the
created
process.
confusion, even with some of their legal counsel, quite frankly, to understand which process they need to navigate to file the protest. It's been confusing for attorneys. So we were desiring, and based on the feedback from the businesses, to have a single protest process that would apply to all, rather than you can choose paths or this applies to that. We were
And let's
kind
be
of looking
realistic.
for
Let's be, more to
consistency.
the point, being realistic, they're going to choose to come to the board for different reasons, for reasons they have. But so offering that really isn't an option, because I think they really, it's either a matter of they come to the board or go through the protest. It really needs to be one or the other, because I don't
But
think any of them.
that's how we
would
found
come to
out the
bo-
red light
would-
camera
would
one.
go through a protest.
Which I had no commitment to anybody, but the rules changed and the whole application changed on who got it when they took out the minority and women out of it. And it completely went different. And then when it actually got appealed, it went different again. And that is complete transparency.
Let me point out on that, I was going to kind of come, though, when you talked about changes due to federal or state law, the board always has that discretion. The county has discretion to cancel any RFP, any selection process. That wasn't a matter of whether or not you had the discretion. You have that discretion to cancel RFP. It was just a matter in that particular case of how we were bringing that one forward, that determination was made. It didn't change that, but because of the law, the way it was written at that point in time, that we would just not count that category, the MWB category. It wasn't a matter that I think has to do with the language or anything of that nature. You have that discretion. That was just a discretionary matter. In this case, the board made, more than an appeal process, the board made the choice to exercise your option to always cancel an RFP and start all over. So
Yeah,
slightly
because-
different. It was a
because-
nuance. I know
Because
it's
it
a
changed
slightly
the entire
nuance.
process of who
Right.
would have been awarded that contract without being able to adjust the application. So when you apply with certain rules and those rules change,
Right.
that's
I was
where-
saying that really that scenario, though, is a little separate and distinct
Right.
from what we're talking about here with the protest. That's really what I was trying to get to.
We do have one other suggestion that may alleviate your concern. If you were to go with option 3, where it went to an appeals committee that was made up of 3 staff members, we could make sure that a report or some sort of communication was issued to all of you so that you're aware that this particular procurement went through this process. So when it comes to you for approval, you would already know that this person has protested. It was decided this way by both the procurement manager and this appeals committee. And then you can take that into account when the solicitation comes before you.
Sounds
And
good.
if
That sounds good.
Would that work?
But for all of them, not just the.
We do that anyway, generally, if there's a procurement that's advancing to the board that's within your authority, we always identify if a protest was filed, how it was resolved. We would go into greater detail, obviously, if there was this, to be able to give you that detail, but they are included in the agenda items.
No, I'm
current.
saying all of them, whether they come to us or not, because sometimes we get ambushed.
Sure.
We're in a meeting, it's like, hey, da-da-da-da, and
Oh,
we have
sure.
no clue. So the
Sure,
smaller
sure.
stuff, that way
Yeah.
we just have a procurement report from you
Yep.
all.
So just like we do the monthly report of the
Correct.
contract awards, we could create a monthly report of the protests essentially and the resolution thereof of those.
That sounds like a winner.
That's easy enough to do that, sure.
Winner?
Consensus?
Sure.
Unanimous
Okay.
consensus?
So you have consensus.
So do you need to adjust that a report will be provided, or what? I mean, we just want to make sure that it's due process. I mean, we're all going to change, so we just want to make sure.
Yeah, that's fine, we'll make sure we
Yeah,
have
and
it
so
in
when the ordinance comes, so.
And
comes
this will
on
come
your
back
point,
to the board.
And you'll have
ordinance, and then
briefings
that
where
will
we're
be-
going to go through all of these things to make sure that you are comfortable.
Because I mean, this is a general overview of the changes. There will be some other changes within there, but they're not, mostly administrative. But you'll see the ordinance, our proposed changes prior to it coming to you for a decision. And we will be bringing it back for a public hearing. We'll do another presentation, all of that, before you actually decide.
Thank you. Thank you. Sounds
Okay.
like we have a plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So now we'll bring up Kelly Noel, Chief Engineer, Public Works, Fiscal and Operational Support Division, to present an update on the Accelerated Transportation Safety Program, ATSP. We have no requested board action on this item. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Still morning, so good morning. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond, Administrator Brooks. I'm here this morning to talk to you about the Accelerated Transportation Safety Program. This is a 5-year program addressing critical transportation infrastructure needs, and the program began in 2023. It's a 5-year program, and as we're reaching that midway point in the program, we'd like to give you an update on how we got here, the programs that we had in place prior to this ATSP, as well as tell you a little bit of the achievements that we've been able to accomplish, our progress to date, and other advancements in the field, and give you a summary and idea of what to expect in the second half of this program. So a little bit of background. We developed a comprehensive plan to support the Transportation Sales Tax Initiative back in 2022. And in that plan, there were major infrastructure improvements such as roadway and transit improvements proposed, as well as minor but still critical sidewalk, roadway lighting, and other safety improvements. That was the origins of ATSP. And although the voters did not approve that sales tax ballot measure, the critical items still remain. And so staff developed a plan to address these critical infrastructure improvements with a short-term implementation in mind, as well as Vision Zero safety concerns. This would utilize existing revenue sources, such as coming from state sales tax and leverage from projected increases in gas taxes over the following 5 years. And here's a timeline of the ATSP development. In May 2023, commissioner briefings occurred where we solicited input on lighting, sidewalk, safety improvements, as well as transit improvements. The following month, in June, there was a work session held in which the program framework and the project lists were presented to the commissioners. And a key point of this program was to front load some of the simpler, less complex projects early on so that the more complex projects could actually kick off at the beginning of the program and then carry through so that we could reach construction by the midpoint of this program. In the following months, the program was approved as part of the fiscal year 23-24 CIP budget, and on October 1st, 2023, the Accelerated Transportation Safety Program officially began. So for all of you, the Accelerated Transportation Safety Program is the 100-year, $100 million 5-year program, $55 million going to the county for sidewalks, roadway lighting, and safety improvements, $45 million going to transit and links for increased operational frequency, as well as capital project bus shelters. I actually have Mr. James Boyle and Tiffany Homer-Hawkins here with links today, who Mr. James Boyle will be presenting on the transit slides. So these are the slides, and this is what was presented back in 2023, the sidewalk, lighting, and safety projects as a result of those discussions with the commissioners prior to approval. And these are the transit projects and improvements that were also discussed with the commissioners at the time. In talking about ATSP framework, we had several programs in place prior to ATSP that included the CIP sidewalk program, the CIP roadway lighting programs, and also one actually that's more recent investment of the Vision Zero safety programs. These programs I'll talk about initially so we can see how it teed up the ATSP framework, as well as emphasize how the ATSP was able to supplement that investment so that we could make bigger progress towards completing our goals. So first, sidewalks. Sidewalks are a proven safety countermeasure. According to the Federal Highway Administration, we can expect up to an 89% reduction in pedestrian crashes as a result of providing sidewalks on both sides of the road. Also, additionally, the county maintains the ADA transition plan, in which we actually upgrade and improve accessibility on all of our county facilities. Beginning in the 1990s, the CIP sidewalk program, it came about as a result of sidewalk connectivity and school walkability concerns. And although there have been varying levels of budget to support this sidewalk construction, the current budget is set at $3.3 million annually, producing 7 miles of sidewalk. The remaining needs, as determined before ATSP, was over 170 miles of sidewalk gaps, and that would take, at this current funding level, 20 years to complete that existing program. Enter ATSP. With the investment of $25 million to produce 22 miles of sidewalks, this is a small drop in the bucket, and we still expect to have 151 miles left after this program. And as these remaining gaps are actually getting costlier to fill, as they often require design and permitting and the inflationary impacts, we're expecting that it's going to take at least 33 years to complete that. Moving over to the roadway lighting program, roadway lighting is a proven safety countermeasure as well. According to the Federal Highway Administration, the nighttime mortality crash rate is 3 times that as of the daytime crash rate. And the simplest solution and the most effective solution is investment in roadway lighting, where we can see an up to 42% reduction in pedestrian injury crashes at intersections with the use of roadway lighting. So the history of the CIP roadway lighting program and how we work with our partners, we have OUC and Duke Energy who we partner with. The county identifies the projects, and Duke Energy and OUC, they schedule the design and installation, as well as the county paying the capital charges for that design and installation and paying the ongoing maintenance charges. All designs meet FDOT standards. And as a side note, under Florida statutes, the lighting on local roads is administered by the county comptroller's office. A little idea of the history. Since the year 2000, the CIP roadway lighting program has actually been able to cover 385 miles of arterial and collector roads under this program. As a result, we were able to find that 166 miles are remaining on arterial and collector roads. With the investment of $15 million under ATSP, we're expecting that installation of 131 miles of lighting on the arterial and collector roads, with the remaining needs of approximately 25 miles. However, we don't have the additional funding for roadway lighting outside of funded CIP roadway projects, as the current lighting program addresses pedestrian safety, but at intersections only. So moving on to the Vision Zero safety program, Vision Zero safety initiatives have been implemented at the federal, state, and regional levels to promote the safe systems approach to road user safety. So in August 2022, the board approved the Vision Zero resolution, that is to eliminate fatalities on our transportation systems by the year 2040. And 2 years later, the Vision Zero action plan was approved by the board, which identified the top 24 projects on high injury networks with an approximate cost of $251 million. Subsequently, the board approved an annual budget of $2.5 million annually to meet those Vision Zero goals. These efforts were recognized recently by the National Association of Counties and recognized this morning as a Best in Category award. As far as the ATSP safety program goes, the ATSP funds the $15 million over the 5 years to fund those 9 major corridors. Those corridors were identified prior to the Vision Zero action plan, so the remaining needs after ATSP still remain those 24 corridors at $251 million. This investment of $2.5 million under the Vision Zero is a small drop in the bucket and makes a little bit of a dent in the overall needs. It would take about 100 years to complete under the current funding commitments. Moving on to our progress report. From the start, we recognize the need for public transparency of taxpayer investment in the safety program. So the website was put together ahead of the program, and several months after the inception of the program, the public-facing dashboard was rolled out. This is accessible to the public and updated every 2 weeks. It shows both links and county projects and their statuses. One of our major goals is to refresh this website to further highlight the successes of the program. We've also been bringing the news to the residents through newsletters at the neighborhood level, as well as through social media. We've been presenting ATSP successes, completed projects, projects in construction and in planning, and that's come through over 70 project newsletters and over 60 social media posts through the county's major social media platforms. We also want to extend our gratitude to the commissioners for their ongoing support in amplifying these messages and for helping be an active part of our communication strategy to help residents know and learn about our safety projects and how it benefits the community. And as our goal under ATSP is to build safety projects quickly, we've successfully employed a variety of methods to carry this out. As mentioned earlier, we programmed projects, simpler projects early on in the process so that we could get to the more complex projects with the higher budgets to construction by the second half of this program and complete by the end of this program. We've also been augmenting our staff with project management on the project management side and on the construction inspection side. And in the area of project delivery methods, we've been bundling projects to save time and money and understanding that our funds are limited and that to offset inflationary effects, we've been constructing quickly. And one of the major successes coming out of this program is the use of the term construction contract to accelerate the delivery of sidewalk projects. That results in a savings of time and a cost savings of over $5 million as we employ this strategy. Keep that in mind as we look at the next few slides. So here is the overall program spending from the start of the program. The blue bar represents the overall $100 million program combined between Orange County and Lynx. And the orange bar shows our progress spending to date. We're currently at $40.6 million spent. Breaking down ATSP into the smaller programs for sidewalk, lighting, safety, and transit, the blue bar represents the money allocated to each program and how many projects were expected in 2023 to be planned under that allocation. And as you can see, we're under the halfway point under each category. And as I mentioned, we're able to achieve significant savings through construction management, project bundling, and that use of term contracts. Thus, we are able to maximize efficiencies in our spending, which still helps to mitigate but not fully offset the effects of inflation. And as our projects, more complex projects, are actually kicking off now in the construction phases, those are projects that have larger budgets, we expect there to be an uptick in construction spending. And looking across all of the categories, we are making good progress with 117 projects completed on the public works side. That translates to 19 miles of sidewalk, over 26 miles of roadway lighting, and 24 miles of corridors with improved safety measures. At this moment, I'm going to pass this along to Mr. James Boyle, who will take it over for transit accomplishments.
All right. Thank you, Kelly. Good morning, Vice Mayor Simrad, members of the commission. James Boyle, Chief Development Officer at Lynx. I'm happy to be here again in front of you to talk about the success of the ATSP program and what it has meant for Lynx and what it means for Lynx riders and for the community and overall. So to date, we have completed all of our service enhancements. We've 6 routes that we identified where we increased frequency. There were 4 routes that we extended service to connect to the Pine Hills Transfer Center that we talked about a little bit at the last time I was here. We also have used the funds to create a new route, the Link 311, which I'll cover a little more detail in a couple more slides. And then on our capital side with our bus stops, we've been very robust. We have upped our ante in delivering the number of bus shelters and bus stops throughout the service area. Typically, we average about 25 bus stops a year, and we're now up to 75. So we've really upped that. We're using a lot of our on-call contractors and consultants to help deliver those bus shelters. And every commission district has received new bus shelters and still will be receiving new bus shelters. So quickly on the service side, this chart shows the increase in average weekday ridership for routes that did receive frequency enhancements. So you can see for links, Route 37, 40, 125, those all received frequency increases. And you can see just by that alone, the ridership goes up. The more often a bus comes, the more likely you are to get people to use it. So, that's a good thing. And that's the number one thing that we hear from riders and from non-riders is, I would ride the bus if it came more often. So this program has really helped us to do that. And then we didn't stop on weekday, and a big opportunity for transit is adding more service on weekends. So we looked at our Sundays where we had a lot of routes that only ran once an hour. We picked several routes to increase the frequency to 30 minutes on those routes, and you can see the ridership there speaks for itself, the increases on all of those routes. So the continuation of the progress that we've been able to implement, the 311, which I briefly spoke about earlier, this is a new route that basically connects the Orlando International Airport to Sunrail, to Disney Springs. So it's a great route. Ridership has been doing well, but this is the airport connector to Sunrail and to Disney Springs. And on a side note, it does connect to Epic Universe, which they pay for separately. So it connects a lot of great things there. We were also able to extend links Route 9, Route 44, 48, and 49 to connect to Pine Hills. And this has been a great success for the passengers who ride those bus routes in that area. And I know Commissioner Scott is really excited about that one. And then overall, the ridership increase that we've seen for the past year on all the routes that we've improved service on equates to about 735,000 trips a year. So for links, for our riders, this has been a great success, and we thank the county for providing the funds to links for us to be able to do this. So thank you, and I'm going to turn it back over to Kelly.
Thank you, James. All right. So coming back to the public works side of ATSP, we have completed those 117 projects, and with the remainder of this program's funding, we expect to complete those projects that are under production. Those are projects identified as under construction, in design, and in the planning stages. A little bit more about that. In production projects are those projects that are in construction. We're actually are pleased to announce that one of the two signals on the Claricona-Coe corridor, this one's located at the Fountain West Boulevard, has just opened this past week, and we're celebrating that with another pedestrian signal and two more on Turkey Lake Road that are going to be turned on in the coming months. We also have more projects that are in the design and planning stages the following, and we show those removed and reprioritized projects listed at the bottom of this chart. These are projects that we have found to have additional concerns as we evaluated them. The removed projects were identified due to projects that were subsequently annexed after the start of the program, or projects that were identified under other and funded under other programs, such as the ADA Transition Program. Those projects are not going to be funded under ATSP. Coming back to this progress spending graph, the blue bar on the right does show those that budgeted amount for each category and the number of projects that were projected that we could complete. The orange bar at the left represents our completed projects as well as production spending. This orange line at the top of each category represents our full utilization of that allotted budget and how many more projects we expect to be able to complete by the end of the program. Due to inflation, we are limited in being able to deliver the full list as approved by the board, and we expect to deliver those in production projects. Taking a look at the map of projects, this is the projects shown in blue were the projects that were originally approved by the board in 2023. And looking at this next map, these are the projects that are currently completed and in production. Those 117 projects are shown in dark green, with the projects in production, 86 of them, shown in the lighter green. And here's the map of the reprioritized projects. These are projects that were identified to have limitations in the right-of-way, constraints in funding as we lacked matching grants, and concerns that were raised by the community. They comprise a small portion by count and by mileage of the overall program. So at the start of this program, with the board's direction, staff has prioritized projects for public health, safety, and known risk factors. And while the availability of remaining funds may limit our ability to construct a reprioritized project under this program, the reasons that they're on the list, for the most part, still remain. So under the Vision Zero resolution approved by the board, we prioritize safety on all our transportation systems. And therefore, we'll be bringing this list of reprioritized projects and recommendations back for a later discussion with the board. Let's talk a little bit more, switching gears towards how, since the beginning of ATSP, we've worked with our consultants to stay up to date on prioritizations and assessments and keeping up with the latest standards. Again, award-winning, NACO award-winning project, the sidewalk assessment. When it was completed in 2025, it developed a comprehensive inventory of missing sidewalk gaps countywide, and the prioritization metric and weighting factors as determined by input from the commissioners. This potentially turns the sidewalk program into a proactive effort to fill those missing sidewalk gaps. Additionally, on the roadway lighting front, the FDOT design manual now has updates to allow the use of warmer color temperatures in the appropriate contexts of surrounding conditions. Utilities companies now offer a dark sky option. Now that varies across the different companies, but those were not available at the start of the program in 2023. But that does include lower color temperature and warmer hues, as well as full cutoff fixtures to prevent light from traveling upwards. On the Vision Zero safety front, as mentioned earlier, the action plan was approved in 2024, and that identified those top 24 projects. And additionally, it also developed a toolkit of countermeasures for use on public works Vision Zero safety projects. In summary, Orange County and Lynx has been using innovative strategies to meet the program objectives to implement those projects quickly and follow the Vision Zero safety strategy. We are on target with $40.6 million spent to date, completing those 19 miles of sidewalk, over 26 miles of roadway lighting, 24 miles of upgraded corridors, 10 enhanced bus routes, 1 new Lynx route, and 72 bus shelters. As we reach the end of the program, and by the end of the program, Orange County expects to complete the original program list, except for those reprioritized projects due to financial constraints. And Lynx will continue those operational improvements through the end of this program and expects to complete all 264 bus shelters using ATSP funding and supplemented by federal funding. Next steps are to report back to the board by spring of 2027 to discuss those reprioritized projects and advanced sidewalk and roadway lighting policies, to update and share a new ATSP website, and to continue to bring innovative cost-saving measures to bring those safety projects to the community. In closing, I would like to acknowledge the hard work demonstrated by the combined Public Works and Lynx teams. This is a collaborative effort. Our talented and resourceful staff has been working hard to make sure we continue to meet the goals of the Accelerated Transportation Safety Program to deliver safety projects quickly and responsibly to the public. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much, and we're here for any questions.
Thank you, Kelly, for the presentation and team. We'll go to the board for questions, comments. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much. I just want to start by saying that you're very kind by thanking us for our support. I know that I pester you all almost every day about something safety related out there, and to see the accomplishments, to see, actual national evaluation of these efforts, it confirms that we're on the right path, and on those days that it's really annoying to continue to try to work through these problems, we're doing the right things. I had a question, understanding that this is a one-time investment that we really felt was important because it aligned with the Vision Zero and all the things that we're trying to do to keep people safe. Some of these obviously will hopefully continue on, and I'm thinking specifically about the Lynx and the results that Lynx has had in seeing ridership. And honestly, when I got this presentation, I was so excited to see that it proves what we say all the time, that if it's convenient and frequent and attractive, that it's gonna get riders and ridership. So that part of it felt like a pilot program to me. But a pilot program only does any good if you have a long-term plan for how to make sure we can continue that. So I guess my question is there opportunity, are there any opportunities for funding, matches, grants, state funding opportunities to try to continue along this path, knowing that we're going to continue to be constrained as a local government based on what we know is coming down the pipeline?
I'll let James jump in because I think your focus is more on transit, and then I'll jump in. Yeah.
So, great question, Commissioner Wilson. And on the transit side, there's always opportunities for us to seek additional funding, grants and things like that. Obviously, it's for transit, it's more on the capital side where it's easier to get grants to do operational improvements. But the DOT does have service development grants that we can, do things operationally. At the end of the program, we would reevaluate everything as we kind of always do on an annual basis with our service. And we would work with the county staff to identify other efficiencies in the system where we could make some adjustments to save some of the improvements that we've done with the ATSP funding. So it would not all just come to an end. We would look at it holistically and then kind of decide if we need to move things around, how can we do that?
Okay, that's great to hear. Is there an opportunity to leverage the success? Because I also think that oftentimes when we struggle with justifying funding, people like to point out ridership issues, which I will forever say it's a public service, and quite frankly, you have to put it out there for there to be ridership, and this is proving that. Will this give you any continued opportunity that maybe we didn't have before the investment?
So I would say yes. I mean, it's a good news story. It shows that we've taken the dollars, we've used those dollars right away.
Yeah.
And we've been able to show the increases in ridership and the number of trips passengers are taking. And just kind of anecdotally hearing folks say that their transfer time is cut in half or, things like that. So those things go a long way. And especially, for future endeavors that we could point back to and say, this was a great success and we would like to continue that.
I agree. So you're going to hear it coming out of my mouth. I'm incredibly grateful for the investment, but also the outcome that we're seeing. And
Sure.
then my final question was about that new route. Sorry, I got you again. About the new route,
okay.
Understanding that it is a very specifically targeted towards our tourism corridor. It goes from Disney Springs to the airport. We understand that there's a great benefit to I'm going to play the part of Commissioner Semrad with this question. That there's a great benefit to our tourism industry by having this direct connection. Are there any tourist development tax dollars that make its way to this, knowing that is a clear benefit to tourism corridor and to tourism industry?
So this particular route is funded through ATSP and Orange County dollars. I mean, that's.
It's not a trick question.
There's no TDT funding that pays for this particular route. It's strictly from what the county gives us on the annual basis to fund the services, and then part of the ATSP. However, we did do a partnership with the Shingle Creek Utility District for Universal to connect there. And we do have other agreements and partnerships with the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District for Disney routes. So there's opportunities there.
So are those within Disney, or does that include that route to and from the airport?
That does not, those funds, that is not for the 311. The 311 is strictly just general funds from Orange County and the ATSP.
Well, I obviously think it's a timely conversation for us because we're kind of wrestling right now with the future of TDT. We know that we're constrained by statute, so it was a little bit of a trick question. Thank you for humoring me.
Okay.
But I wanted to point out that there is an obvious benefit to our tourism industry, to the workers as well as the visitors who come in. And so finding those investment dollars where we have them and where they've been stable is critical now, but it will continue to be so because we know this is definitive in its funding source. Thank you so much.
And you are correct on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Uribe.
Brian, you didn't have to leave because I'm going to echo.
I'm
How
back.
many?
You can't get rid of me. I'm back.
When we look at the tourism corridor, how many locations are there where there are stops and so forth, not only for the people who work there, but the people who use it, who visit our community? Can you give us a little bit of overlay on that?
Yeah, I'll try to do my best, pull numbers, from what I can remember. But a majority of our routes, a huge number of our routes serve the tourism district, iDrive, Disney, Universal. And based on our last O&D, origin and destination survey we did a couple of years ago, almost 50% of our trips are to that area for people working in that area. So a lot of our ridership is derived from folks working in the service industry and serving in particular the heavy tourism district in those areas. So we're talking about thousands of trips a day, well over 6,000, 7,000 trips a day, just in those general areas or those specific corridors on very specific routes.
So you're saying 50% of your ridership? Wow.
It's very close to 50% of our
That's
ridership
amazing.
is for the service industry and serving the tourism areas.
Well,
It's very high.
I agree that we should look to try to get some tourism dollars to help be able to continue to fund this. Are all of your locations actually covered and so forth, or are there some that we still need to get in that corridor?
Well, we think we do a great job of trying to get as much as we can with the resources we have. Obviously, there are other areas we'd like to serve a little bit better or more. Adding more frequency really is the key to it, Commissioner. It's not so much adding new routes, it's just taking what we have and making.
No, I wasn't saying that. I was actually saying areas where folks can stand under. I mean, you know, it's a rainy day in Florida.
Oh,
things
shelters.
like shelters,
Oh,
yeah.
well, there's always a need for more shelters, yes. So we could have taken more of that funding and put it towards more shelters, but it's
It's
kind
a
of a
balance.
trade-off a little bit.
Yeah, I
Like if you have a more frequent service, you don't have to worry about people standing out in the hot sun and thunderstorms waiting 30 minutes or an hour for a bus.
Right, and I remember, and you know, Jim Harrison, who we miss, you know, when we went to you guys and said, look, Sundays, you guys don't run late enough on iDrive for all the workers who get off, so they're having to Uber home, and extending that opportunity for folks to get home in a more financially sound way is the exact example of us all working together and talking together. I appreciate
Exactly.
it. It was obviously a loaded question, but we're just trying to find more funding that isn't all just codependent on taxpayers.
I understand.
But I'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to, no. Oh, yeah. So I want to, first of all, I want to thank you guys on the ATSP. It's a double-edged sword when we've gone and tried to do sidewalks in communities. It's been interesting in certain more established communities are like, no, you know, we barely have a front yard. You're coming into our right of way. But I want to give you all credit. And is Susan here? Yeah, there she is. When I bothered Susan, and I think all of us have sent her or sent in issues of concern, and one was a bus stop for an elementary school that had no sidewalk. So the kids were actually standing on the side, on the road, waiting for the bus stop to come, for the bus to come. And knowing now there's a sidewalk, that community has been so helpful. I also want to give kudos for when you're going over infrastructure, how you have the bars to protect people who are walking, which kind of gives that additional ADA protection of individuals. So I want to say that's been great. I did have a question on the lighting, right? Yes. That is a hot item, right? When do you guys make decisions of prioritizing certain areas compared to others? Because I will say the econ has been something that prior to me getting here 8 years ago was a hot item, but it just hasn't made its level up to get that. And it's concerning because there's residential right on the road. There's an elementary school right on the road. And while you guys have done that little corridor around the school, there's clearly, it's just such a dark, non-straight road with residential, you know, both sides. Can you explain to me that criteria so that I can tell my constituents why they're still not getting streetlights?
So there's a shared responsibility between Public Works and the Comptroller's Office, depending on what kind of road that roadway lighting is requested on. So if it's functionally classified arterial and collector roads, the board has demonstrated the willingness to support those roadway lighting projects on those functionally classified roads. If it is assigned as a local road, those requests go to the Comptroller's Office for administering. The process is really setting up something like an MSBU to be able to pay for that funding by those residents.
If it's, you know, yeah, because that one's a specific area where it's not very organized. It's a road that was put through a residential area that I believe is like 1 acre or 2 homes per acre or something like that. So it's very broad. But then you've got an elementary school. So how do we handle
And that's something we do handle on a case-by-case basis, just because we might identify quickly that, oh, this is a local road. We still take that in through Public Works and try to identify as much as possible before who's responsible before coordinating with
Great.
the comptroller's
If I
office.
can, I would love to have an update on that because
Please.
it's a cut-through road from Curry Ford to Lake Underhill. So it's not necessarily a neighborhood road. It's much more specific. It's an actual road. It's a major road corridor for the county.
Okay, is that the one that's south of Deerwood Elementary, or?
Yes, it's
Okay.
right on Deerwood, yes.
I ride that one frequently too.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you, Commissioner Uribe. Commissioner Cordero.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a question, Kelly, and I think that we discussed it yesterday, but I wanted to ask you, in the slide number 29, the orange column means that that's what you have done, that's what is completed, based on the column, blue column.
Yeah, the orange bar represents how much has been spent to date, and that's on projects that are already completed as well as progress spending on projects that are in production. So maybe a percentage of that 9 million under sidewalks is for completed projects, but we also have projects that are in design and under construction and not yet complete. So this bar represents how much progress spending to date, as compared to what the blue bar is. The blue bar is kind of like when we're done. This is the full amount of funding for each category.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that means, well, based on what I see here, that if we still have for the sidewalk 110 projects, with that's million, right? 25 million. But we have done 62. For example, for the money that we have there, maybe we won't complete the 110 projects, right? Because the money is not.
And actually, that is a little bit, the bars can be a little bit misleading too, because this shows what's been spent and not what's been encumbered. So there was a good percentage that has been encumbered beyond that orange bar that's been set aside and reserved, because we know as we finish that project, this is what it's going to take. So I really should have shown all three bars so you could see, hey, this is what's actually gone out the door, has gone towards contractors, towards design firms to be able to complete these projects, how much has been set aside so that as we complete those projects, this is how much we expect to be spending, and then that blue bar, the limitation, the budget allocation. So I'll be able to get you those updated numbers so you can get an idea.
Okay, because I still think that the money won't be enough for all the projects.
It won't be enough for all the projects that were originally planned under ATSP back in 2023, but we do expect to be able to complete, I believe it's slide 40, where we kind of talk about how many projects are further, that are under production, and those additional projects, the 16, those projects are the ones that we expect to further complete as we complete this program.
So then in slide 28, it says here that you already spent, or we already spent 40.6 million from the 100.
Yes. That's adding together all of those orange bars on the following slide. So I kind of summed them all up and then broke them out.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott, I don't have you on the screen. Can you try again? No, but you may, go ahead.
I guess the button ain't working today. IT, I need your help. I just want to say thank you. I know the bus shelters have been installed the past week up on Oak Ridge. I've seen them outside with the contractors, and I didn't know there was a contractor that does nothing but bus shelters. So I think they finished up the Oak Ridge corridor, Commissioner Uribe, right up and across from Mid-Florida Tech. And so they put 2 bus shelters there at night. And then I think they're moving on to Osceola County for some bus shelters. So I want to say thank you. I'm happy with the program. I have no other comments. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. So Kelly, thank you so much too. My comments are, one, congratulations on all the projects that your team finished and the safety improvements that you've made. Thank you so much for all of that. So I would just want to keep always putting it on public record with Wedgefield because it's a sensitive community because of the water and sewage issues that they are facing. So, and we all understand the pots of money and such, but when they're conscious of how their taxpayer money is spent on infrastructure because of the situation that the community is in there. And so those stoplights that we put in on Bancroft when they have a dark sky ordinance in effect, and it's way out in the middle of the rural area, so it looks like kind of like an airplane strip landing at night, and they're very frustrated by it still. So I know that over the course of time we're going to try to correct it. I just want to make sure that I remind you on behalf of the community that they're anxiously awaiting their dark sky.
That. I appreciate the reminder, and overall, I appreciate the things. This is a team effort. We have, engineering, traffic engineering, everybody at Public Works, as well as Lynx, as well as Duke Energy, and OUC as partners. Thank you for the reminder on Wedgefield. That is something that we will be looking to be able to address further as we have availability funding within the program.
Thank you. And then I have some good news because Commissioner Cordero, I hear you on the financing, but there are some communities like in Christmas where they were not interested in receiving the light. And then we have other communities that didn't make the list. So I just want to bring up Bithlo, and I know we have a small scale study that's going on right now for safety improvements. But I just want to bring up that is a high pedestrian and high bicycle community that doesn't have sidewalks or lights, and so there is a high fatality of people who have been unfortunately hit. And so the community has been asking for speed plates going down 6th Street headed towards the community park since I've heard when I've knocked on doors since the days of Commissioner Ted Edwards. So it has been a very long time, and we do have a study going on, but I just want to bring it to the forefront that we do need safety improvements in Bithlo.
I agree.
With that also being said, as long as Lynx is here, we have a bus stop in Bithlo, and I see Tim McKinney is here. It's near Transformation Village, and I just want to make sure that route is remaining intact, fully functional, and it's going nowhere. Like it's there for the people.
Okay. Yes, I will follow up on that.
Okay.
And we'll get back with you. And we're actually trying to schedule one-on-one meetings with your offices just to follow up from the budget meeting, so we can talk about that in more detail.
Great, thank you. And then I would like to say that I agree with Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Uribe. When we talk about TDT and how it should fund some of the Lynx routes, more than 50% of the Lynx routes service tourist attractions. More than 50%. It means we have a lot of tourists that are on that. And I think also that this board should consider looking at something where we do a formal assessment of how much money is actually being spent on marketing. Once we pass that 40% threshold, it does open the state statute for use in transit. And there are so many events that the state doesn't have a definition of destination marketing. There's no definition for it. So when we have events like Immersion that exist exclusively and only to promote Orlando, and it's receiving millions of dollars in taxpayer money, that should count towards marketing. All the sports events that we do, live from Orlando when it's WWE or the Jaguars, that is constant marketing for the destination. So maybe we are to the point where once we look at how much we're actually spending on marketing, we're past that threshold, and I think we should look at that. So I also support the use of TDT to help fund our transit, and hopefully that would add to your budget so that you could continue to service us all in safety. So does anybody have any other comments? All right, so the next agenda item we are moving to is, thank you, Kelly and team, thank you very much. We're moving to Commissioner Wilson to present her report on a countywide prohibition on the importation of exotic wildlife for entertainment purposes. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you. Okay, I was going to say, here's my, you all have been with me long enough now to know that typically if I get near technology, it goes down. I'm going to do the best I can. But it is a pretty rudimentary presentation today because I think this is our starting point, and I want to make sure that what I'm doing here is just getting you all up to speed, getting the public up to speed, and then providing some potential interaction with our county attorney's office, zoning, or anybody else that has that has some thoughts, and then making a recommendation. So we'll start with, the goal today really is to try to think about what we can do to prevent another Sloth World tragedy. For those of you who followed along, this was a devastating series of events. And beginning in late 2024, shipments of sloths arrived from South America, and ultimately were housing conditions that proved to be catastrophic. 21 sloths arrived from Guyana to an unequipped Orlando warehouse on International Drive. Actually, it was an Orange County warehouse that lacked running water and electricity. Space heaters that were powered by extension cords failed overnight after a tripping fuse, and 21 sloths died from that cold stun. As it turns out, they starved to death because they have a microbe in their belly that helps them digest their food, and that microbe dies in the cold, and so they literally starve to death in their bodies, even if they have food. The second shipment of 10 sloths arrived from Peru, given they were dead upon arrival, and remaining 8 were emaciated and subsequently died, raising the initial death toll to 31. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission inspected the facility in spring, summer 2025, so we're talking about months and months of this going on before they had the opportunity to inspect the facility. They noted cages were too small and issued a verbal warning before closing the initial review. There was continued fatalities from there, and new shipments arrived because they were continued to be offered permits through Florida Fish and Wildlife, but sloths like Flash and Rowan died within days or weeks from transport stress, physical trauma, and gastrointestinal issues. Additional deaths mounted in some of the specialized care that we're seeing them now getting in appropriate setting. More animals perished from malnutrition, vitamin deficiencies, linked to improper diets, and bringing the total recorded of fatalities past 50. And I think this is probably an undercount based on what we know about shipping and the actual process of coming to the United States in crates as a sensitive animal. So the intervention and zoo transfer happened. I think we were starting to get the news by then. There was a lot of state and local pressure that bubbled up right then and there to do something. And it prompted a stop work closure order. We saw that at that point, owners, operators of Sloth World decided not to move forward with their plans, but surviving animals, and they're only a handful at this point, were rescued and transferred into quarantine at the Central Florida Zoo and Botanical Gardens. And I want to thank their wildlife experts for doing an incredible work on, very difficult set of circumstances. So even despite those rescue efforts, severe underlying emaciation caused several survivors, including Bandit, Habanero, and Dumpling, to pass away or require euthanasia, bringing the total death tragedy to 55. So what this case revealed in this horrific timeline was that there were several stages along the way where there was government interaction, but not true intervention or prevention. There was reactive enforcement, limited local tools that we know we have under our existing code. So when we look at the layers of government and trying to make sure we're addressing things that we can address, because I know that we don't want to do an exercise in just using people's time. We want to be able to do things that are actionable. Federal government does play a key role in what could be, I believe, making some moves from Washington to prohibit the import of exotic wildlife. That is not necessarily right now on the horizon, but I think we continue to pressure our local representatives that go to DC in trying to get movement on that type of federal act. The focus is not, federal government doesn't focus on the local land use compatibility. That's where we come in. And then, of course, we have heard about the failings of FWC. They are the responsible party for captive wildlife permits. And the state's structure, the rulemaking that was put into place, and the categorization of wildlife failed these animals. They are not required to notice us that these animals were being imported. And if it was alligators, they would have had to notice us. But this is something that at the state level, we need to continue to articulate and advocate for, making sure that we do a better job getting in place rulemaking from the state to communicate with local governments on this type of use. So why should we act? I just gave you the federal and the state background. The important part of, I think, why Orange County needs to do something is, first of all, we do the land use, zoning, compatibility, business licensing, location, and we also know what it's like to deal with community impacts. When things happen in our tourism corridor, when things happen with our beloved animals, we are the calls that are made. We get those calls at our office. And so I think that gives us a unique perspective. Additionally, understanding that we receive 76.7 million visitors annually and that we are a destination that's considered a top-notch destination with beautiful places to visit. And there's an assurance that is given out to any family that's traveling here from anywhere that when they come and see something in a tourist facility, that it is something that should be ethical and treating all involved with the utmost dignity. I have heard from many people that they believe that what happened at Sloth World has cast a dark shadow on that tourism industry, and we need to make sure that we're correcting that and really signaling that we're not going to let that happen again. So the regulatory framework, there's several different options to discuss that we may be able to hear from county attorney a little bit. This is just a preliminary discussion of it, obviously. But prohibiting the commercial use of exotic wildlife in exhibitions, this is something that has been used in other jurisdictions. In a lot of jurisdictions across the country, it's used for traveling exhibitions in the effort to try to prevent circuses that were using animals and wildlife cruelly. Obviously different circumstances here. Still cruelty, still animal cruelty, but in a stationary business that still requires regulatory oversight. So the other one that I would like to discuss or find out if there's options to be able to address are the public contact encounters. There's no reason for a wild animal that came directly out of the top of a forest in Ghana to be handled by a class of sixth graders. We know that humans can get diseases from wild animals, and we know that humans give diseases to wild animals, and we understand that what makes them wild is that they stay in the wild. So the importance of that is a business model. We're not talking about education. We're not talking about specifically exemptions that we could see for truly accredited educational purposes. This is about entertainment for profit. So one of the things that we would do is, of course, maintain exemptions for accredited institutions. So zoning approach, and this is all very preliminary. I know we have an incredible team in our zoning division, and if I have said this a million times, I'll say it again, I believe our code compliance officers are unsung heroes for being out there in the world, with their badge and their notebook, and they don't necessarily have all the tools to be able to intervene when there's something this, catastrophic happening in a location that they wasn't permitted to use. So amended permit and use tables, potentially creating a definition for something that may be prohibited, and then non-conforming status for existing if they do fall out of that education exemption. And then the other avenue might be business licensing. So the idea that we didn't know what was going on in this business, in this location, because they didn't come in and tell us, right? This was a bad actor, and they did not disclose what they were going to be using that space for. Well, potentially is, if the applicant name is Sloth World, is there a mechanism by which we can require a zoning clearance before the issuance of a business license? Is there the ability to have some kind of code compliance alert system, if you will? One of the most devastating, I think, photographs that came out of these last few months was a picture that our code enforcement officers, I believe, took of empty crates, or maybe it was somebody at FWC, but of empty crates outside of the warehouse that indicated that there may be animals inside. And so having those kinds of indicators, would there be an opportunity for a better enforcement activity? And then administrative enforcement looks like fees and fines. The idea of being held to some de minimis fee after killing dozens of beautiful animals that were brought here, without really having any recourse is, I think, a huge problem, right? So right now, that's just our structure. Our structure is if somebody is using something and they're not zoned to be using that there are fees and fines, but that we need to look at maybe if there's an opportunity to have something that is more enforceable. And then just as a kind of a background, I didn't want to get too far into the weeds, but there's jurisdictions all over the country and some in the state that do limited restriction of public contact. And some of those look at like zoning regulations and zoning ordinances. Some of them are specific to specific species. I would request that we do something for wildlife that could include the species that are listed in some of these other jurisdictions, but of course the sloths, which we understand have a unique sensitivity. And this leads me to why the sloths specifically needs special protection. These animals are a wild animal that actually responds to stressors by shutting down. Their entire metabolism shuts down when they are stressed. Cold stress stops their digestive system. Handling can affect their entire bodily functions, and they are susceptible to so much of the environmental concerns that happen in a commercial handling business. If some tourists believe that handling them shows love, just know that if they're holding their hands up, that's because they're scared. And so I really believe the people who bought tickets ahead of time and wanted to come to Sloth World, they love these animals. This wasn't because that they were bad actors or they had a malintent. I think the reason why they did that is because maybe they didn't understand. So I do believe that educational opportunities should exist, but sloths in particular are a sensitive species that need special protection. The issue with the wild capture, once again, I think we have to continue to advocate, so it's an important backdrop and good to know that when they are pulled out of the woods, unlike a captive breeding program, that you're pulling adults that may be right in the middle of reproduction, which means you're interrupting the reproductive cycle, and that trafficking is taking a toll on the overall mortality. And we understand transport is deadly for them. Very few actually arrive when there's a transport. And so those impacts aren't even contemplated today, but I think it's important to understand. So as a list of potential exemptions, of course, we have our accredited agencies, such as the great people that took in the surviving sloths from Sloth World, and then, of course, licensed wildlife rehabilitations, certified veterinary care. It's a different certification for this type of wildlife. And the person that was listed on the FWC application for the permit for Sloth World was not the kind of veterinarian that needed to be hired. And then, of course, our educational institutions need to be able to do outreach that would, potentially include something that could have an exhibit that wouldn't be disqualified. And then, of course, conservation organizations. So, an important distinction between sort of the educational conservation and the need for those programs and commercial entertainment. Sloth World was an example of something that was being put into place specifically for commercial entertainment. It was for tickets, much like a exhibition on anything. And so the idea that these sentient beings didn't get any specialized treatment for being special is a little terrifying. And as an oversight body, we need to find opportunities to address that. So obviously, if this board feels like this is a worthwhile endeavor, which I certainly hope you do, that we will seek guidance from our county attorney's office to review our state preemptions. We know that we're always wrestling with state preemptions. And constitutional issues, including some of the grandfathering of existing businesses. I don't know of any right now, but I don't think it hurts to say that we're not penalizing good actors out there. We're trying to make sure we're preventing another tragedy. So the public benefits, I think everything we do here, we should be able to justify by saying, how does this make a difference? Well, First of all, animal welfare is of great concern to almost everybody that I know. And for the people who don't believe that they are animal welfare advocates, they oftentimes understand the public safety issue, and that if we have a potential business that doesn't care about the lives of the animals that are there, that means they don't really care about the lives of their visitors either. And so they're subjecting everybody to potential safety issues. Responsible tourism is what our brand is. We are a welcoming, family-friendly, forward-facing county and region, and we want to make sure that people come here with the knowledge that they are going to visit a place that takes really good care of its people and its wildlife. And then, of course, regulatory clarity. There was an unbelievable, I felt when I was reading through all of the documents that came along in this case, that how did we not stop this? And there's just a blind spot at almost every level that allowed it. So the implementation timeline, I know there's no magic wand, and I am a patient commissioner so long as I have support by our board and staff in trying to make sure that we're doing something that has meaning. It's not just for show, and we want to make sure we include the public, and so that is obviously its own process. And so this is just sort of the final piece is, asking for support, asking questions of the county attorney's office at how this might look, and then potentially seeing if we can return to put something in place that will assure residents for years to come that we don't allow this type of cruelty in Orange County. And that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. We'll go to the board for questions, comments. Commissioner Uribe.
Okay, first of all, thank you for doing so much research and work on this. This has been phenomenal, and I think that we all agree no one, no animal, no anybody should suffer. I will say a couple things that I worry about, and Jennifer's here. Of course, we all remember the tragedy of the fireworks in the warehouse that blew up, and all of those young people died. They weren't supposed to have fireworks in a building. And so it leaves me to, how do we make sure that we are vigilant on not letting these things happen? Clearly, multiple people knew fireworks were going on in there. There was companies locally that were getting their fireworks through there. So I ultimately worry, and that company never got a business license, So I think, yes, 100%, we need to put some regulations in there. We need to see what that looks like. I just hope that we can also have a mechanism where we continue to tell people, if you see something, say something. Because all of these tragedies, obviously people were involved who knew, but no one ever bothered to say anything until it basically all came about. And then the only other question I have is, one, like this particular one was in the city. So is it required to have a county business license if it has a city business license?
So it's a great question, and we talked about this, and we'll probably continue to have the conversation about what that Sloth World, the storefront was in the city of Orlando, but the warehouse was
in the county.
Yeah. And so, knowing that we have great partnerships with the city also, if talking through this as part of the stakeholder portion of discussions, having some understanding of what they would want to participate in as maybe collaborating for something that has consistency across jurisdictions.
Right, and I don't know if we currently have any zoning that would allow exotic wildlife to be permitted currently in Orange County. Do we, or do we just not talk about it? Is it not just listed?
So Jennifer's going to be the best answer of this. And
do we have any exotic wildlife zoning in Orange County right now?
It's not specifically exempted is the issue.
So,
or not specifically prohibited.
Commissioner, let me just refer to my notes here. I believe it was in 2015-ish. So we used to have a category for exotic animals in our use table, and we took it out altogether, and I think it's because we just defer to the state because they're the ones that ultimately regulate them.
Okay.
So we don't currently have
there's
anything.
No prohibition specific to if it's.
No, there's no permission or prohibition.
Right.
And then my follow-up question would be, and maybe this is Georgina, if we do some code compliance, can we put some teeth in it? Because like you said, there was a verbal discussion, but could there be, kind of like the health department on restaurants where they shut it down? I mean, do we have that ability to do something when there is a clear violation?
I think what we're listening to the board discussion today. I think what we're really going to have to grapple with is the fact that FWC, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, is the one that's charged with the regulatory and executive powers as it relates to exotic wildlife. And so,
gotcha. Go ahead.
consistent
Sorry.
with our charter, you've heard our office is always saying you guys have the powers that are not that are given to you or that are not inconsistent with state or general law. And the FWC powers are in the Constitution. So they have the regulatory power over this. So it's going to be difficult for us to step in and make some sort of regulatory decisions related to importing or licensing.
So, but that's
We're
what
gonna have to
permitting.
we're going to have to stay with our local powers.
Which is
and
not-
so, which is in land use and some of those code compliance
Okay.
things. So we're going to have to do a little, we're listening to the discussion today, but we need to know, what, if there's interest and consensus, we will have to do that research and come back and either explain how the process works, because there's also different levels of
capabilities.
notice that the state gets, class 1, class 2, class 3.
Right.
Sloths, unfortunately, are not 1 or 2. So that is another fact that is unique in this situation. We do get notice from the state on class 1 or class 2. I think Commissioner Wilson, I think I had said that to you yesterday.
Yeah, well,
If it was
I said if it was a gator,
crocodile or
if it
an
was a gator, they
alligator,
would know, yeah.
we would have gotten notice, and then we do coordinate those with the the appropriate departments within the SADC County. So we'll have to do that research and come back and then figure out where the board consensus lies for what you're able to do.
I would support the
and
the
then-
most
and then
intensive opportunity for us as a county to do. So I'm in that. And then secondly, my concern is always enforcement, How do we, whatever you guys, your findings do accomplish of what we're capable of a body and as a government to do. But again, how is that enforcement able to be reassured? So
And I think giving you the clear picture, because like you started saying, this was an actor who did not get the business license. And so we need to bring the information to you about how it's supposed to work so that it would have triggered an inspection by the fire marshal. But as you noted at the very beginning, this was an actor who didn't do what they were supposed to.
yeah, I had the same thing. I had a furniture store. So it wasn't on what they call high alert for explosives when we had fireworks. All right, well, hopefully you guys can find everything you can, and I think this is a great effort to do, and we should move forward. I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Uribe. Commissioner Cordero or Commissioner Scott, do you?
I have to say thank you for, this, a process and research, and I am in, whatever is needed, let's go for it.
I'm in full support of Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you. So I am to District 5. You didn't need to convince me on anything. What I do also just want to draw attention to is that when we talk about establishing some form of a regulatory framework, one of the things that we need to consider is how we actually do, and I'll go back to the topic of TDT, because Visit Orlando, despite sloths already having died, spent our TDT, spent public money on advertisements for Sloth World, which resulted in some of those advanced sales. And had this been just like a one-off, where it only happened once with one animal organization, but it hasn't. It actually also happened in 2024 with Wild Florida as well, where we had the use of our TDT funds being spent on an animal organization that had animal welfare accusations and cases against it. And I think that we owe our constituents and taxpayers the due diligence to make sure that with our public money, we are not promoting one of the most, to me, grotesque crimes that is severely underpunished in our justice system. So I do think that we need to move towards some type of oversight with regard to how that money is spent. But that's aside from, I think, this report. District 5 will submit something with regard to that. And I also fully support you, Commissioner Wilson. So.
Okay, thank you so much. So just making sure that, are there any?
Tell me.
That'd be great.
So we'll
We'll
target,
help.
and we'll
We'll
look on that schedule of,
Try to get back by the end. Okay.
okay.
Honestly, it'd be a great holiday gift for us to present Orange County to say that we're never going to allow something like this to happen again. And I think I just want to make sure, for clarification purposes, Georgiana, because the FWC wildlife permits are for the captive import. But what we're looking at is the regulatory schemes that we already work under, which are our land use, zoning, business license, not the import.
Yeah, yes. So the way the language, though, is that they have all.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we have to figure out what that means.
Okay. Yes, and we'll look to, like I said, I think there's a lot of other jurisdictions that we can maybe look to. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it. Have a good lunch.
Thank you. Happy lunch, everybody. See you at 2. Right now, I'm going to call on Lakin O'Hara, the Chief Planning from the Zoning Division, Chief Planner, to present the July 2nd, 2026 Board of Zoning Adjustment recommendations. Lakin.
Yes, good afternoon, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. On July 2nd, 2026, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 10 cases. 7 of those cases were recommended for approval, 2 cases were recommended for denial, and 1 case was continued. So the BZA appeal deadline was on Friday, July 17th, and no appeals were received. With that, we request the BCC accept the BZA recommended action and findings.
So moved. You said? Second, Gomez.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, so Jason Sorensen, the Chief Planner, Planning Division, will present the July 17th, 2026 Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. On July 17th, the Planning and Zoning Commission considered 8 conventional rezoning requests, all of which were recommended for approval. We have not received any appeals. However, we have received a request to pull one item for a separate public hearing. The District 5 Commissioner, Martinez Simrad, has requested to pull item RZ 26-07049, located at 4910 Sadler Road in District 2, in the absence of the District 2 Commissioner due to concerns of the residents. Therefore, the action requested is to approve the July 17th Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations with the exception of RZ 26-07049, which will be scheduled for a separate public hearing, and staff is available for any questions.
Do we have a motion to approve?
So move, Gomez.
Okay, motion to approve, Gomez, second, Scott. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so with that, then we move to public hearings. So we have public hearings scheduled at 2 p.m. The first case is PSP 2412-291.
Thank you. This item is case PSP 2412-291, the Parker Lone Palm Preliminary Subdivision Plan. Request here is to subdivide roughly 14.5 acres generally located on Hancock Lone Palm Road off East Colonial into 55 single-family residential dwelling unit or lots and associated tracts. This item does have an associated consent item, G1 standard permit, that was pulled from the consent agenda this morning and will be heard concurrently with this case. This site's located in District 4. Here we have the future land use map. Property is designated low, medium density.
Nick, can I interrupt? Georgiana, is everything okay? Because I see you talking. Do I need to actually say, let's open the public hearing for?
There's a consent item. We just need to make reference to the consent agenda item.
It's in the script. Yes, that was the one that was pulled this morning.
Oh, to the one that was pulled this morning?
Correct.
Okay, so.
The consent agenda item will be considered concurrent with this, with the matter that's of this hearing.
And do you want me to say that?
We just did, so.
Okay, all right. And is everything okay now to go,
Yes.
to move forward?
I understand that it's considering the full consent agenda item for P1.
Okay. Thank you. Nick, I'm sorry to interrupt. Please.
Thank you. All right. So the property is designated low, medium density residential on the county's future land use map, indicating maximum density of 10 units per acre. Property is designated, please ignore the typo there in the legend, R1 single family dwelling district. And we have the aerial here showing the site is currently undeveloped. Here we have a copy of the subdivision plan showing the proposed lots and tracts. You can see here it does carry on that street network connection to the north and south connecting to those subdivisions. We do have some stormwater in the back, and in that area, EPD will present in just a moment, are the associated wetland impacts. And with that, the staff recommendation for the subdivision plan is to make a finding consistency with the comprehensive plan, approve the Parker Lone Palm PSP subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation, the staff report. Over these next couple slides, Tim Hull will be presenting the standard permit, and then we'll come back for a combined recommendation at the end.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. I'll present a standard permit for the wetland impacts, number SP 2410-012 for the applicants Linda Parker, Richie Parker, and the Richie Parker estate. Wow, this clicker. Here we go. Here is the site plan showing the wetland impacts. So just starting out with what they're proposing to preserve, the blue dotted outline is 0.91 acre of Class 2 wetland that will remain in place on site. And then the buffer for that wetland, 0.65 acre, is shown in the green color. That will all be preserved. And then moving to their impacts, in that same area, you see that red cross-hatching shading. That's 0.08 acre of Class 2 direct wetland impacts for a stormwater outfall. That's to provide a positive outfall from the stormwater pond. They also have 0.39 acre of Class 3 surface water impacts. Those are on the south part of the site. There's a Class 3 ditch, that's that long linear feature. And then a cattle pond is SW2 is the other Class 3 feature that they are impacting. The cattle pond was already partially impacted for the development to the south. And then they also have 0.02 acre of Class 2 wetland buffer impacts and 0.54 acre of Class 2 wetland secondary impacts to account for those indirect effects of the wetland impacts. The review criteria, Chapter 15, Article 10, Section 15386B states an application that qualifies for a standard permit shall demonstrate how the proposed activity will avoid or minimize impacts to wetlands and surface waters to the greatest extent practicable. And so here are how the applicants have responded to those review criteria. I won't read all of this for you, but just to summarize, the wetland one is the outfall pipe, and it's a previously disturbed drainage ditch system. It's very a little later of that. And then also Chapter 15, Article 11, the Econ Code, because area boundary. Section 15442A, they are required to conduct a survey of the property for the presence of imperiled species. They did that, and Vice Mayor, thank you for pointing this out. There was a discrepancy in the EPD staff report. It noted that there were no imperiled species found on site, but the PSP staff report identified that in the wetland determination, gopher tortoise burrows were observed on site. That's actually a staff mistake. The applicant did provide us this information. They identified 23 gopher tortoise burrows on site, and there were no other imperiled species. Here's a habitat survey map that the applicant had previously provided showing all of those gopher tortoise burrows, and they are required per permit condition and state statute to relocate those gopher tortoises and provide EPD documentation of their gopher tortoise relocation permit and relocation statistics afterwards. Their mitigation plan, they plan to offset the impacts by purchasing 0.19 mitigation credits from TM Econ Mitigation Bank, Phase 4, and that is in Orange County. And then as I showed you on the site plan earlier, they are preserving the remaining 0.91 acre of Class 2 wetlands and the associated 0.65 acre upland buffer and putting those areas into conservation easement. They're also proposing conservation easement signage for the edge of the remaining upland buffer. And so EPD has determined that the mitigation adequately offsets the proposed impacts. EPD has evaluated the proposed standard permit application and required documents and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Orange County Code Chapter 15, Article 10, and Article 11. Our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of standard permit SP 24-10012 for Linda Joyce Parker, Richie Parker, and Richie Parker Estate. This is in District 4, and I have a combined actions requested slide for you for both the PSP and the standard permit. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. I will go to the commissioner. Don't you need to make a motion first, and then it opens for discussion?
Commission, Vice Mayor, it is a public hearing, so we'll need to.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Okay, let me get back on my script, okay? Because yes. All right. So thank you, Tim, for the presentation. So at this point in time, now we move to open public comment on the application.
But I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, the applicant on the request, if there is any, and then if they want to speak to it, and then public comment.
Is the applicant present? Hello.
Jimmy Palm with MI Homes. I don't have anything to add other than what staff just presented to you. Happy to answer any questions. And again, thanks staff for helping us deliver a project that's consistent with the surrounding area and complies with current county code.
Thank you. So now at this point in time, and we may come back to you, sir, so stay tuned. But at this point in time, we'll open for public comment. Are there any residents who are present to make a comment?
We have one speaker registered for this item, Caitlin Barrett. Caitlin? All right, approach the podium, and if you can begin with your name and address for the record.
I'm going to read it. Good afternoon, Board of County Commissioners. My name is Caitlin Barrett. My address is 14007 Lone Creek, Orlando. I'm the president of the Waterford Creek Homeowners Association. I'm not here out of objection to the development of Hancock, but to the lack of safety and neglect of those residents that are living on Hancock. But I first must point out that none of the association members want to be connected to M&I Homes. This is a legal and financial burden that we are not wanting to take on. So if you do approve this, please do not connect our association to this new one. On to the points of safety and neglect. The following problems: drainage issues, no street lights, lack of continuous sidewalks, no right turn lane, no traffic lights. We can't get in and out of our neighborhood because there is one way in and out off of State Road 50. You guys have not decided to move forwards and push through to Lake Underhill. We are stuck. Fire rescue can't get to us because you keep barricading us in with more houses. You expanded 50, and then you put more apartments on it. By allowing M&I to come in and not maintaining the street that we live off of, you're causing more harm and neglect to us as residents who pay the taxes. I have no issue with development, but I have an issue when you're going to put an apartment complex on the same road as this after you let M&I Homes build. Please think of the people who are currently living there before you make decisions for the future, because we are suffering and no one seems to care. We have asked, we have commissioned. I have a homeless camp living behind us now, and we have called the commissioner. I have called her assistant. My property manager has called her assistant, and we have gotten nowhere. This is a safety issue, and school is about to start. What are you doing for us as residents? That is all.
I don't know. Thank you. Miss, could you please give us your name again?
Caitlin Barrett.
Thank you so much for your comment. Do we have any other public comments?
That was the only speaker we had registered for this item.
Okay, so I will then go to the rebuttal to the applicant. If he has anything else.
The only thing I'll add is we're in compliance with all county requirements in terms of interconnectivity of the proposed community as well as necessary off-site improvements. We're currently in a proportionate share agreement for over $900,000 to commit to improving the road network out there. So again, I'm not trying to discount any of her concerns, just letting you know that we are in compliance with current code and look forward to helping contribute to making the roads safer out there.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll close then the public hearing and ask for a motion from Commissioner.
I have a question.
Okay. Do you want to let her make the motion and then we do discussion after?
No.
No, okay.
Well, it might make a difference in what her motion is.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Wilson.
I had a question for staff about the concerns that were related to flood water, basically knowing that this is kind of low-lying in the back, hearing from an existing neighborhood that will be in conjunction. I understand that this is in the river protection area. Was there any cross-reference with our public?
For them to be able to demonstrate compliance, but they have agreed to be compliant with those econ code when.
But what does that mean? I mean, I understand what you're saying, but if this is the decision-making point for a PSP, which is the last stop here. So I just want to make sure I understand what that means in terms of our ability to help protect future residents there.
So what he's mentioning is there's a condition of approval for the stormwater management plan. In regards to that, they would have to submit calculations to demonstrate that they're not going to have any adverse impact to those abutting residents via a model that they can demonstrate when they do their engineering plan submittal. But at this stage, it's so early that we don't have that information available to analyze and assess if there is any adverse impacts.
Okay, I just have concerns, right? We've seen the erosion of this area and also that absorption we get from the natural features. And sometimes it was only abundantly clear following a catastrophic storm event, which I know everyone's like, well, it's a 1 in 500 year, but the idea of that impacting someone next year is a reality. So I have concerns about not having more information about that. I will say also seeing the number of gopher tortoise burrows on this site gives me a great deal of consternation knowing that that is something permitted through FWC. And I think for those of you who participated in the conversation this morning, we know there are some shortcomings in their permitting process. And so I don't know, if we have an ability to do more in order to make sure that that part of the project has more oversight. But that concerns me to see that number of burrows there. It's devastating. Is that purely a state function, or do we have any opportunity to intervene on behalf of the gopher tortoises?
Well, the legislature has delegated full authority for wildlife permitting to the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. So the answer to that is no, we can't regulate tortoises. We do regulate special rare uplands. So sometimes gopher tortoises can be regulated through habitat regulation. This is basically grazing land. It's improved pastures, so it's not really a habitat that would fall into that bucket of rare upland, and therefore it might have additional protections.
Yeah, it's not rare upland, but it's definitely perfect habitat for the gopher tortoises. Maybe the applicant can address whether or not there's been some consideration for something above and beyond just what we know happens, which is that they're shuffled somewhere else and then die.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name's Steve Butler with Biotech Consulting, assisting MI Homes on this question. So generally, as you're aware, once you have a gopher tortoise population identified, you submit a permit application to Fish and Wildlife for relocation, conservation permit. Those tortoises are excavated and safely transported to a approved recipient site. Generally, those recipient sites have large conservation easement tracks over them. They're monitored, maintained, and studies done show the success survivability percentage between 93 to 95% after 2 years. So it's a high success survival rate. So they are maintained in a safer fashion than they would if they were left on site with the potential for damage through residents, wildlife, vehicle traffics, et cetera. So in our opinion and others, it's safer to relocate them to an approved recipient site than to keep them on a tract that would be developed as residential.
Okay, thank you for answering the question. I'm just going to state where I land on this. I don't feel comfortable with the potential impacts of future storms on the residents, with that being in the Econ Basin, and I'm not comfortable with trusting FWC with relocation, so I would be a no on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Scott.
Oh, it's working.
Yes,
Good.
I see you now.
All right. John, the President, she brought forward some concerns as it relates to the public works infrastructure road projects and then fire rescue. Do we know if those have been addressed? Has someone gone to any of their community meetings to talk to them about her concerns?
Well, with respect to community meetings and community engagement, you know, certainly can look to and speak with the district commissioner offline, you know, to opportunities to maybe improve some of that communication. With respect to Hancock Lone Palm, it's a kind of a fairly old substandard road. We've seen significant development along the corridor, including the community that the speaker lives in, over the last 5 to 10 years. All that development has occurred without major improvements to the roadway. I think last year the county did commence a roadway conceptual analysis study on the roadway, which is not looking at widening in that typical sense, but basically modernizing that facility to include appropriate drainage, sidewalks, lighting, and even the possible connection to the community to the south. That may not ultimately be that connection may not be advanced, but the county does recognize the need for those investments and improvements in the corridor, RCA, and there may have already been a community meeting or two with respect to that.
When is that going to conclude?
It might not next year, but it's typically an 18 to 24 month study. And then with respect to the stormwater, I know that was brought up in terms of flooding, as the applicant had mentioned, and I think this was the subdivision plan is code compliant. The development is consistent with the future land use and zoning. They have committed to, and there's no waivers on this particular request, so they've committed to, and as Susan mentioned, meeting the county's stormwater regulations and standards. The request for additional information, normally at this time, obviously without a subdivision approval, can't really proceed to those final engineering, especially as to the stormwater details. So it would be very difficult to proceed. I mean, obviously the applicant can speak to that information, but then of course, again, I think typically this board relies on its codes and regulations in the decision-making process as far as ultimately what it considers and approves. But
Thank you, John. Thank you. So I have comments. Commissioner Mike Scott, you good?
No, I'm good. I have no other questions. Sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson's good. Commissioner Europe's good. My issue on this is, so one, I share sentiments with Commissioner Wilson regarding the Gopher Tortoise boroughs and the angst or the feeling of being angst that they won't all be relocated, and that would be terrible. But additionally, here's what I'm worried about is walking into the voter booth November 3rd, when people go to vote, we have no control over how people check if property tax amendment makes it on the ballot, what they're going to check in the ballot box. Yes, to defund local government, or no to continue to fund us. So what I know that we can control is that we can control our ability to prevent ourselves from flooding. And I believe that a wetland, regardless of the level of quality, whether it's high or whether it's low, is something that should be preserved. I don't believe that we should continue filling in because something has a lower grade quality. In my world, it means that we should be working to improve it instead of filling it in. If we had followed a strategy like that, I don't think that we would be in the state of Florida where we continue to perpetually flood in ways that we have never flooded before. It's because we have irresponsibly filled in our wetlands. And we have allowed for development to go in places where it doesn't belong. For me, this is a wet place, and I think that with the actual plan, you can make amendments to the plan where you wouldn't impact any wetlands at all. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking to impair any wetland, fill in any wetland in any portion of the Econ Basin. Thank you.
Okay, so now it's my turn, Vice
Yes.
Mayor? Okay.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so thank you everyone for being here, especially Ms. Barrett, that she's here. She is part of my residence, and I am very happy that she's here. And I want to address first the concerns that she brought in, because I know we have been discussing them. First, who would like to say what happened with the light in Colonial Drive, that it cannot be, it wasn't approved? That's what we have been discussing all the time. They are requesting a traffic light in Colonial to go into Lone Palm, and it's not being, now it's a state, I know it's a state road. So it wasn't approved, I think it wasn't approved or something, and I want, an update for her, so she will know that was worked through.
Commissioner, we may not have that information today at this hearing, but we certainly could get that back to you and certainly share that with the.
Yes, please, so that way we can update them. That's one thing. The other thing is the lighting, and so that we have been discussing about that road, because that's a failed road. And we already know because, all those projects going there, what are we, where are we with that? We need sidewalks, we need the light.
So again, that would be considered in full context of that roadway conceptual analysis study, which is still under preparation and review by staff. And so again, when that study is complete, we'll bring that forward to the board. And again, it's not just this new subdivision. There's probably maybe several dozen or a dozen subdivisions that have been approved.
Right, Ms. We did that?
We did put speed bumps,
Yes, we did.
we just race around them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. Okay, another thing that I wanted to address, well, we already said that one, the colonial, the connection. That's another thing that we discussed before, not even in this public hearing. Before, when the other projects were going on, right, Ms. Ben? We discussed this. They didn't want the connection, but, how can we, I may have to continue this because I will have to.
Ultimately, with respect to that study, again, those recommendations, the analysis by staff and/or any recommendations will come to the board for considerations, and the board will have the final decision on both the scope and next steps with respect to such a study and follow-up projects that may result from that.
Yes. And John, do we have a BFE for this project, the base flood study? We don't have that?
It's an unnumbered A zone as of current.
Say that again?
No, there isn't one.
Are we going to have one?
It's an unnumbered A zone, so there is no BFE for an unnumbered A zone.
It's not needed for this one?
No, it is needed. It is needed, and Orange County Public Works has already signed off on the Lomar. Right now, it's in with FEMA. So the county staff has looked at the calculations, and they've concurred and agreed with what the floodplain is, which will establish it as an AE. And right now, it's in FEMA's hands. So it will be one of our conditions of approval, I think, is that the determination will be issued prior to final engineering.
Okay. And another thing I wanted to address that my resident brought up was the homelessness. This is a critical situation in the whole county. I have to say that, yes, I know what's going on. And my office have been very active with that, with Samaritan also, which we work together with District 5, also with Officer Allen, who we call him for everything, and he goes and he, it's getting worse, Ms. Barrett. It's getting worse. It's not only in your side, it's all over, but, well, we're trying our best. This morning we talk about, what other alternative we have, but we're going to keep you posted on that. And my staff is around, and she's going to talk to you because we want to follow up so you all can be safe, because I know sometimes this can bring some anxiety and some, safety issue there, and I want to let you know who is the deputy as well, the officer, so that way you all can call him directly if you need anything. Okay?
The problem is they're right outside the bus stop.
Yep.
So these young kindergartners, first graders will be sitting outside with the homeless camp across the street. And that they're doing that as well.
Thank you for following up and continue. You know that we are here for you. Okay. So saying that, John, I need to really, I heard my colleagues about, the golfers and everything. I think this is very important. I would like to sit down with the developer. So can you give me a date that I can continue this? But I want to sit down with him, and I want to sit down with the residents again, because we have, done community meeting on this. But I want to see how we can, figure this out.
Sure. No, Commissioners, thank you. So part of that, what the dates that I'll give you depends on how much time it would take for your office to be able to coordinate with both the applicant team and the residents. We have our next board meeting, August 25th, is very full. And so we have two board meetings in September 15th and 29th.
September is good, because
But two, it also prevents the pond from backing up to a stage where it could then cause adverse flooding effects to the community. So, and I agree with that statement. We want to do everything in our power to eliminate as much impacts as possible to the wetlands. And I think we've done that with the plan that we've presented. So just wanted to add that before Commissioner Cordero makes a motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second, Uribe.
I just would like to say I disagree because I think that we can always remove, a unit to prevent a larger, reconfiguration to preserve the wetlands that are there. I think that can be done. So I disagree with that. Sorry, Commissioner?
Okay, so I motion,
Seconded.
I motion for the continuance of this for September 15 at 2 p.m.
Second, Uribe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, so we move on then to, we are in B2, case number CDR 26-02-032, Jennifer Stickley, Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc., Orangewood N-1, SeaWorld Vacation Village, PD Planned Development, PD amending the plan in District 1. So I would like to open the public hearing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This item is case CDR 26-02-032. This is an amendment to the Orangewood N1 SeaWorld Vacation Village Plan Development. The affected portion of the PD is about 14.25 acres, located on Sea Harbor Drive off Westwood and International Drive. This is a request to convert the allowable entitlements on this particular site, assign a specific entitlement program of 1,124 multifamily residential dwelling units. That number comes from a trip-neutral transportation conversion from the existing 362 density tourist commercial supportive residential densities. As previously mentioned, property is all property within the activity center, which you can identify from the very colorful map here. Here we have the aerial of the site currently developed with a site plan currently under review with county staff that would be contingent on this zoning approval. That does show the structured parking staying and multifamily development being built around at about, I believe, 679 units is what that plan currently shows. Here we have the PD land use plan itself, identifying the affected area, entitlements, and standards. This went to DRC, and there's a staff recommendation to make a finding consistency of comprehensive plan and approve an amendment, the amendment subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. It has been brought to my attention that there may be a request from the district commissioner to continue this to the next board meeting.
Okay, so thank you, Nick. So Commissioner, I'm going to go to the applicant for their comments, but yesterday we also you gave an update kind of to us that the applicant had been made aware that there was some concerns. Is there any updates that we need to know about before?
I don't want to put words in the applicant's mouth. I believe they're getting ready to speak, but they have indicated that they were in support of the continuance to the next board meeting.
Okay, is the applicant here? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rebecca Wilson, 215 North Eola Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. Just wanted to state that we agree with the staff report and the recommendation from the Development Review Committee. We were made aware on Monday morning of an objection from a neighbor, SeaWorld, and we are willing to agree to a postponement until August 25th in order to address their concerns. My understanding also is that they may not be willing to agree to that continuance, and if that's the case, then I think we're going to ask to go ahead and have the hearing today.
Okay, so do we have public comment here today? Anybody who would like to make a public comment?
We do. We have one speaker for this item, Mr. Derek Bruce, who I see is on his way to the podium.
And I have a presentation I'd like to
walkthrough, please, if Miles can help me bring that up. Beg your pardon? Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Derek Bruce with the Gunster Law Firm, 200 South Orange Avenue here in Orlando, Florida. We are here to follow up on the request for continuance, and part of that, and we have had discussions with the applicant, and I do know that the principals have connected, and hopefully there is a further conversation. But unfortunately, our position is that this packet is not ready for consideration and approval by the board. Just to give you a little bit on the application. Next slide, please. It's a request for a substantial change, going from what would be the standard allowable maximum dwelling unit density of 30 to over 79, almost 3 times the what is standard, and to convert office to 1,125 multifamily residential units. Next slide, please. As we talked about, there is a request for continuance, and the 3 primary reasons, in the interest of time, thank you very much, that I'll go through are that there was not a community meeting, there's not been a transportation analysis provided, and there is a related International Drive plan that's under review. So the DRC staff report states that a community meeting was not required. However, Orange County procedure recognizes meetings should be held prior to taking final action where warranted. This is a pretty substantial change, and a community meeting would allow adjacent owners the opportunity to engage on site design, traffic, buffering, and construction timing. Okay. The transportation analysis is incomplete. There has not been a transportation impact analysis presented to the board or to the public. We've heard that this is considered a transportation neutral analysis. Frankly, we don't see how that could be the case. When you go from office to a more intense residential use that's going to have transportation on weekends and the like in a congested area that we see already. I will zip through the rest of my presentation and conclude by saying we'd like to ask that you continue this hearing until some of the work that we've talked about is completed, not necessarily to a date certain. And alternatively, we ask that you deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you. And the board has received your letter, the memo that you submitted yesterday on the topic as well. So the applicant, do you have rebuttal comments?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As you can imagine, I vehemently disagree that the application is not complete. And in fact, I think this board would have a problem if it were to treat this application differently than it does the other applications for a change determination from office to residential that it has recently approved in the Orangewood PD, including one just a few months ago for my client, Rangewater. I want to point out just a couple of things. This is urban infill. This is the Travel and Leisure Building. It is an 8-story office building comprised of over 362,000 square feet of office that previously housed 2,000 employees a day plus visitors. The garage is currently 1,204 parking spaces with 368 surface parking spaces. No community meeting was held, nor is one required by your code. It was determined by your staff, and I'll let the district commissioner speak for herself. I would never put words in her mouth, but that there are no single-family residential around us. If SeaWorld was interested in understanding some of these items, again, like I said, we would be willing to postpone to the 25th, but it doesn't seem like they're wanting to learn more. To me, it seems like they are asking for this group to deny our application. With regard to the transportation, a transportation impact analysis is required for operational concurrent with our IDD, which, as you all know, we're asking for the land use plan, which is step 1 of the PD process. The IDD is the development plan, step 2. That's when we're required to give an operational analysis. Any conditions required in that will be part of the IDD. Second, we're not required to submit for a transportation concurrency analysis until prior to a plat or building permits. And if we don't meet concurrency, then we will also have to enter into a prop share. It's also interesting that Orangewood PD was approved in 1979. It was one of the first PDs in Orange County, and it was approved based on a binding letter, which was approved in 1974. That binding letter approved for multifamily use in the Orangewood PD 9,576 multifamily units. To date, 4,939 multifamily units have been developed. And when you include all other approved and our requests, there are still a total of 3,408 total multifamily remaining units. There was also in the letter a concern about compatibility. The compatibility determination is made at 2 stages. First, it was made when all of these properties were granted a future land use of ACMU. We are allowed to go over 30 units an acre under your future land use table. I think it's 1.14D, which allows you to exceed the 30 units an acre if you can show that what you are giving up, so these office entitlements that we are giving up, are equal to or less traffic. So if you'll look on the land use page 3, we are giving up exactly 428 office trips in exchange for 427 multifamily trips. So there's a deficit of 1 that we're giving up. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have. And just ask, for either approval or a continuance to the 25th.
Okay, thank you. So I will close the public hearing. And let me go in order here because Commissioner Wilson. Yeah. Okay, then let me go to Commissioner Scott.
Got a couple questions. Ms. Wilson, thank you for coming. So because I know you guys have timelines and things like that, is the August meeting like a hard deadline, or would you consider a further continuance, maybe to September or some other date between you and the parties, or is that like?
We have a contractual obligation to close at the end of this month, so we were willing, again, to extend it to the 25th, with the idea of trying to come to an understanding with SeaWorld.
Okay. And then in that understanding, it was just, hey, give us time so you guys can sit down and have a conversation to see what their concerns are and if you could potentially make adjustments, or is that was the goal of the meeting?
Yes, I believe so. It was in response to the letter they submitted yesterday.
Copy. And then with respect to the process with staff, you referenced community meeting, you referenced no residential impacted. There is some residential in the area, although it's not super close, but there is some residential area. It's not close, but there's some in the area, the overall area, not immediately. Did you ever talk with staff about community meetings or any type of engagement?
So when it comes to community meetings, I defer to the district commissioner as to whether that person wants to hold one or not. And I will also mention that we reached out to SeaWorld. Our principals reached out to the SeaWorld principals a couple weeks ago.
Prior to the letter?
Prior to the letter.
Okay. And when you reached out, what was the response?
I was not the person who reached out, so I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth.
What I'm saying, was there a response? You reached out?
There was a response.
Okay. I'm not asking what the response was.
Yeah.
So you reached out, they had a response, and then they communicated the letter a couple weeks after to each one of us?
Correct.
Okay. And so, but August is your deadline. That's non-negotiable. Okay. All right, just want to understand that. I'm good.
Commissioner Uribe.
If I could ask staff, would it be you, Nick?
It might, Commissioner.
Okay, so, I mean, this letter that we got, we got this on Friday, really doesn't feel to me like it relates to where the development is. I understand this when we're looking at a residential area and things like that. I guess you weren't, Commissioner Wilson, you weren't really seeing the necessity for a community meeting.
I can definitely talk through sort of the process from my angle, but I think, ask the questions that you feel like are pertinent. I think, that's.
Yeah. And staff was supportive of this, correct?
Yes, the proposed development and density is within and consistent with the iDrive Activity Center, activity mixed use policies and regulations and guidelines.
Right, and we're actually seeing this on, I guess, not iDrive, but the other one where Universal was doing, similar. Ms. Wilson, may I ask you a question? How many units, you guys, I don't know enough about this project. It kind of it became an issue as of Friday. And so I appreciate you. I wish I would have had time to meet with you. But how many units are you guys looking to do? And you're doing it on the existing building. So you're taking a space already and adding housing there.
So what we're looking to do is this would be yes, it's in two phases. The first phase is built over the existing surface parking that's there. And it would use the parking garage. And then phase 2 is
700, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and obviously there's no wetland impacts, there's none of that. And the ridership trips are actually less than what's currently. Okay, I mean, I feel comfortable.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you. Ms. Beck? For this?
Our current IDD is around 700 units that we're showing.
Oh, because I saw it was 1,100.
It is. That is what the trips equal, is that we could get 1,124. I believe the question that Commissioner Uribe was asking me is how many units we were actually able to fit on the property.
And I have another question. Is this project restricted, like, for example, is this going to be units for Airbnb, or this is going to be for rental, this is going to be for, what is?
These are intended to be rental units, yes.
Rental unit?
Yes.
Well, are they going to be restricted, like, for not Airbnb or no?
No.
Well, there is a condition of approval that discusses no short-term rentals.
Oh,
That's
I'm
one
sorry.
of the
I thought she was asking about affordable housing. So short.
No.
It's residential.
It's
There are
residential.
no short-term rentals allowed.
Okay.
In fact, there's a condition of approval that requires no leases less than 6 months, and that's the standard multifamily condition that we see throughout the county. In fact, that condition is also on the multifamily piece of property that in 2012 SeaWorld sold to my client Epic right there at the corner of Westwood, and I believe it's called Palm Isles. So we have the same restriction there.
Okay, and then there are 2 buildings there. Are they going to be demolished?
So the 2 buildings that you see in the aerial, the one that is more rectangular and to the north is a parking garage. Thank you, whoever has that. That will remain. And then the square building that's that one is the office building that will be removed.
Oh.
Eventually, yes.
Okay, and Commissioner, I saw in the presentation from the speaker, from the public speaker, that they said something about a traffic study. That takes a lot of time. But Ms. Becky has said for others. Oh, I don't know, I'm just saying, like, I don't know what. Okay, anyway, you take care. Okay, so thank you, Ms.
Yes,
Becky.
of course.
So for me, Commissioner Wilson, for this, I met with the SeaWorld representative yesterday, and when you hear 2 parties saying like, "Hey, we're both willing to talk," I always think it's beneficial for them to talk and to continue it to a time that works for the applicant and doesn't, but gives the opportunity for them to discuss without, delaying a project. So. So with that, we close the public hearing, go to a motion from Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, and I do want to speak also. I want to thank the applicant team for carving out some time to talk through this and for the willingness to meet with the neighbors. I will say community meetings are like my jam. I love a community meeting, but the neighbors are here. So the neighbors are definitely in the conversation, and I feel like it's a reasonable request to take this time remaining between now and the date certain that works for the applicant team to be able to work through any of the remaining issues and questions. I know there's a lot more to come on this, and this is a first step. And if my office can facilitate any way, we'd be happy to do that. I think having that opportunity for the applicant team and the neighbors to work through those things is reasonable. And so knowing that, we did look at the date, and it's August 25th. And so I'd like to make a motion to continue to August 25th at 2 p.m.
Second.
Okay, so we move on to number CDR-25-12-300, Scott Gentry, Kelly Collins and Gentry, Inc., Silverleaf Planned Development Regulating Plan, PDRP, amend plan in District 1. So we will open the public hearing. And Nick, please do your thing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Item CDR 25-12-300. This is an amendment to the Silverleaf PD regulating plan. This is located in District 1 in the Horizon West Town Center Village, generally north of the 429 west of Avalon. This request is to amend the PD regulating plan, which is a bit of a lengthy document containing many development regulations and standards for the Silverleaf area. This request constitutes numerous minor adjustments to the standards and regulations and a couple of typos and clarifications throughout the document. Listed in the staff report, pages 2, 3, and 4 is a detailed breakdown of each of those changes. As previously mentioned, the site is in District 1. Here we have the Horizon West Special Planning Area Land Use Map, properties designated Corporate Campus Mixed Use District, specifically identified as the Silverleaf Regulating Plan area. And as previously mentioned, property is zoned PD. Here we have an aerial of the site, the overall regulated plan areas and the process of development. You can see most of the area in the, well, it was working nicely earlier. Northwestern portion is in the process of development with the single-family subdivisions. Most of the changes related to this application apply to the T4 and T5 areas, which is mostly this area in here. Along this section 429, we have the T5 area, which is where you get the kind of more dense and intense commercial type development, et cetera. Here we have the overall PD regulating plan. And with that, the staff recommendation is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the amendment to the Silverleaf PD regulating plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. And with that, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we will go to public comment. Do we have any speakers?
Vice Mayor, applicant.
Oh, I'm sorry, the applicant. I'm sorry. Hello.
He's a member of the public, too.
Good afternoon. Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Jim Willard, Schutz & Bowen Law Firm, 300 South Orange Avenue here in Orlando, on behalf of the applicant. As Nick has mentioned, the regulating plan is a series of pretty detailed development standards, and some of the changes, although quite minor, there's a number of them that have been made since the development plan, regulating plan was originally adopted, and to bring it consistent with some of the things that the Orange Code has developed over the years, and to hone in on developability and street length and framework streets and so forth in the primarily commercial and multifamily area of Transects 4 and 5 that Dick pointed out. So we are in, we went through it in exhaustive detail with DRC, and they unanimously approved it. We are in support of the recommendation. Be happy to answer any specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick, do we have any public comment?
We have no speakers for this item.
Okay, so no rebuttal comments. So with that, then we can close the public hearing and go to a motion from Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, I'd like to move for the requested action.
Motion for approval, Commissioner Wilson, second Scott. Do we have any discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, so we will move to case number SP 25-05-005, Kankala Associates LLC, permit in District 5. And I understand, Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, there was a late developing issue with the site plan that was brought up to both EPD and relayed to the applicant, and they need to adjust that site plan. And so we are in agreement with them. They would like to cancel the public hearing, adjust the site plan, and come back when it's ready again, re-advertise, and bring it back as a public hearing sometime in the future.
Okay, and is the applicant here?
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Steve Butler with Biotech Consulting, representing the applicant, 3025 East South Street. And we're in agreement with staff recommendation for canceling and coming back once it's resolved.
Okay. Thank you very much. Georgiana, is that adequate?
Yes, it's canceled.
Okay. Thank you. So that public hearing will be canceled, and then we will move on to the letter D, resolution adopting a revised fee structure for solid waste disposal at Orange County disposal facilities, and it's an all districts issue. Hello.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Weiss. I'm here to give you a short presentation on the solid waste tipping fees. I'll first go through some background information on the solid waste system, then talk about the current analysis and key issues. Then we'll briefly discuss the proposed tipping fees, and then get to our requested action. So a little bit of background about the Orange County solid waste system is that the county owns and operates the solid waste system, which is consisting of the landfill that is located on the east side of the county, along with 2 transfer stations on the west side of the county. The landfill site also includes the administrative and support facilities, and there are many services that are provided by the system. This includes the disposal of Class 1 and Class 3 wastes. There's a small vehicle drop-off for our citizens that take their personal vehicles there to dispose of waste, and so they don't have to drive up onto the hill with all of the other large garbage trucks and heavy equipment. There's processing of yard waste. We dispose of waste tires. There's a drop-off for household hazardous waste. We have a recycling facility on site, and also we harvest the landfill gas so that it can be pumped over to the Stanton Energy Center and use that to produce electricity. And then also we maintain all of the closed cells and take care of them for their required 30-year periods according to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. So in the solid waste system, we have to take a look periodically at the rates to make sure that we are fully recovering the cost of the operations, and especially for the capital cost, as it is the capital costs that typically provide the upward pressure on our rates. So back in 2023, we engaged our rate consultant to do a revenue sufficiency analysis, And that analysis captured all of the post-pandemic cost increases that are in operations, and especially the significant increases that were in cell construction and cell closure. So the study recommended a 12% tipping fee increase for each of the next 3 years, and then 4% rate indexing for the remaining 7 years of that 10-year planning horizon. So accordingly, the board adopted a 3-year rate plan for 12% increases in each of fiscal years 2024, 2025, brings us to our current analysis. So when we go through the budget process, we look at all of our projected expenditures for the system and all the projected revenues, and we plug those into our cash flow model to make sure everything is going to come out to where we can afford all of the projected expenditures by matching them against the way the revenues would flow. So in our analysis, we've been able to verify that we do indeed need the 4% indexing, not only for the next 7 years that the consultant had in their 10-year planning horizon 3 years ago, but we need it for the next 10 years in total. Some of the key contributors to our need for the additional revenue is that we're currently beginning to fill landfill cell 11. That's a class 1 cell, and we still have yet to construct the third and final phase of it, which would be $27.4 million to complete at $1.1 million per acre. Beyond that, we would then start this construction on cell 12, which is projected to cost $108 million or $1.3 million per acre. We've also got some closure costs that have yet to be funded. As you may know, we deposit annually into an escrow account that covers the required closure and long-term care costs for our landfill cells, and that is all according to FDEP requirements. And as we're looking at the next 10-year planning horizon, there's $55.7 million that have yet to be funded for cell closures. Beyond cell 12, that is our last planned class 1 landfill cell that we currently have planned on the current property. So we need to look at a disposal area beyond cell 12 so we can continue handling the county's waste. We're engaged a consultant to help us evaluate the options, looking at different areas on our current landfill site. We have in our cash flow model about $81.8 million to fund this next expansion, but the feedback we're getting from the rate consultant, or excuse me, the landfill consultant, is that it's probably going to cost over $100 million, so we need to make up that gap as well. We are in the process of procuring a solid waste rate consultant to support the future rate analyses, which the board actually just voted on this morning and approved. Thank you for that. And this brings us to a discussion on the automatic annual 4% indexing we're proposing to add to the rate resolutions for the solid waste system. This would function just like it does on the on the water and wastewater side, where we have annual indexing in our rate resolutions. Each year, when we come and present our budget to the board in the budget work sessions, we have a section on rates in the presentation, and we every year make a recommendation whether or not to index the rates, and we would do that also on the solid waste side. The board always retains the option not to index the rates. If we had the discussion with the board after the budget presentation and the board collectively decides that they prefer not to index the rates in any given year, then we would simply just bring back a resolution to the board for approval that would repeal the rate indexing for that next fiscal year. So this brings us to the proposed tipping fees for fiscal year 27. So the table on the screen has all of our tipping fee categories along with the 2026 current rates, as well as the proposed 2027 fiscal year 2027 rates that include the 4% rate increase. All of these rates are on a per ton basis. Class 1 is for municipal solid waste, typically your household garbage. Class 3 for construction and demolition material. Then we have the rate for yard waste, and then rates that are significantly higher for asbestos and tires because of the nature of these materials. They require extra handling and extra cost and contractors to deal with it. If approved, these rates would be effective on October 1st of this year. So one thing we also want to do whenever we're looking at increasing rates in the solid waste system, because it operates in a competitive environment, is we want to do a check on, are the rates exceeding what the local market would tolerate? Our best check for that is looking at the City of Orlando's competitively bid disposal contract. They recently just bid this, and their lowest rate for their Class 1 garbage was $57.50, which is above what we're proposing for our rate for next fiscal year. And the second lowest bid was $60 per ton. So we are comfortably below the local market rate and don't risk losing tonnage and losing revenue to support the operations. This is a comparison of our Class 1 tipping fee with other county landfills around the state. We always like to make sure that we're comparing well with the other county landfills and not getting our rates too far out of whack. As you can see, we're right in the middle of the comparison group. And typically, as we raise our rates, the comparison group also raises theirs. In fact, I went back and I tested this theory by looking at the similar graph we presented in 2020 to the board. And sure enough, every one of those comparison counties, except for one, had raised their rates since then. And even though we had 3 years of 12% increases, we were in the middle of the pack back then, and we stayed in the middle of the pack now. That one exception is Palm Beach County, and that is because they have a MSBU, which acts as a supplementary revenue source for their solid waste system. Also, Brevard County, which has raised its rates since then, also has a supplementary revenue source with an MSBU, and that helps them keep their rates at the low end of the group. So we do have a couple of fees that would not be subject to the proposed automatic annual indexing. The first one is the minimum charge per vehicle. We propose raising it from $9 to $10 per vehicle. And the other one is the waste passenger tire charge, and we propose going from $2 per tire to $3 per tire. Now, if someone brings in more than 8 tires, then that would default to the normal per ton fee for waste tires. Likewise, if they brought in a load that was mixed passenger tires and other types of tires, that would default to the per ton fee. So these fees have not been adjusted since fiscal year 2024, which technically was in 2023 when the rate was increased. And since they would not be subject to the automatic annual increases, these fees will be fixed for quite a while until there's a compelling reason for us to bring back another solid waste rate resolution. So these fees, basically, the proposed increases are covering the inflation that has occurred since 2023 and will occur in the future. And then the other aspect is that we try to keep these fees rounded to the whole dollar to be convenient for our customers who come in and pay cash. So this brings us to the requested action, which is displayed on the screen, and I'm here for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. So there's no applicant on this. This is administrative. Do we have any public comment?
We have no speakers for this item.
Okay, so we will close the public hearing, and then we can go for a motion from any commissioner regarding, yes. But whenever you're ready to make a motion, any commissioner can go ahead and go for the motion. Okay. Commissioner Uribe.
Oh, okay. Glenn, great job. And I just wanted a point of clarification. One, thank you I was wondering, because I always look at Palm Beach County a lot of times when they compare them to us. And so it was great. Do you know how much their MSBU is, by any chance?
I do not. I'm wondering if our staff does.
David Gregory knows everything.
He does.
So Palm Beach County has a special act of the legislature created a district that they are able to assess an MSBU incorporated and unincorporated areas of the county for disposal. So while similar to us, they have disposal and collection in the unincorporated parts of the county. In the incorporated parts of the county, for disposal, that number is closer to $200 per household just for disposal.
Wow, okay,
Yeah,
so.
it's over
so
$100
they're-
a ton.
They're paying significantly higher. They're just paying it a different way.
They pay it through, yes, through
Okay.
their taxes, yes.
And then my, I mean, we do such a great job, and my follow-up was, when we're talking about this, we're talking actually at the landfill, correct? So this
At
is
the
what they're
landfill and
bringing.
the 2 transfer stations,
Yeah,
yes.
so this is what they're bringing in. This has nothing to do with what you're putting on the side of the road. See, and I've talked to you about this, I worry because you've been great, but my district has like 17 tire shops, right? And it worries me because you've got very much code enforcement issues, you've got environmental concerns, retention of water being there's, just a lot of not good environmental things that are happening. And then in a community that's much more distressed, you see this stuff on the side of the road, and I think that, but my husband's a regular, I've been multiple times to the landfill, and you guys are so good, so quick and efficient and everything. I just wish we could try to continue to educate the community. Like if I've rented dumpsters. Like when we had major stuff we're doing at our house, we just rent the small dumpsters just so that we don't put that on the curb and and try to encourage that as much as we can. But you guys do such a solid job. I was just trying to get some clarity on that Palm Beach because it worried me because that was such a huge number. But
Yeah, and I'll make a point. You mentioned about tires. We do collect up to 4 tires each week from residential households, and most programs don't collect tires at the curb. So
yeah,
that is an extra
we need to
level of
say,
effort we
don't
provide.
throw your tires on the side of the road. Put 4 every week at your front door.
And we'll pick them
Okay,
up.
well, not the front door, the corner. Okay, thank you guys for your hard work.
So moved, Wilson.
Second, Uribe.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move to letter E in the agenda, the ordinance comprehensive plan adoption of small-scale amendment ordinance and concurrent rezoning. Number 6, the adoption of future land use map amendment ordinance and concurrent rezoning. Amendment SS 25-12-020, Timothy O'Donnell, low-medium density residential to industrial in District 3, and letter B, ordinance for proposed amendment and rezoning RZ-25-12-020, A2 Farmland Rural District to I-1 through I-5, Restricted Industrial District Light in District 3. So with that, we will open the public hearing, and Jason Sorensen. Hello.
All right, thank you,
Hello.
Vice Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. So this is a future land use amendment and a rezoning. The applicant is proposing he has an existing automotive business at the corner of Narcoossee and Brentwood, and that's one parcel, and so it's 2 parcels total that comprise what's being discussed here for the future land use amendment and rezoning. So again, we're in District 3. This is an aerial of the 2 properties, so he wants to expand his business onto the property that's to the west. So right now, both properties have low-medium density residential future land use, including the property that already has the business located on it. So the proposed future land use would be industrial for both properties. The zoning currently is I-1, I-5 for the existing business, and A2 for the property to the west, and the proposal is for the zoning part of it to change both parcels to restricted I-1, I-5. So here are some pictures of the subject properties in the area. So this is the one property where the existing business is located at 6780 Narcoossee Road. And this is the property that's to the west of him on Brentwood Drive, the subject site. And then this is south of the site and north of the site. So this is looking up Narcoossee. And then east of the site across from Narcoossee. And then this is looking down Brentwood Drive. This is a single-family neighborhood. And again, the aerial of the subject properties. So 100 notices were sent to an area extending beyond 500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have not received any responses. A community meeting was held on January 12th with no residents in attendance. At the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, there were no members of the public during public comment. The Planning and staff is recommending denial. However, the Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending approval and adoption with one restriction. The restriction would require a buffer on the south side of the property, and this is for really the west property, wherever residential is across the street. There would be a 15-foot landscape buffer required. That completes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions.
Thank you, Jason.
Jason, I'm sorry, can you put back the aerial, right there?
So the restriction would apply to the western property, and you can see south of that western property, there's probably 1.5 residential lots where that landscape buffer would have to be located.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have comments from the applicant?
Thank you, commissioners, for meeting with us today. We've owned that piece on Narcoossee Road for over 20 years, and we've been looking forward to buying this piece and incorporating it into making it one commercial property. So we waited a long time to be able to do this. We're excited about it. And with regards to what's going on that street, I know it's listed as residential and lovely, but when you take a ride down there, and I know there's no, what do they call them, problems listed with the properties, but there's like a tractor trailer, there's 2 guys running tow trucks and junkyards there, there's a hoarder, so it's really not a community if you take a drive down the street and take a look. And we're all around us, I don't know if the map shows, but all around us is completely industrial. You've got 2 blocks there with residential that we've decided, or the county's decided, to keep residential multifamily housing. So we would appreciate if you would approve this project for us so we can move forward to make this area better. Because we've been on this area for like the last 40 years with commercial properties that we've owned and improved. You know, when it was the swamp, you know, and there was, you know, it was a 2-lane road. So I appreciate any input you have or any questions you have, and, you know, how we can make this better. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment, Nick?
We have no speakers for this item.
O'Donnell, Teresa. My name's Teresa O'Donnell. Thank you.
This is the force behind the throne.
Okay, so we have no public comments. There's no rebuttal comments from the applicant then, so we'll close the public hearing.
Thank you.
And then Commissioner Uribe, do you want to comment anything?
I'm going to be very honest with you. I do not support this application. Just because something is going through a hard time, we don't make it worse. The fact that you want to have cars there and holding cars, that's not going to.
I think there's a wrong misunderstanding.
The hearing's closed, but you're asking for permission. You want to close the hearing. So this is an interaction.
Yes, I did. Did I close the public hearing? I did close the public hearing, yes.
Oh,
I did. It is closed.
We're not allowed to speak now?
No,
because we had this all cleared last time around.
You can't speak anymore. That's why the hearing is done.
Okay.
So, as I was saying, I do not, and I actually appreciate what staff has done on this, considering, but because we haven't had a chance to meet, And I'm willing to meet with you all before I try to move for denial, because I don't like the fact that you want to store cars on this property. I don't believe that you make a neighborhood that's already going through distress by saying we're going to add used car lots and hold cars there as something. So if you're open to it, I will meet with you guys and we'll continue this. I understand. So I'm telling you, do you guys want to meet? Okay. Okay. All right. So I'll go ahead and continue this. I don't need a long time to continue it. I mean, because I don't think we've kind of been through it, but I tend to agree with staff.
Okay.
You're literally going up against a house.
So Commissioner, at least in terms of dates, I'll remind the board that August 25th is very full, but that is our next board meeting, so it is your schedule. September 15th would be the BCC date that would follow that. And then
Let's go ahead and do September 15th.
Okay.
So that, I mean, I don't feel it's going to be that complicated. I'm hoping to meet with them and we can kind of work through some things. But
Okay, so it's a continuance to September 15th,
So
2026
motion
at 2
to
p.m.
continue to September 15th.
Okay.
I'll second it, but I do have a question.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear what the gentleman was going to say. So if you can come back, sir, I wanted to hear what you were going to say.
Well, we appreciate this. You know, we've been here since 1979, and you're all nice young people, and we appreciate all the work you're doing. But people don't understand, we've been here before the airport, before SeaWorld, before everybody else was here. We were here, okay? Now, we bought that property from a gentleman, Bob Meeks, and you probably know him, Myra.
Sir, I'm
And,
sorry, I don't want to rush you, but if you could just, you were going to make a statement in response to something she said. If you could just respond to that, please.
Okay.
Yeah,
My point is, we went to the preliminary hearing, it was approved, 4-1 against. We didn't see any opposition whatsoever. We are a licensed custom house broker by Treasury Department. We broker cargo on ships and airplanes. We don't sell retail cars. We use a dealer license so we can buy at the auto auction, ship overseas. My tenant in the front does the same thing. He ships to the Dominican Republic and to Puerto Rico. We ain't sold a car off that car lot in 6 months because people don't have the money. So we bought this property. It was a crack house. We fixed it. We cleaned it. We did everything we possibly can. We put the buffers in. We put plants in. We put berms and fences. We don't see a problem. They didn't see a problem. Now this becomes a problem.
Just for Commissioner Scott, thank you. I have not met with the applicant,
No,
so we need to meet.
No,
That's-
you're good. You're
that's
good.
what we need to do.
I like
Okay.
to give people an opportunity to speak in this forum. You know, it's a public meeting. He's going to meet with you. He's not going to meet with me. I don't need a meeting. But my other question is, so you guys do the import export. So let's say I buy me an exotic car or just a car I place value on. I could pay you to have my car there, or is this just for your business?
No, this goes strictly exports. We take the vehicle in. We have a shipping agent. We put the vehicle on a data freight receipt that shows which country it goes to, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Moscow. We ship that kind of product for the last 25 years. And we've done it in Ocoee. And we sold a property in Ocoee, and we came to Orlando. So we purchased the property, and, you know, we're here. We're now.
Okay. Now, I just wanted to understand your business. Thank you for answering the question. Commissioner, thank you for the clarity.
And just realize that I did not say there was a problem. I want to meet with you, okay? So I want to work through this. Staff has recommended denial, okay? So just because the decision comes down to us.
Right.
So the board, they're just a group of citizens who get to give their comments. They don't live there. They don't live in our district. Staff recommended denial. I want to meet with you and talk through this, okay? So I am not going with trying to pursue a denial because I want to meet with you all.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
So is that before the meeting you want to meet
Yes,
with us?
yes. Please get
So-
with my assistants
Because
in the
we
back.
called your office once before to have a meeting.
Okay, let's move on from this.
Okay,
My
very
assistant
good.
is right back there, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Myra. Thank you, everyone.
Commissioner Gomez, did you have any?
No.
No.
I did, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Uribe, did you motion for a continuance? Okay. And
Yeah, we're good.
we're
Oh,
good.
September 15th.
John?
Yeah.
September 15th? Okay, so.
He's excited for the move. All in favor? Aye. Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. will open the public hearing on letter F ordinance number 7, proposed amendments to Orange County Code, chapter 38, zoning for mobile temporary overnight shelters, applying to all districts. So let's open the public hearing. And Jennifer Moreau, thank you, from the zoning division. Thank you.
You're doing great, Vice Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Vice Mayor. I'm here to present this is the first of 2 public hearings for the mobile temporary overnight shelters. So I'm just going to do a very quick background, remind you of why we're here, go over the existing county regulations, the outreach that we've done since the work session that we had with you, and then the proposed code amendments and how they've changed since the work session that we had with you, and then we'll go on to the next steps. So just to remind you, this all started last year when Commissioner Wilson requested that the board have a discussion on a zoning ordinance to address parking of buses, trailers, and other mobile structures supporting homeless shelters and transitional service providers. We ultimately had that board discussion in February of this year, and the board directed staff to propose code amendments related to the parking of mobile structures supporting homeless shelters and transitional service providers. In June, we had a work session with this board, and then in also in June, later in June, we had a work session with the Planning and Zoning Commission where they provided additional comments. We came back to them with a draft ordinance in July, which they recommended approval on. So just to remind you of kind of why we're here. So the existing county regulations, when we started looking into this, we realized that there isn't really a category for this type of use that fits into our current use table. It's sort of 2 uses in and of itself. So it's a unique use. It's a temporary shelter for overnight, overnight temporary shelter, I should say. And then during the day, it's essentially just the parking of a dual rear wheel vehicle. It's just a bus. And so the closest category we could find to put it into at the time was RV parks, essentially, which very clearly this is not. And so there is definitely a need to create a new use category for our code to address this type of use. So since our work session in June with you, we did do some additional outreach. We reached out to several different social service providers provided by Community Family Services. Thank you. And provided them with the proposed code amendments. We did not receive any direct comments back from them. We also had a follow-up meeting where we invited all of those representatives to the meeting. Ultimately, 2 people showed up, one representing SALT Outreach and one representing the Samaritan Resource Center. They did have some questions, but didn't have any specific comments or proposed changes. After the Planning and Zoning Commission work session, we also reached out to the Christian Service Center staff and did a tour of their facilities and their overnight bus that is currently operating, which was really helpful because it provided additional understanding of their operations and additional comments just based on their experience and how we may want to look at revising some of the things we were originally proposing. So these are the proposed code amendments. So what I've done here is a strike-through underline of what's changed since the last time you saw it at the work session. The first 2 have not changed. So the first is just creating a new definition in our code for a mobile temporary overnight shelter, which is a self-propelled vehicle, including a bus, lawfully registered and operable for use on public roads, that has been retrofitted for temporary overnight sleeping accommodations and sanitary facilities, and that is operated as part of an approved social service program. So once again, it's not just a bus that I buy and retrofit and allow people to sleep on. It's tied to an approved social service program. And then looking at adding that new use that we've created by a definition into our use table, and allowing it by right in our commercial and industrial districts subject to some general requirements. So this is the list of general requirements. The first is that it has to be operated by or pursuant to a written agreement with a governmental agency and in coordination with a bona fide institutional use, and it has to function as an extension of the services provided by the institution. We've changed the terminology a little bit here to say arrival and departure of the occupants shall be conducted by or under the direction of the governmental agency. We realize with the overnight bus, once you get on the bus, you really don't want the bus to move because it doesn't have seats. It only has beds. So you don't really want people rolling out of the beds as the bus is driving. So there may be a shuttle bus or something that takes them from the pickup location to the location where the overnight shelter would be provided. We've also just cleaned up the language a little bit to say that the occupancy of the MTOS is limited to people referred through the program operator. The overnight parking site must have an existing lawful principal use and shall provide access to backup water and restroom facilities for the occupants in the event that the onboard facilities become unavailable or inoperable. We are striking electric because we've also modified the generator section down below, which I'll go into in just a second. The MTOS must be parked or may be parked overnight at the site of an approved social service provider so long as the provider's location is in a zoning district that permits both MTOS and that the MTOS is located in an approved parking area during the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., which is the daytime hours. So essentially saying if the social service provider happens to be located in a location where the daytime storage of the bus and the nighttime sleeping are both allowed, then it could just stay there. We modified the generator provisions. Previously, we had just strictly prohibited portable and external generators, which we are still prohibiting, but we added in some additional language to say that the electrical service could be provided by either a lawful electrical connection to the overnight location or by a built-in generator that's internal to the MTOS, which is common with these types of buses. Just some cleanup language here. The overnight parking location site shall have frontage on or direct vehicular access to an arterial and or collector roadway. The occupancy of the MTOS at the overnight location is limited to the hours of 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So strictly for the overnight piece. And then kind of separating out the parking side of it and noting that the parking of the MTOS during the daytime hours, which would be the unoccupied parking of, the bus essentially during the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. is permitted wherever the parking of dual rear wheel vehicles is permitted, which in some cases those districts overlap and in some cases they do not. It has to be parked on an improved surface. We have modified the distance separation to reduce that from 1,500 feet to 1,000 feet based on some comments we received from the board at the work session. And then the MTOS and overnight location site shall comply with all applicable fire, life safety, health, sanitation, vehicle operability requirements. We also ended up striking the proposed language that we had that no more than one MTOS be parked overnight on any parcel. We received several comments back from the Planning and Zoning Commission, I think also from this board, that they were concerned about that. So we just went ahead and struck that. Well, this is not part of the proposed code amendments. I did want to also call your attention to Section 5 of the ordinance, which is not a typical section that's found in our ordinances. This section essentially covers the sort of orange code piece of this, if you will. So this ordinance is amending Chapter 38. The Section 5 essentially says that this ordinance also would cover the codification of any incorporating these changes into Chapter 40, which is orange code, when it becomes effective. So just wanted to call your attention to that piece of it. And then the next steps would be the second public hearing, which would be the adoption public hearing, which is scheduled for August 25th at 5:01 p.m. And at that time, we'll also be bringing forward a resolution which will establish a permit fee and amend the permit fee directory to, as part of a process to review any application that comes in for this to ensure that it's meeting the zoning requirements that we've just set forward. And so there is no action required today, but I'm happy to take any additional comments or questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. So there's no applicant, it's just administrative. Do we have any public comment?
We have no speakers for this item.
So we can close the public hearing, and then if there is discussion from board members. I see Commissioner Uribe.
I just didn't.
Oh, did you just buzz out?
I know, I think I may have been hitting and unhitting. I don't know what I'm doing.
I know.
Commissioner Gomez Cordero is up next on the queue. Yeah. No? Commissioner Mike Scott.
Nick. All right, so I would like.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you.
There you
Don't go on
go.
yet. I just wanted to get clarification. Well, actually, I would like to thank one of, if you all haven't had the opportunity to meet Pastor Scott from Matthews Hope, and he is a provider in West Orange County that is operating very successfully an overnight emergency shelter program with the wraparound services in Brevard County. And we had the opportunity to go out there and visit, and I would encourage you to do so if you have the opportunity, get a tour. It makes you realize that with the right program and the right location, that really there are amazing things can happen to see people getting back into being productive members and having success from all walks of life, people who've gotten there from all walks of life. So really quickly though, the use table that is getting implemented, can we just take a quick look at, because I want to make sure, I think there were some questions that came up originally about a church and the uses of, or what the underlying land use is for a church and whether or not they fit into this, because some of the community member partners that we have with property big enough to sort of co-locate and assist in these types of outreach programs are churches. So if we can just kind of walk through whether or not that is included in the use table, or if that's specific to the property.
So I can do this off of memory, I think, but hopefully he's bringing up my presentation again. So the use table is specific to where these uses are allowed by zoning district. So it would be in C1 and industrial zoning districts, which religious institutions are allowed, I believe, in all of our zoning districts in our code. And so if there is a religious institution that happens to be located in one of those zoning districts,
then they're automatically included. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure to get clarification.
But because they are also allowed in many other zoning districts, including agricultural, residential,
right,
they would not be allowed. It would not be allowed in those areas.
Okay, and thank you for responding to, I think, all the concerns that we had about the distance separator and that maybe more than one. Those are things that we see an opportunity here, and I'm grateful that you were able to respond to those. So I'm supportive of language as is, and looking forward to making a motion when ready.
Okay, and John, I think you're seeking concurrence, correct?
So no motion today. Again, the purpose of this, the first public hearing is to take testimony, and if there's any feedback from the board, that's, that ultimately provides direction to staff, we'll take that. Otherwise, we understand that if the board's intent is to move forward, we'll see at the next public hearing in 2 weeks.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Jennifer, appreciate all the work. You've done quite a bit of work on this and really listening to us, which is really a reflection of what's going on in our community. Everything that we discussed originally is included on this. You just added additional details of what you guys have discovered in that process, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I just want to make sure, because I don't want to go through that. So,
well, with the exception of the one that we just completely struck, which is the no more than one MTOS overnight on any parcel. So we just took that language out. That's the only thing. Everything else we either added to or just amended a little bit.
And I know originally that was where Lisa was, is because you only have one right now. So you're just saying protection. Okay. Thank you for your work.
Mayor, I just had a comment. So, one, thank you. You took everything that we had discussed in the previous meeting and you made the changes, so I am good. I just want to publicly thank you. Thank Melissa, your new assistant manager. You guys have been amazing and responsive just in this process and also the other processes. And so just job well done.
Thank you. And I don't want to let James Gray go unnoticed. He is our assistant project manager and works on this to a great extent. So definitely want to give him props as well.
Go James. They look way better than you, brother. I hope you don't take it personal. I'm sorry. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. So we'll see you at a future BCC meeting for the next hearing.
Yes.
All right. So we are. You're next again, right? Coming up on the billboards. So we have Jennifer Moreau from the manager of the zoning division making a presentation on the billboard exchange program, and the board direction is requested. So, thank you.
So this is a work session for a staff-initiated code amendment that we are requesting. So I will just briefly go through what we are requesting here. I'll give you a little bit of background of why we're doing this, some summary of our research, a program outline in terms of what we're proposing, focusing in on some of the incentive areas, give you some stakeholder feedback, ultimately our recommended code amendments based on that feedback, next steps, and then we'll be looking for board direction to move forward today. So just a little bit of background. We have about 639 billboards in the county currently. 330 of those are non-conforming, so a little over half. There is not currently a process in our code to allow for converting a static sign face into a digital sign face on non-conforming billboards. Structural changes are prohibited on non-conforming billboards. So non-conforming billboards are essentially ones that aren't supposed to be there anymore. They're not allowed either because of the zoning district, or maybe it's too tall, or maybe it was built too large and then the zoning code changed over time. So there's a lot of different reasons why it may be non-conforming. But they can't upgrade it essentially. So one of the things we did, and I was aware that there were other jurisdictions that had similar types of programs as to what we're proposing. So we started looking into what other jurisdictions do. So we reviewed 17 counties and cities in Florida. Out of the 17 that we looked at, 8 have actually implemented billboard exchange programs, including both Orlando and Winter Garden in our more immediate area. These programs typically include the allowance for digital billboard faces in exchange for the removal of other static faces, maybe elsewhere. And they're typically ratio based. So essentially you might get one new billboard or be able to upgrade a billboard in one location for the removal of a set number elsewhere. And the exchange ratios within these different jurisdictions range quite a bit. They go from anywhere from 10 to 1, meaning you have to take down 10 static billboard faces in exchange for upgrading one, or 2 to 1, anywhere from 10 to 1 to 2 to 1, excuse me. So, and then some programs have ratios or reduced ratios for areas that they refer to as incentive billboards or incentive areas, which are areas that are more focused, where they want to try to have more of the billboards removed. And so it's more of an incentive for them to focus in on those areas, because you can upgrade more billboards by taking down fewer, essentially. So after we've reviewed all of the different jurisdictions and kind of talked about what we thought was appropriate, we are now also proposing a similar program, which would allow for the conversion of the non-conforming billboard faces, static faces, to digital sign faces by doing an exchange ratio. This ultimately allows for billboard companies the ability to maintain and upgrade their assets, but it also eliminates the overall number of non-conforming billboards in the county, which we see as a win-win. And it's entirely a voluntary program, essentially. It's not a requirement, but an option that they can use if they so choose. What we were initially proposing was non-conforming, just straight up non-conforming billboards in general areas at a 6 to 1 ratio, and then in incentive areas a 4 to 1 ratio. But then we wanted to focus in on the incentive areas and what we thought was appropriate in terms of how to further narrow down those areas. So ultimately we came up with 22 proposed incentive areas, but really what we did is looked at previously defined boundaries and try to utilize those previously defined boundaries as our incentive areas. And I'll go through all the different types of incentive areas we're proposing now. But out of the 22 proposed incentive areas, there are 168 non-conforming billboards within those incentive areas. So almost more than half are would be in incentive areas. So the first grouping of incentive areas we looked at and that we're proposing are the overlay districts and special districts that currently prohibit billboards. So there are no billboards allowed. So any billboards that are there would be non-conforming and would not be able to be upgraded without utilizing a program like this. So we've got the Buena Vista North Overlay District, the Tourist Commercial Signage Overlay, West State Road 50, Orange Blossom Trail, and then we have two special districts, which is the Activity Center Mixed Use District and the Neighborhood Activity Center District. Those are both future land use areas. We also we worked with Neighborhood Services Division to further narrow down and identify additional areas. So we focused in on the safe neighborhoods, which are listed here, the community redevelopment areas, as well as the census designated places. And then lastly, the rural settlements. This is not a list of all of the rural settlements, but this is a list of all the rural settlements that have non-conforming billboards located in them today. So those are the ones that we are proposing to add to our incentive list. So in February of this year, we met with the billboard industry representatives. We actually reached out, researched, and sent an email to every single representative of a billboard company that has a billboard in Orlando, or in Orange County currently, and that's 22. Ultimately, 7 people attended the meeting, and it represented 4 different billboard companies. 3 of those companies are probably the largest billboard owners in the county, and then 1 was just a smaller billboard company. During that meeting, they asked for more information. They were curious about the incentive areas, wanted some maps and to see more information. So we ultimately provided them additional information. We gave them the research that we had, created an online interactive map that they could utilize to kind of zoom in and see the different incentive areas, who owns the billboard, where it's located, all those types of things. And then they came back to us with some comments and suggestions. Some of their comments and suggestions were outside the scope of the proposed program, so I'm not going to cover those here, but I will go over the ones that they were requesting that were related to this particular program. So the first request they had was to reduce the exchange ratios for both the non-incentive and incentive areas from going from what we were originally proposing was 6-to-1, 4-to-1. They were requesting 4-to-1 and 2-to-1. They asked for us to consider the Tri-Vision billboards, which are the triangular billboards. Essentially, each piece is a triangle and then it flips. So there's like 3, sort of the pre-digital billboard that has 3 sign faces essentially, to count them as 3 sign faces for the purposes of the exchange program. They asked that we do the ratio based on the number of faces and not square footage. And then they also asked for any new digital faces that were to be relocated in the future without future mitigation credits, meaning if they upgraded a billboard and already gave up other billboards, that they should be able to relocate that somewhere else in the future without giving up additional billboards. We weren't quite comfortable with that piece of it. We asked them, they referenced some other codes that allow that. We asked them for some information and to provide us with those codes. Ultimately, they only provided us with 1 code, and it wasn't quite an apples-to-apples situation because it was in a jurisdiction that just prohibits billboards outright, whereas we still allow billboards in certain areas. So ultimately, based on their feedback, we've revised what we are requesting to kind of meet them in the middle, if you will, on the ratios. So now we are proposing a ratio of 5-to-1 for the non-incentive areas and 3-to-1 for the incentive areas. We are also proposing to include a provision to allow for the Tri-Vision signs to count as the 3 sign faces. And then all the other things that we've already talked about just in terms of establishing that ratio-based program to allow them to upgrade them based on that exchange ratio. So if you all are comfortable with this direction and what we're proposing today, then the next steps would be a work session with the Planning and Zoning Commission in August. We would have a public hearing scheduled with the Planning and Zoning Commission in September, and then we would come back to you for just only 1 public hearing would be required in October. And so what we are looking for today from you is concurrence with the proposed code amendments and direction to proceed with drafting an ordinance. And I am happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. So we'll call on the board for questions regarding the presentation. Oh, Commissioner Uribe, yes.
Jennifer.
Yes, ma'am.
I know you did your proposal, you did your stakeholder. Can you tell me where we aligned and where we were different? Just to make it simpler instead of me asking question by question.
Originally, they just asked for information, so we provided that. And then the only thing they came back on, I mean, they didn't give us a whole program that they proposed. They just said, hey, would you consider these things? And so the 4 things that they asked us to consider are reducing the ratios, considering the tri-vision billboards as 3 faces, requesting the ratio be based on number of faces and not square footage. And then, as I mentioned, allowing for the digital sign faces, if they've been upgraded, to then allow them to move again without any future mitigation credits. And so what we ultimately were comfortable with and are proposing today is reducing the ratio beyond what we originally asked for, but above what they asked for. So we met them in the middle. They asked for 4-to-1 and 2-to-1. We were originally proposing 6-to-1 and 4-to-1. So now we're proposing 5-to-1 and 3-to-1.
Okay.
And then we also are proposing to include the tri-vision billboards as the 3 sign faces. I personally am not comfortable with the ratio being based on the number of faces and not square footage, because we have different size billboards in the county. Depending on if you're on a limited access highway or not, they're just allowed to be larger. And so to take down a smaller billboard in order to upgrade a bigger one, I just don't, like, I think there are programs that do that, but then there are also programs that have just the sign face itself, the square footage. So if you're taking down 400 square feet over here, then you could only upgrade 400 square feet.
So my only concern, and I appreciate all your due diligence, is we're starting to see billboards look not great. And then when I've asked about it, we won't even replace the polling for safety or anything, because we're saying, hey, you change it, you alter it, it's done, right? And so at what point, and I don't know if the industry, I don't even know if anybody from the industry is here. I don't know if the industry had at all that conversation with you, but I'm thinking of ones in my district that are, when you look at this map, that's my heart right there, right? Not my heart, I mean Orange Avenue. That's what I mean, my heart. And some of them look like they're making the area look worse. And so my only ask here is, can we not reinforce safer instead of them saying, hey, sorry, your county won't let us replace or touch anything, so we're just going to leave it, and it's actually looking bad in our community. And so that's where I'm trying to get some, because I get when you're changing the digital or whatever, okay? I mean, I actually can understand where you're going, but I'm looking at actual structures. There was a fire next to it, right? And it looks like it needs to be reinforced good, but I'm sure it's prime real estate for this company. So they're not going to touch it because they know if they touch it, they're now going into this. And so where's that? I'm with you with the converting and making it huger and grander and bigger, but I'm actually looking at the entire community as a whole and what that looks like.
I mean, that ultimately falls down to our non-conforming code section in terms of which is kind of goes across the board, not just for signage, but for structures or anything else, that it's allowed to remain, but you can't upgrade it, you can't structurally alter it. That doesn't mean, and I was just looking, I don't think I have my full billboard code section with me here, so let me see if I can get it up real quick. It doesn't mean that you can't do some changes to it. It just...
But what can you replace the polling so it doesn't look like it's about to?
I don't know if you can. I mean, replacing a pole would be structural changes, so I would say no. But there's nothing that says that they couldn't paint it or do other things to make it look better. I'm not sure what the actual issue is.
Yeah, I mean these are older, so they're wood.
Oh, okay. Yes.
There's one by Michigan. Yeah. I mean, we're not talking about metal billboards. We're talking about ones that are on a major corridor by the hospital, on the way to the hospital and all that. And it's in a nice area. I mean, it's in Belle Isle, it's in Edgewood, and they're not going to give it up. I mean, they obviously they sell it, regularly, and that's where I wonder how can we consider that, because we end up losing. And when I mean we, meaning the community that's there, when they're looking at this and saying, wow, that looks disgusting, it looks this, it looks that. And so now we're saying, and they're like, hey, we'd love to replace the pole, but Orange County won't let us because we do, they're taking it down. So that's where I'm coming at you. I'm fine with you and what you're saying, if they're going digital, I'm fine with you with how you want to look at this respectively. I'm just looking at actually making something that's already there, not make my community look worse. That's where I'm at. And so that's my only concern in this scope, and I would like for you guys to consider it. And I knew that was an issue with the one that we had risen to I-4. The one on Michigan that was halfway on I-4 because it was built before it was up. And so that looks way better than when it did when it was just a halfway. But it was on an old structure, and they're like, that's prime real estate for us. I guess that's what you want to call it. So I'm wondering, when I look at safety and what things look like in our community, how we can do that. Clearly, in some areas, that's not going to be the case. It's a metal thing. It's whatever it is. I'm just looking at those older structures and how.
So, I mean, the only thing, I think what you're asking for is maybe outside of the scope of what we're proposing here. But the only thing I would say for what we're proposing here in terms of what you're talking about is it's typically those older wooden structures that are the ones that when we have a hurricane and things, those are going to fall down, which means that if they're damaged by more than 50%,
No, they're not that bad. They
Okay.
just look ugly. Okay. They just look ugly because they're wood. They're not metal. That's all I'm saying.
Sure, yeah, but, but typically, those are also the ones that, I mean, it may be a high value one, I'm not sure about the one that you're talking about, so I could look it up and try to figure out, it may even be if it's a conforming billboard, then they could upgrade it if they so chose.
It's not. It's
Okay.
Julie's Waterfront on Orange Avenue, right near Holden.
So, I think there's a bunch of different things, but this program, the whole point of it is to say, hey, take down some of the billboards that are maybe not as functional. They are typically the ones that you see with the wooden poles and things are like in the agricultural areas and aren't typically the high value ones. And so they may be willing to take those down in exchange for something else. But that could also be one that they choose to upgrade, right? And they could structurally upgrade it by using this exchange program. So
I can understand like the rural area where it was one that somebody put on their property like 50 years ago. I get those because we've seen them. You see them on the turnpike all the time, right? I'm talking the ones in the urban area. Those are the ones I'm particularly talking about, which Conway Road, Orange Avenue, Orange Blossom Trail are the main corridors, and those are high traffic areas. So I'm not talking about the ones in the rural area or on somebody's property that someone did. I just would love to see you, I'm not going to hold this up, but I would love to see some sort of, maybe ask them, I don't want to get involved, but I mean, ask them, are there any out there like this in the urban area? I want to be very clear. I'm not looking at rural area or none of that. I know when you've now developed like Horizon West and all that, you've got that standard already set. Just curious if maybe they do take one, can something else be saved in a sense like that? Because I'm just thinking along.
Yeah, that's the point of this program, is they could, if that was a high value one and they wanted to upgrade it, then they could upgrade that one by taking down other less valuable ones.
Well, I'm just saying, if you look at this map, they're all on Orange Avenue, right? And then they're Conway Road, they're OBT, they're Oak Ridge. These are high traffic corridor areas that are very, very much, but they're urban.
Correct.
They're very urbanized. We're not talking about another area, but we're talking about a community that's now not looking good because commercially they want to do what they want to do. So I just ask you to try to see if there's some sort of comfort. I don't know what they'd say. I don't know if they're comfortable. Like they're like, nah, we're good. I don't know, but I worry about that because when I look at these on a regular basis, I would love to see if you can follow up and see what their feedback on is.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Uribe. Commissioner Gomez Cordero.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. My question is very easy. So I just wanted to ask you, and I think I asked you this already, but just to put it in public record, if they want to, they have a static billboard and they want it digital, they have to get another permit. So it would be one if they have it for that, but if they want to change it for digital, they need to come and submit another permit.
Correct. That would be a structural change to the existing billboard. And so they would need to come in and get a building permit to upgrade it.
Okay.
To switch out the faces.
Got it. Okay. Okay, thank you.
And then Jennifer, for me, I want to just acknowledge that in the rural area, one of the things that we came to, and I would like to get somewhere at some point in time with this, is when you put in a digital billboard in the rural area where there's no other competitive lighting. So there's no neighborhood lights, there's no street lights. It lights the sky up. So we have now a joke in Bithlo. It's called the Bithlo Northern Lights, and it's the first digital billboard that was put out there. And they have asked, that, can we please find a solution so that this doesn't continue to happen? So I know that this is not that platform for this, but I do want to get somewhere for the constituents who have expressed, the concern. So, thank you. So, right now, you don't need any requested action or anything like that,
Just
correct?
concurrence with the proposed code amendments and direction to move forward.
I support the direction that staff is recommending in the work that was done as presented.
Anyone?
I want more information. I mean, I
Okay.
just would like that.
To bring it back again.
Not necessarily bring it back. You can meet with me if you
Sure.
want. I just, I don't want to sit here and say I approve this because I am asking a valid question that I don't think you're ready to answer. So I want to know how we can function to improve our areas. So when it comes to that.
I had a quick question, Jennifer, and you might have answered this already when I stepped out just for a moment. How, of like the signs, I don't know if you have a firm number or a ballpark, how many signs would be, I guess, categorized as non-conforming after the code?
After Orange Code?
No, after you implement this
Oh.
revision, yeah.
It doesn't change which signs are non-conforming or not. That stays exactly the same. It's just allows for them to upgrade non-conforming billboards by taking down others. And it's completely voluntary, so it's up to them. They could choose not to utilize the program, where they could say, oh, this is great, I can take down these that aren't really making me money, and then I can upgrade the one like on Orange Avenue that is making me money and, is kind of run down. I can upgrade that one while taking down others.
But upgrade would be consistent with the new, remember how we had this about not the billboard, but the one sign that we're trying to go through for that hotel property? Not a billboard, but just the same process. If whatever change they, like, if I try to go through this process, yes, I'm able to make adjustments to my sign, and now it's a digital sign, but I also would have to also make adjustments consistent with other code, not specific to signs, if that makes sense. Am I talking too fast?
No, I'm just trying to process what you're asking. I'm not quite sure I understand. I mean, you would have to meet all, if you're doing anything, you have to meet all codes, whatever they are at any time.
I got you. Okay.
Does that answer your question?
I got you.
Okay.
No, I was just trying to get the understanding on the conforming and non-conforming, but we're good. You said it wouldn't matter. It would be.
Yeah, so if you have a non-conforming structure and you're trying to upgrade it, let's say this allows you to upgrade it, but the non-conformity is because it's not meeting the front yard setback. Let's say it's too close to the property line. You still can't, we're not going to make you pick up the sign and move it. You're just not, we want to make sure you're not increasing any nonconformity at that point. So we say you can switch it out, you can make the structural change, but you can't, like, for say, put a bigger sign face on than what code would otherwise allow.
Oh, so I get you. So then, like, that's what I was getting at.
Okay.
You just answered my question.
Okay.
So, okay, I changed the sign. It's non-conforming because of maybe a setback by a foot or two, but I'm still allowed to change the sign. I don't have to change the setback. For that, for the specific example that you referenced
exactly.
just now. Okay, I'm good. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I'm hearing, Commissioner Uribe, I hear you need some more information, but are you opposed to them moving forward and meeting with you so that we can have concurrence here on this item and then they get with you? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so thank you. And there being no further items on the agenda, the meeting is adjourned, correct?